Some top-rated companies for corporate social responsibility are Whole Foods, Walt Disney, Coca-Cola, Johnson & Johnson, and Google. 29. Increasingly, people want information about a company's record on social and environmental responsibility to help them decide which companies to buy from, invest in, and work for. 30. Communicating corporate social responsibility can be a challenge. Once a firm touts an environmental initiative, it can become a target for criticism. Often, the more committed a company is to sustainability and environmental protection, the more dilemmas can arise, as Green Mountain Coffee Roasters has found. 31. Green Mountain Coffee Roasters. Vermont-based Green Mountain Coffee Roasters prides itself on sustainability efforts that have helped it become one of the fastest-selling coffee brands around. The company supports local and global communities by offsetting 100% of its greenhouse gas emissions, investing in sustainably grown coffee, and allocating at least 5% of its pre-tax profits to social and environmental projects. Through its CAFE Time or Community Action for Employees programs, employees are encouraged to volunteer as many as 52 hours annually of company-paid service to give back to local organizations and communities. All these activities help Green Mountain fulfill its purpose statement to create the ultimate coffee experience in every life we touch, from tree to cup, transforming the way the world views business. The firm's 2006 purchase of Keurig and its popular single-cup brewing system posed a quandary, though. The K-cups used with the Keurig brewing system were made of totally non-recyclable plastic and foil. Although disposal makes up only about 5% of their total environmental impact, more significant effects are related to brewer use, coffee cultivation, and product packaging. Green Mountain has engaged in extensive R&D and explored numerous partnerships to find a more environmentally sound solution, vowing to make K-cup packs recyclable by 2020 while also addressing their other environmental effects in different ways. A firm that prides itself on its sustainability efforts, Green Mountain Coffee Roasters is committed to reducing any adverse environmental impact of its popular K-cups. Corporate philanthropy also can pose dilemmas. Merck, DuPont, Walmart, and Bank of America have each donated $100 million or even more to charities in a year. Yet good deeds can be overlooked, even resented, if the company is seen as exploitive or fails to live up to a good guy's image. Some critics worry that cause marketing or consumption philanthropy may replace virtuous actions with less thoughtful consumer buying, reduce emphasis on real solutions, or deflect attention from the fact that markets may create many social problems to begin with. 32. Sustainability, the ability to meet humanity's needs without harming future generations, now tops many corporate agendas. Major corporations outline in great detail how they are trying to improve the long-term impact of their actions on communities and the environment. Coca-Cola, AT&T, and DuPont have even installed chief sustainability officers. 33. As one sustainability consultant put it, this is a triple bottom line: people, planet, and profit, and the people part of the equation must come first. Sustainability means more than being eco-friendly, it also means you are in it for the long haul. 34. Corporate actions toward achieving sustainability take all forms. For example, Whole Foods, Wegmans, Target, and Walmart no longer sell fish caught in areas subject to overfishing or in a manner likely to harm other marine life or habitats. 35. Sustainability ratings exist, but there is no consistent agreement about what metrics are appropriate. 36. One comprehensive study used 11 factors to assemble a list of the top 100 sustainable corporations in the world: energy, water, CO2, and waste productivity, leadership diversity, CEO to average worker pay, taxes paid, sustainability leadership, sustainability pay link, innovation capacity, and transparency. Some notable global firms in the top 10 include Statoil, Norway, Adidas, Germany, and Westpac Banking, Australia. 37. Some field companies that score well on sustainability exhibit high quality management in that They tend to be more strategically nimble and better equipped to compete in the complex, high-velocity, global environment. 38. Consumer interest is also creating market opportunities, such as for organic products. See Marketing Insight, the rise of organic. Heightened interest in sustainability has also unfortunately resulted in greenwashing, which gives products the appearance of being environmentally friendly without living up to that promise. One study revealed that half the labels on allegedly green products focus on an eco-friendly benefit, such as recycled content, while omitting information about significant environmental drawbacks, such as manufacturing intensity or transportation costs. 39. Stonyfield Farms co-founder Gary Hirschberg is leading the charge with the Just Label It campaign to provide more useful information on labels about the use of GMO, genetically modified organism, ingredients. 40. Because insincere firms have jumped on the green bandwagon, consumers bring a healthy skepticism in environmental claims. They are also unwilling to sacrifice product performance and quality, nor are they necessarily willing to pay a price premium for green products. 41. Unfortunately, green products can be more expensive because ingredients are costly and transportation costs are higher for lower shipping volumes. As Chapter 3 described, when the recession hit, sales of many green household products slid. Sales of the premium-priced Clorox Green Works line, for example, dropped from more than $100 million in 2008 to $60 million 5 years later. 42. Marketing Insight. The rise of organic and natural products have become a strong presence in many food and beverage categories. Custer & Pollux's success with organic and natural pet foods led to its distribution in major specialty retail chains such as Petco. All Organic Honest Tea grew 50% a year after its founding in 1998. The firm sold 40% of the business to Coca-Cola in 2008. Anise Homegrown started as an organic farm in Connecticut in 1989, went public in 2012 with an IPO raising $95 million, and was bought by General Mills for $820 million in 2014. Many organic and natural products ground their brand positioning in sustainability and social values. Started in 1990 by avid cyclist Gary Erickson and named to honor his father, CLIF set out to offer a better tasting energy bar with wholesome, organic ingredients. CLIF bar relies on biodiesel powered vehicles, supports the construction of farmer and Native American owned wind farms through carbon offsets, and is active in its local community. Given their premium prices and profitability, organic food and beverage products have also become big business. Erickson turned down a $120 million offer from Quaker Oats in 2000 so his firm could remain private, in part so he could continue its focus on eco-friendly practices. Other small firms have not followed suit, however, and major corporations like Cargill, Conagra, Kraft, and M&M Mars now control much of the nation's organic food industry. Farms with annual sales of $500,000 or more account for nearly 80% of all organic sales, even though such farms make up only 12.5% of all farms. Many non-food companies are embracing organic ingredients to avoid chemicals and pesticides. Apparel and other non-food items make up the second fastest growing category of the organic products industry. Organic non-food grew to $2.8 billion in 2013, now 8% of the $35.1 billion organic products industry. Organic cotton grown by farmers who fight boll weevils with ladybugs, weed crops by hand, and use manure for fertilizer has become a hot product at retail. Sources: Liz Webber, USDA survey reveals extent of big organic supermarket news, 18th October 2012. Stephanie Strom, has organic been oversized, Qamar, New York Times, 7th July 2012. George Avalos, Anise CEO aims to make profit on organic mission, Oakland Tribune, 24th June 2012. Michelle Wu, a company fueled by athletes' sweat, Wall Street Journal, 22nd March 2010, Jessica Shambora, The Honest Tea Guys Look Back, Fortune, 26th July 2010, Megan Johnston, Hard Sell for a Soft Fabric. Forbes, 30th October 2006, pp. 7380. See also Ram Bejwada and Kun Puvels, What is Special About Marketing Organic Products? How Organic Assortment, Price, and Promotions Drive Real Performance, Journal of Marketing 77, January 2013, pp. 3151. Socially Responsible Business Models. Companies that innovate solutions and values in a socially responsible way are most likely to succeed. 43. Consider Timberland. 44. Timberland, the maker of rugged boots, shoes, clothing, and gear, targets individuals who live, work, and play outdoors, so it only makes sense to do whatever it takes to protect the environment. The company's actions have blazed trails for green companies around the world. Its revolutionary initiatives include putting a nutrition label on its shoeboxes, measuring the brand environmental footprint, from renewable energy used in its facilities to recycled, organic, and renewable materials in its products to trees planted around the globe. Timberland also introduced a new line of shoes called Earth Keepers, which incorporates organic cotton, recycled PET, and recycled rubber for the soles, and later expanded across multiple Timberland product categories. Outside of product, the brand has made a major commitment to reforestation, with nearly 5 million trees planted worldwide. With sales topping $1.6 billion in 2013, its business accomplishments prove that socially and environmentally responsible companies can be successful. Timberland has adopted practices to protect the environment across a broad range of its corporate activities. Companies such as The Body Shop, Working Assets, and Smith & Hawken are also giving social responsibility a more prominent role, as has Newman's Own. Late actor Paul Newman's homemade salad dressing grew into a huge business. Newman's Own brand also includes pasta sauce, salsa, popcorn, and lemonade, and is now sold in 15 overseas markets. The company has given away all its profits and royalties after tax, more than $400 million so far, to thousands of educational and charitable programs worldwide, including the Hole in the Wall gang camps Newman created for children with serious illnesses. 45. Corporate philanthropy as a whole is on the rise. After years of steady growth, even during a recession, $16.8 billion in cash and in-kind support was given in 2013. 46. In addition to these contributions, more firms are coming to believe corporate social responsibility in the form of cause marketing and employee volunteerism programs is not just the right thing, but also the smart thing to do. 47. Cause-related marketing. Many firms blend corporate social responsibility initiatives with marketing activities. 48. Cause-related marketing links the firm's contributions toward a designated cause to customers engaging directly or indirectly in revenue-producing transactions with the firm. Cause marketing is part of corporate societal marketing, CSM, which Minette Drimrigta and Patrick Murphy define as marketing efforts that have at least one non-economic objective related to social welfare and use the resources of the company and/or of its partners. 49. Drimrigta and Murphy also include traditional and strategic philanthropy and volunteerism in CSM. One study showed that 90% of US consumers have a more positive image of, are more loyal to, and trust more a company that supports a cause, and 54% have bought a product because it was associated with a cause. 50. After describing Don's successful cause marketing program, we next review pros and cons of such programs and some important guidelines that apply to them. 51. Dawn Procter & Gamble. Dawn, the top dishwashing liquid in the United States, has an unusual side benefit: it can clean birds caught in oil spills. A report by the US Fish and Wildlife Service called Dawn the only bird cleaning agent that is recommended because it removes oil from feathers, is non-toxic, and does not leave a residue. A website launched in 2006, www.donsivswildlife.com, drew 130,000 people who formed virtual groups to encourage friends and others to stop gas and oil leaks from their cars. After the catastrophic BP oil spill in 2010, P&G donated thousands of bottles of Don, as well as placing a code on bottles and donating $1 to Gulf wildlife causes for each code customers activated, eventually totaling $500,000. To date, the company has donated more than 50,000 bottles of Don to help rescue and release 75,000 animals harmed by oil pollution. Teaming up with the Marine Mammal Center and International Bird Rescue, P&G pledged $1 million for 2014, also launching the premiere of a 7-part documentary series narrated by actor Rob Lowe. P&G has created a series of cause-related activities around its Dove dishwashing liquid, taking advantage of its unusual side benefit to clean birds caught in oil spills. Cause marketing benefits and costs. A successful cause marketing program can improve social welfare, create differentiated brand positioning, build strong consumer bonds, enhance the company's public image, create a reservoir of goodwill, boost internal morale and galvanize employees, drive sales, and increase the firm's market value. 52 consumers may develop a strong, unique bond with the firm that transcends normal marketplace transactions. Specifically, from a branding point of view, cause marketing can 1. Build brand awareness, 2. Enhance brand image, 3. Establish brand credibility, 4. Evoke brand feelings, 5. Create a sense of brand community, and 6. Elicit brand engagement. 53. It has a particularly interested audience in socially minded 18 to 34-year-old millennial consumers who, not surprisingly, are more likely than the general population to use social media to learn about cause activities and engage with companies about them. 54. Cause-related marketing could backfire, however, if consumers question the link between the product and the cause or see the firm as self-serving and exploitive. 55. Problems can also arise if consumers do not think a company is consistent and sufficiently responsible in all its behavior, as happened to KFC. 56. KFC's Buckets for the Cure program was to donate 50 cents to the Susan G. Komen for the Cure Foundation for every $5 pink bucket of fried chicken purchased over a 1-month period. It was slotted to be the single biggest corporate donation ever to fund breast cancer research, more than $8.5 million. One problem: at virtually the same time, KFC also launched its Double Down sandwich with 2 pieces of fried chicken, bacon, and cheese. Critics immediately pointed out that KFC was selling a food item with excessively high calories, fat, and sodium that contributed to obesity. On the Susan G. Komen site, being overweight was flagged for increasing the risk of breast cancer by 30% to 60% in postmenopausal women, also leaving the foundation open to criticism over the partnership. To avoid backlash, some firms take a soft sell approach to their cause marketing. 57. One interesting recent cause program is the Product Red campaign. 58. Product Red. The highly publicized launch of Product Red in 2006, championed by U2 singer and activist Bono and Bob B. Shriver, chairman of Data, raised awareness and money for the Global Fund by teaming with some of the world's most iconic brands: American Express cards, Motorola phones, Converse sneakers, Gap t-shirts, Apple iPods, and Emporio Armani sunglasses, to produce Red branded products. As much as 50% of the profits from sales of these products go to the Global Fund to help women and children affected by HIV/AIDS in Africa. Each company that becomes Product Red places its logo in the embrace, signified by the parentheses, and is elevated to the power of red. Although some critics felt the Product Red project was either misguided or over-marketed, more than $275 million has been donated to date, an enormous increase over donations to the Global Fund prior before the program launch. Many well-known brands have joined the cause since then, such as Bank of America, Beats by Dr. Dre, Microsoft, and Starbucks. U2's Bono has been the spokesperson for the Product Red partnership, whereby major brands donate proceeds from sales of designated red products to fight HIV/AIDS in Africa. Designing a cause program. Firms must make a number of decisions in designing and implementing a cause marketing program, such as how many and which causes to choose and how to brand the cause program. Marketing memo, Making a Difference, Top 10 Tips for Cause Branding, provides some tips from a top cause marketing firm. Some experts believe the positive impact of cause-related marketing is diluted if a company is only occasionally engaged in a number of causes. Kathy Chizoiskas, Gillette's director of civic affairs, states, "When you are spreading out your giving in $50 to $1,000 increments, no one knows what you are doing. It doesn't make much of a splash." 59 Many companies focus on one or a few main causes to simplify execution and maximize impact. McDonald's has focused on children and family health and well-being through 3 major programs. 60. McDonald's has focused its cause marketing efforts on Ronald McDonald House charities, which include its Ronald McDonald Care mobiles to provide local medical care for children. Marketing memo, Making a Difference, Top 10 Tips for Cause Branding. Cone, a Boston-based strategic communications agency specializing in cause branding and corporate responsibility, offers these tips for developing authentic and substantive programs. 1. Select a focus area that aligns with your mission, goals, and organization. 2. Evaluate your institutional will and resources. If you, your employees, and other allies don't believe or invest in your organization's cause, neither will your audience. 3. Analyze your competitors' cause positioning. There are few remaining wide open spaces, but this may help you locate a legitimate societal need or an untapped element within a more crowded space that you can own. 4. Choose your partners carefully. Look for alignment in values, vision, and will. Carefully outline roles and responsibilities. Set your sights on a multi-year, sustainable relationship with annual measurement of accomplishments for both partners. 5. Don't underestimate the name of your program. It's key to the identity of your campaign. Develop a few words that say exactly what you do and create a visual identity that is simple yet memorable. The Avon Breast Cancer Crusade, American Heart Association's Go Red for Women, and Target Take Charge of Education are good examples. 6. To create a sustainable and effective program, start by developing a cross-functional strategy team. Include representatives from the Office of the CEO, Public Affairs, Human Resources, Marketing, Public and Community Relations, Research Measurement, and Volunteer and Program Management, among others. If you are in silos, you will spend too much valuable time building bridges to other departments to get the real work done. 7. Leverage both your assets and those of your partner to bring the program to life. Assets may include volunteers, cash and in-kind donations, special events, in-store presence, partner resources, and marketing advertising support. And remember, emotion is one of your greatest assets. It can help you to connect with your audience and differentiate your organization in a crowded marketplace. 8. Communicate through every possible channel. Craft compelling words and visuals because stirring images can penetrate the heart. Then take your messages beyond traditional media outlets and become multidimensional. Think special events, websites, workshops, PSAs, expert spokespersons, and even celebrity endorsements. 9. Go local. National programs reach the grass tops, but true transformation begins at the grassroots. Engage citizens, volunteers through hands-on activities at local events, cause promotions, and fundraisers. 10. Innovate. True cause leaders constantly evolve their programs to add energy, new engagement opportunities, and content to remain relevant and to build sustainability. Sources: Carol C. Cohn, Top 10 Tips for Cause Branding, www.conant.com/10-tips-cause-branding. See also Carol L. Cohn, Mark A. Feldman, and Alison T. Da Silva, Cause and Effects, Harvard Business Review, July 2003, 95101. Ronald McDonald Houses in 35 countries and regions offer more than 8,000 rooms each night to families needing support while their child is in the hospital, saving them a total of $657 million annually in hotel costs. Ronald McDonald Family Rooms in 23 countries help 4,000 families each day with a place to rest and regroup at the hospital next to their sick child. 52 Ronald McDonald Care Mobiles in 9 countries provide neighborhood on-site medical care for children. Lifting support to a single cause, however, may limit the pool of consumers or other stakeholders who can transfer positive feelings from cause to the firm. Many popular causes also already have numerous corporate sponsors. More than 130 companies, including American Airlines, Dell, Ford, Georgia Pacific, Merck, Samsung, and Walgreens, have become corporate partners of Susan G. Komen for the cure. 61 Thus, a brand may find itself overlooked in a sea of symbolic pink ribbons. Opportunities may be greater with orphan causes, diseases that afflict fewer than 200,000 people. 62 Another option is overlooked diseases. Pancreatic cancer is the fourth deadliest form of cancer behind skin, lung, and breast, yet has received little or no corporate support. Diabetes is linked to the deaths of many more people than breast cancer but receives significantly less funding support. Even major killers such as prostate cancer for men and heart disease for women have been relatively neglected compared to breast cancer, though some firms have begun to fill the void. The American Heart Association launched a Go Red for Women program with a red dress symbol and a national Wear Red Day, sponsored by Macy's, to draw attention from corporations and others to a disease that kills roughly 12 times as many women a year as breast cancer. 63 Most firms choose causes that fit their corporate or brand image and matter to their employees and shareholders. 64 Lenscrafters give the gift of sight program, rebrand one site after the company was purchased by the Italian firm Luxottica, is a family of charitable vision care programs providing free vision screenings, eye exams, and glasses to millions of needy people in North America and developing countries around the world. Luxottica pays most of the overhead, so more than 90% of all donations goes directly to fund programming. 65 Burnham's Animal Crackers launched a campaign to raise awareness of endangered species and help protect the Asian tiger, issuing special edition packaging and collaborating with the World Wildlife Fund. The Nabisco brand saw a healthy lift in sales. 66 Here is an example of a firm that used COIS marketing in part to successfully build a new business. 67 Tom Oldhob Blake Mycoskie did not win the reality show contest Amazing Race. His return trip to Argentina in 2006 sparked a desire to start a business to help the scores of kids he saw who suffered for one simple reason: they lacked shoes. Shoeless children incur a health risk but are also disadvantaged by often being barred from school. Thus was born Tom's Shoes, named to suggest a better tomorrow, with the pledge to donate a pair of shoes to a needy child for each pair sold. Picked up by stores like Whole Foods, Nordstrom, and Neiman Marcus, and also sold online, Tom's Shoes are based on the rope-soled, canvas-topped alpargata footwear of Argentina and can now be found on the feet of more than 1 million kids in developing countries. The donations were good marketing too. The firm has garnered heaps of publicity, and AT&T and American Express even featured Mycoskie in a commercial. Tom's also sponsored A Day Without Shoes promotion to help people imagine what life would be like shoeless. Some critics feel the brand is treating a symptom, but not really addressing the root economic problem, and that it could even be undermining the local shoe economy. Nevertheless, It has moved into eyewear with the same business model and is estimated to earn $250 million in revenues annually while giving away literally millions of shoes and now eyeglasses. Social marketing. Cause-related marketing supports a cause. Social marketing by non-profit or government organizations furthers a cause, such as, say no to drugs, or, exercise more and eat better. 68 Some notable global social marketing successes are: Tom's Shoes puts cause marketing at the core of what it does, donating a pair of shoes to underprivileged children in developing countries for each pair it sells. A mass media campaign to promote oral rehydration therapy in Honduras significantly decreased deaths from diarrhea in children under 5. Social marketers created booths in marketplaces where Ugandan midwives sold contraceptives at affordable prices. Population communication services created and promoted two extremely popular songs in Latin America, Stop and When We Are Together, to help young adults learn sexual responsibility. The National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute successfully raised awareness in the US about cholesterol and high blood pressure, which helped significantly reduce deaths. Table 23.3 Some possible social marketing program objectives. Cognitive campaigns. Explain the nutritional values of different foods. Demonstrate the importance of conservation. Behavioral campaigns. Demotivate cigarette smoking. Demotivate use of hard drugs. Demotivate excessive alcohol consumption. Action campaigns. Attract people for mass immunization. Motivate people to vote yes on a certain issue. Inspire people to donate blood. Motivate women to receive a pap test. Value campaigns. Alter ideas about abortion. Change attitudes of bigoted people. Different types of organizations conduct social marketing in the United States. Government agencies include the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Departments of Health, Social, and Human Services, Department of Transportation, and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. The literally hundreds of non-profit organizations include the American Red Cross, the United Way, and the American Cancer Society. Choosing the right goal or objective for a social marketing program is critical. Should a family planning campaign focus on abstinence or birth control? Should a campaign to fight air pollution focus on ride-sharing or mass transit? Table 23.3 illustrates the range of possible objectives. While social marketing uses a number of different tactics to achieve its goals, the planning process follows many of the same steps as for traditional products and services. See Table 23.4. 69 Some key success factors for changing behavior include: 70. Choose target markets that are most ready to respond. Promote a single, doable behavior in clear, simple terms. Explain the benefits in compelling terms. Make it easy to adopt the behavior. Develop attention-grabbing messages and media. Consider an education-entertainment approach. One organization that has accomplished many of these goals through the application of modern marketing practices is the World Wildlife Fund. 71. World Wildlife Fund. The World Wildlife Fund, WWF, is a Washington, D.C. based non-profit with 1.2 million members in the United States and 5 million globally. Its annual budget does not allow for lavish marketing, so it relies primarily on creative direct marketing to solicit contributions. The organization sends about 36 million pieces of eco-friendly mail in the United States each year, garnering 65% of its membership revenue in the process. It has an award-winning website, is active on Facebook and Twitter, and earns revenue through partnerships with a host of firms including Avon, Disney, The Gap, and Build a Beer Workshop. Partnerships sometimes include joint marketing programs. Coca-Cola donated $2 million for a campaign to help create safe areas for polar bears in Canada and other Arctic regions. WWF also tackles important wildlife issues head-on, as with its multimedia anti-poaching campaign, which used billboards, print ads, public service announcements, and online posters with the tagline, "Stop Wildlife Crime, it's dead. Serious. Table 23.4 The social marketing planning process. Where are we? Choose program focus, identify campaign purpose, conduct an analysis of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, SWOT, review past and similar efforts. Where do we want to go? Select target audiences, set objectives and goals, analyze target audiences and the competition. How will we get there? Product, design the market offering, price, manage costs of behavior change, distribution, make the product available. Communications, create messages and choose media. How will we stay on course? Develop a plan for evaluation and monitoring, establish budgets and find funding sources, complete an implementation plan. In addition to its popular Christmas ads featuring playful animated polar bears, Coca-Cola also partners with the World Wildlife Fund to protect real polar bears in their native regions. Social marketing programs are complex, they take time and may require phased programs or actions. There were many steps involved in curbing the prevalence of smoking, release of cancer reports, labeling of cigarettes as harmful, bans on cigarette advertising, education about secondary smoke effects, bans on smoking in restaurants and planes, increased taxes on cigarettes to pay for anti-smoking campaigns, and states' suits against tobacco companies. Social marketing organizations should evaluate program success in terms of their objectives, measuring criteria like incidence of adoption, speed of adoption, continuance of adoption, low cost per unit of adoption, and absence of counterproductive consequences. Marketing implementation and control. Table 23.5 summarized the characteristics of a great marketing company. Great not for what it is but for what it does. Great marketing companies know the best marketers thoughtfully and creatively devise marketing plans and then bring them to life. Marketing implementation and control are critical to making sure marketing plans have their intended results year after year. Marketing implementation. Marketing implementation is the process that turns marketing plans into action assignments and ensures they accomplish the plan's stated objectives. 72 A brilliant strategic marketing plan counts for little if not implemented properly. Strategy addresses the what and why of marketing activities. Implementation addresses the who, where, when, and how. They are closely related. One layer of strategy implies certain tactical implementation assignments at a lower level. For example, top management's strategic decision to harvest a product must be translated into specific actions and assignments. Table 23.5 Characteristics of a great marketing company. The company selects target markets in which it enjoys superior advantages and exits or avoids markets where it is intrinsically weak. Virtually all the company's employees and departments are customer and market-minded. There is a good working relationship between marketing, R&D, and manufacturing. There is a good working relationship between marketing, sales, and customer service. The company has installed incentives designed to lead to the right behaviors. The company continuously builds and tracks customer satisfaction and loyalty. The company manages a value delivery system in partnership with strong suppliers and distributors. The company is skilled in building its brand name, and image. The company is flexible in meeting customers' varying requirements. Companies today are striving to make their marketing operations more efficient and their return on marketing investment more measurable. See Chapter 4. Marketing costs can amount to as much as a quarter of a company's total operating budget. Marketers need better templates for marketing processes, better management of marketing assets, and better allocation of marketing resources. Marketing Resource Management, MRM, software provides a set of web-based applications that automate and integrate project management, campaign management, budget management, asset management, brand management, customer relationship management, and knowledge management. The knowledge management component consists of process templates, how-to wizards, and best practices. Software packages can provide what some have called desktop marketing, giving marketers information and decision structures on computer dashboards. MRM. Software lets marketers improve spending and investment decisions, bring new products to market more quickly, and reduce decision time and costs. Marketing control. Marketing control is the process by which firms assess the effects of their marketing activities and programs and make necessary changes and adjustments. Table 23.6 lists 4 types of needed marketing control: annual plan control, profitability control, efficiency control, and strategic control. Annual plan control. Annual plan control ensures the company achieves the sales, profits, and other goals established in its annual plan. At its heart is management by objectives. See figure 23.5. First, management sets monthly or quarterly goals. Second, it monitors performance in the marketplace. Third, management determines the causes of serious performance deviations. Fourth, it takes corrective action to close gaps between goals and performance. Table 23.6 Types of marketing control. Type of control: prime responsibility, purpose of control, approaches. I. Annual plan control. Top management, middle management. To examine whether the planned results are being achieved. Sales analysis, market share analysis, sales to expense ratios, financial analysis, market-based scorecard analysis. 2. Profitability control. Marketing controller to examine where the company is making and losing money. Profitability by product, territory, customer segment, trade channel, order size. 3. Efficiency control. Line and staff management, marketing controller to evaluate and improve the spending efficiency and impact of marketing expenditures. Efficiency of sales force, advertising, sales promotion, distribution. 4. Strategic control. Top management marketing auditor to examine whether the company is pursuing its best opportunities with respect to markets, products, and channels. Marketing effectiveness rating instrument, marketing audit, marketing excellence review. Company ethical and social responsibility review. Vertical bar Fig. 23.5 Vertical bar: the control process. This control model applies to all levels of the organization. Top management sets annual sales and profit goals. Each product manager, regional district manager, sales manager, and sales rep is committed to attaining specified levels of sales and costs. Each period, top management review and interprets the results. Marketers today have better marketing metrics for measuring the performance of marketing plans. See table 23.7 for some samples. 73 4 tools for the purpose are sales analysis, market share analysis, marketing expense to sales analysis, and financial analysis. The chapter appendix outlines them in detail. Table 23.7 Marketing metrics. Sales metrics. Sales growth, market share, sales from new products. Customer readiness to buy metrics. Awareness, preference, purchase intention. Distribution metrics. Number of outlets, share in shops, handling, weighted distribution, distribution gains, average stock volume, value, stock cover in days. Trial rate, repurchase rate. Customer metrics. Customer complaints, customer satisfaction ratio of promoters to detractors, customer acquisition costs, new customer gains, customer losses, customer churn, retention rate, customer lifetime value, customer equity, customer profitability, return on customer. Out of stock frequency, share of shelf, average sales per point of sale. Communication metrics. Spontaneous, unaided, brand awareness, top of mind, brand awareness, prompted, aided, brand awareness, spontaneous, unaided, advertising awareness, prompted, aided, advertising awareness, effective reach, effective frequency, gross rating points, GRP, response rate. Profitability control. Companies should measure the profitability of their products, territories, customer groups, segments, trade channels, and order sizes to help determine whether to expand, reduce, or eliminate any products or marketing activities. The chapter appendix shows how to conduct and interpret a marketing profitability analysis. Efficiency control. Suppose a profitability analysis reveals the company is earning poor profits in certain products, territories, or markets. Are there more efficient ways to manage the sales force, advertising, sales promotion, and distribution? Some companies have established a marketing controller position to work out of the controller's office but specialize in improving marketing efficiency. These marketing controllers examine adherence to profit plans, help prepare brand managers' budgets, measure the efficiency of promotions, analyze media production costs, evaluate customer and geographic profitability, and educate marketing staff on the financial implications of marketing decisions. Strategic control. Each company should periodically reassess its strategic approach to the marketplace with a good marketing audit. Companies can also perform marketing excellence reviews and ethical social responsibility reviews. The marketing audit. The average US corporation loses half its customers in 5 years, half its employees in 4 years, and half its investors in less than 1 year. Clearly, this points to some weaknesses. Companies that discover weaknesses should undertake a thorough study known as a marketing audit. 74. A marketing audit is a comprehensive, systematic, independent, and periodic examination of a company's or business unit's marketing environment, objectives, strategies, and activities, with a view to determining problem areas and opportunities and recommending a plan of action to improve the company's marketing performance. Let's examine the marketing audit's 4 characteristics. 1. Comprehensive. The marketing audit covers all the major marketing activities of a business, not just a few trouble spots as in a functional audit. Although functional audits are useful, they sometimes mislead management. Excessive sales force turnover, for example, could be a symptom not of poor sales force training or compensation but of weak company products and promotion. A comprehensive marketing audit usually is more effective in locating the real source of problems. 2. Systematic. The marketing audit is an orderly examination of the organization's macro and micro marketing environments, marketing objectives and strategies, marketing systems, and specific activities. It identifies the most needed improvements and incorporates them into a corrective action plan with short and long-run steps. 3. Independent. Self-audits, in which managers rate their own operations, lack objectivity and independence. The 3M Company has made good use of a corporate auditing office, which provides marketing audit services to divisions on request. 75. Usually, however, outside consultants bring the necessary objectivity, broad experience in a number of industries, familiarity with the industry being audited, and undivided time and attention. 4. Periodic. Firms typically initiate marketing audits only after failing to review their marketing operations during good times, with resulting problems. A periodic marketing audit can benefit companies in good health as well as those in trouble. A marketing audit starts with agreement between the company officer, S, and the marketing auditor, S, on the audit's objectives and time frame and a detailed plan of who is to be asked what questions. The cardinal rule for marketing auditors is, don't rely solely on company managers for data and opinions. Ask customers, dealers, and other outside groups. Many companies don't really know how their customers and dealers see them, nor do they fully understand customer needs. The marketing audit examines 6 major components of the company's marketing situation. Table 23.8 lists the major questions. Table 23.8 Components of a marketing audit. Part I. Marketing environment audit. Macro environment. A demographic. What major demographic developments and trends pose opportunities or threats to this company? What actions has the company taken in response to these developments and trends? B. Economic. What major developments in income, prices, savings, and credit will affect the company? What actions has the company been taking in response to these developments and trends? C. Environmental. What is the outlook for the cost and availability of natural resources and energy needed by the company? What concerns have been expressed about the company's role in pollution and conservation, and what steps has the company taken? D. Technological. What major changes are occurring in product and process technology? What is the company's position in these technologies? What major generic substitutes might replace this product? What are the digital implications of how the company conducts its business and its marketing? E. Political. What changes in laws and regulations might affect marketing strategy and tactics? What is happening in the areas of sustainability, equal employment opportunity, product safety, advertising, price control, and so forth, that affects marketing strategy? F. Cultural. What is the public's attitude toward business and toward the company's products? What changes in customer lifestyles and values might affect the company? Task environment. A. Markets. What is happening to market size, growth, geographical distribution, and profits? What are the major market segments? B. Customers. What are the customers' needs and buying processes? How do customers and prospects rate the company and its competitors on reputation, product quality, service, sales force, and price? How do different customer segments make their buying decisions? C. Competitors. Who are the major competitors? What are their objectives, strategies, strengths, weaknesses, sizes, and market shares? What trends will affect future competition and substitutes for the company's products? D. Distribution and dealers. What are the main trade channels for bringing products to customers? What are the efficiency levels and growth potentials of the different trade channels? E. Suppliers. What is the outlook for the availability of key resources used in production? What trends are occurring among suppliers? F. Facilitators and marketing firms. What is the cost and availability outlook for transportation services, warehousing facilities, and financial resources? How effective are the company's advertising agencies and marketing research firms? G. Publics. Which publics represent particular opportunities or problems for the company? What steps has the company taken to deal effectively with each public? Part 2. Marketing Strategy Audit. A business mission is the business mission clearly stated in market-oriented terms. Is it feasible? B. Marketing objectives and goals. Are the company and marketing objectives and goals stated clearly enough to guide marketing planning and performance measurement? Are the marketing objectives appropriate, given the company's competitive position, resources, and opportunities? C. Strategy. Has the management articulated a clear marketing strategy for achieving its marketing objectives? Is the strategy convincing? Is the strategy appropriate to the stage of the product life cycle, competitors' strategies, and the state of the economy? Is the company using the best basis for market segmentation? Does it have clear criteria for rating the segments and choosing the best ones? Has it developed accurate profiles of each target segment? Has the company developed an effective positioning and marketing mix for each target segment? Are marketing resources allocated optimal to the major elements of the marketing mix? Are enough resources or too many resources budgeted to accomplish the marketing objectives? Part 3. Marketing Organization Audit. A formal structure. Does the marketing vice president or CMO have adequate authority and responsibility for company activities that affect customers' satisfaction? Are the marketing activities optimally structured along functional, product, segment, end user, and geographical lines? B. Functional efficiency. Are there good communication and working relations between marketing and sales? Is the product management system working effectively? Are product managers able to plan profits, only sales volume? Are there any groups in marketing that need more training, motivation, supervision, or evaluation? C. Interface efficiency. Are there any problems between marketing and manufacturing, R&D, IT, purchasing, finance, accounting, and/or legal that need attention? Part 4. Marketing Systems Audit. A marketing information system. Is the marketing information system producing accurate, sufficient, and timely information about marketplace developments with respect to customers, prospects, distributors and dealers, competitors, suppliers, and various publics. Are company decision makers asking for enough marketing research, and are they using the results? Is the company employing the best methods for market measurement and sales forecasting? B. Marketing planning system. Is the marketing planning system well conceived and effectively used? Do marketers have decision support systems available? Does the planning system result in acceptable sales targets and quotas? C. Marketing control system. Are the control procedures adequate to ensure that the annual plan objectives are being achieved? Does management periodically analyze the profitability of products, markets, territories, and channels of distribution? Are marketing costs and productivity periodically examined? The new product development system. Is the company well organized to gather, generate, and screen new product ideas? Does the company do adequate concept research and business analysis before investing in new ideas? Does the company carry out adequate product and market testing before launching new products? Part B. Marketing productivity audit. A profitability analysis. What is the profitability of the company's different products, markets, territories, and channels of distribution? Should the company enter, expand, contract, or withdraw from any business segments? B. Cost effectiveness. Do any marketing activities seem to have excessive costs? Can cost reducing steps be taken? Analysis. Part 6. Marketing function audits. A. Products. What are the company's product line objectives? Are they sound? Is the current product line meeting the objectives? Should the product line be stretched or contracted upward, downward, or both ways? Which products should be phased out? Which products should be added? What are the buyer's knowledge and attitudes toward the company's and competitors' product quality, features, styling, brand names, and so on? What areas of product and brand strategy need improvement? B. Price. What are the company's pricing objectives, policies, strategies, and procedures? To what extent are prices set on cost, demand, and competitive criteria? Do the customers see the company's prices as being in line with the value of its offer? What does management know about the price elasticity of demand, experience curve effects, and competitors' prices and pricing policies? To what extent are price policies compatible with the needs of distributors and dealers, suppliers, and government regulation? C. Distribution. What are the company's distribution objectives and strategies? Is there adequate market coverage and service? How effective are distributors, dealers, manufacturers' representatives, brokers, agents, and others? Should the company consider changing its distribution channels? D. Marketing communications. Is the company making enough use of mass, digital, and personal communications? What are the organization's communication objectives? Are they sound? Is the right amount being spent on communications? What do customers and the public think about the communications? Are media well chosen? Is the internal communications staff adequate? Is the communication budget adequate? E. Sales force. What are the sales force's objectives? Is the sales force large enough to accomplish the company's objectives? Is the sales force organized along the proper principles of specialization, territory, market, product? Are there enough, or too many, sales managers to guide the field sales representatives? Do the sales compensation level and structure provide adequate incentive and reward? Does the sales force show high morale, ability, and effort? Are the procedures adequate for setting quotas and evaluating performance? How does the company's sales force compare to competitors' sales forces? The Marketing Excellence Review. The 3 columns in Table 23.9 distinguish among poor, good, and excellent business and marketing practices. The profile management creates from indicating where it thinks the business stands on each line can highlight where changes could helped the firm become a truly outstanding player in the marketplace. The future of marketing. Top management recognizes that marketing requires more accountability than in the past. Marketing memo, major marketing weaknesses, summarized companies' major deficiencies in marketing and how to find and correct them. To succeed in the future, marketing must be more holistic and less departmental. Marketers must achieve wider influence in the company, continuously create new ideas, and strive for customer insight by treating customers differently but appropriately. They must build their brands more through performance than promotion. They must go electronic and win through building superior information and communication systems. The coming years will see the demise of the marketing department and the rise of holistic marketing, the demise of free spending marketing and the rise of ROI marketing, the demise of marketing intuition and the rise of marketing science, the demise of manual marketing and the rise of both automated and creative marketing, the demise of mass marketing and the rise of precision marketing. Table 23.9 The Marketing Excellence Review. Best Practices. Poor, good, excellent, product-driven, market-driving, mass market-oriented, segment-oriented, niche-oriented, and customer-oriented product offer, augmented product offer, customer solutions offer, average product quality better than average, legendary, average service quality better than average, legendary, end product-oriented, core product-oriented, core competency-oriented, function-oriented, process-oriented, outcome-oriented, reacting to competitors, benchmarking competitors, leapfrogging competitors, supplier exploitation, supplier preference, supplier partnership, dealer exploitation, dealers support, dealer partnership, price driven, quality driven, value driven, average, speed better than average, legendary, hierarchy, network, teamwork, vertically integrated, flattened organization, strategic alliances, stockholder driven, stakeholder driven, societally driven. Marketing memo. Major marketing weaknesses. A number of deadly sins signal that the marketing program is in trouble. Here are 10 deadly sins, the signs, and some solutions. Deadly sin number 1. The company is not sufficiently market-focused and customer-driven. Signs. There is evidence of poor identification of market segments, poor prioritization of market segments, no market segment managers, employees who think it is the job of marketing and sales to serve customers, no training program to create the customer culture, and no incentives to treat the customer especially well. Solutions. Use more advanced segmentation techniques, prioritize segments, specialize the sales force, develop a clear hierarchy of company values, foster more customer consciousness in employees and company agents, and make it easy for customers to reach the company and respond quickly to any communication. Deadly sin number 2. The company does not fully understand its target customers. Signs. The latest study of customers is 3 years old. Customers are not buying your product like they once did. Competitors' products are selling better, and there is a high level of customer returns and complaints. Solutions. Do more sophisticated consumer research, use more analytical techniques, establish customer and dealer panels, use customer relationship software, and do data mining. Deadly sin number 3. The company needs to better define and monitor its competitors. Signs. The company focuses on near competitors, misses distant competitors and disruptive technologies, and has no system for gathering and distributing competitive intelligence. Solutions. Establish an office for competitive intelligence, hire competitors' people, watch for technology that might affect the company, and prepare offerings like those of competitors. Deadly sin number 4. The company not properly manage relationships with stakeholders. Signs. Employees, dealers, and investors are not happy, and good suppliers do not come. Solutions. Move from zero-sum thinking to positive-sum thinking, and do a better job of managing employees, supplier relations, distributors, dealers, and investors. Deadly sin number 5. The company is not good at finding new opportunities. Signs. The company has not identified any exciting new opportunities for years, and the new ideas the company has launched have largely failed. Solutions. set up a system for stimulating the flow of new ideas. Deadly sin number 6. The company's marketing planning process is deficient. Signs. The marketing plan format does not have the right components. There is no way to estimate the financial implications of different strategies, and there is no contingency planning. Solutions. Establish a standard format including situational analysis, SWOT, major issues, objectives, strategy, tactics, budgets, and controls. Ask marketers what changes they would make if they were given 20% more or less budget, and run an annual marketing awards program with prizes for best plans and performance. Deadly sin number 7. Product and service policies need tightening. Signs. There are too many products and many are losing money. The company is giving away too many services, and the company is poor at cross-selling products and services. Solutions. Establish a system to track weak products and fix or drop them, offer and price services at different levels, and improve processes for cross-selling and upselling. Deadly sin number 8. The company's brand building and communications skills are weak. Signs. The target market does not know much about the company. The brand is not seen as distinctive. The company allocates its budget to the same marketing tools in about the same proportion each year, and there is little evaluation of the ROI impact of marketing communications and activities. Solutions. Improve brand building strategies and measurement of results, shift money into effective marketing instruments, and require marketers to estimate the ROI impact in advance of funding requests. Deadly sin number 9. The company is not organized for effective and efficient marketing. Signs. Staff lacks 21st century marketing skills, and there are bad vibes between marketing, sales, and other departments. Solutions. Appoint a strong leader and build new skills in the marketing department, and improve relationships between marketing and other departments. Deadly sin number 10. The company has not made maximum use of technology. Signs. There is evidence of minimal use of the internet, an outdated sales automation system, no market automation, no decision support models, and no marketing dashboards. Solutions. Use the internet more, improve the sales automation system, apply market automation to routine decisions, and develop formal marketing decision models and marketing dashboards. Source. Philip Kotler, 10 Deadly Marketing Sins, Signs and Solutions, Hogan, N.J., Wiley, 2004. Copyright symbol Philip Kotler. To accomplish these changes and become truly holistic, marketers need a new set of skills and competencies in customer relationship management, CRM, partner relationship management, PRM, database marketing and data mining, contact center management and telemarketing, digital marketing and social media, public relations marketing, including event and sponsorship marketing, brand building and brand asset management, experiential marketing, integrated marketing, communications, profitability analysis by segment, customer, and channel. The benefits of successful 21st century marketing are many, but they will come only with hard work, insight, and inspiration. New rules and practices are emerging, and it is an exciting time. The words of 19th century US author Ralph Waldo Emerson have perhaps never been more true. This time, like all times, is a good one, if we but know what to do with it. Summary. 1. The modern marketing department has evolved through the years from a simple sales department to an organizational structure where marketers work mainly on cross-disciplinary teams. 2. Some companies are organized by functional specialization, others focus on geography and regionalization, product and brand management, or market segment management. Some companies establish a matrix organization consisting of both product and market managers. 3. Effective modern marketing organizations are marked by customer focus within and strong cooperation among marketing, R&D, engineering, purchasing, manufacturing, operations, finance, accounting, and credit. 4. Companies must practice social responsibility through their legal, ethical, and social words and actions. Cause marketing can be a means for companies to productively link social responsibility to consumer marketing programs. Social marketing is done by a non-profit or government organization to directly address a social problem or cause. 5. A brilliant strategic marketing plan counts for little unless implemented properly, including recognizing and diagnosing a problem, assessing where the problem exists, and evaluating results. 6. The marketing department must monitor and control marketing activities continuously. Marketing plan control ensures the company achieves the sales, profits, and other goals in its annual plan. The main tools are sales analysis, market share analysis, marketing expense totals analysis, and financial analysis of the marketing plan. Profitability control measures and controls the profitability of products, territories, customer groups, trade channels, and order sizes. Efficiency control finds ways to increase the efficiency of the sales force, advertising, sales promotion, and distribution. Strategic control periodically reassesses the company's strategic approach to the marketplace using marketing effectiveness and marketing excellence reviews as well as marketing audits. 7. Achieving marketing excellence in the future will require a new set of skills and competencies. Applications. Marketing debate. Is marketing management an art or a science? Some observers maintain that good marketing is mostly an art and does not lend itself to rigorous analysis and deliberation. Others contend it is a highly disciplined enterprise that shares much with other business disciplines. Take a position. Marketing management is largely an artistic exercise and therefore highly subjective, versus marketing management is largely a scientific exercise with well-established guidelines and criteria. Marketing discussion. Cause marketing. How does cause or corporate societal marketing affect your personal consumer behavior? Do you ever buy or not buy any products or services from a company because of its environmental policies or programs? Why or why not? Marketing excellence. Starbucks opened in Seattle in 1971, when coffee consumption in the United States had been declining for a decade and rival brands used cheaper beans to compete on price. The company's founders decided to try a new concept, selling only the finest imported coffee beans and coffee brewing equipment. The original store didn't sell coffee by the cup, only beans. Howard Schultz came to Starbucks in 1982. While in Milan on business, he had walked into an Italian coffee bar and had an epiphany. There was nothing like this in America. It was an extension of people's front porch. It was an emotional experience. To bring this concept to the United States, Schultz set about creating an environment that would blend Italian elegance with US informality. He envisioned Starbucks as a personal treat for its customers, a comfortable, sociable gathering spot bridging the workplace and home. Starbucks' expansion throughout the United States was carefully planned. All stores were company-owned and operated, ensuring complete control over the product and an unparalleled image of quality. Starbucks used a hub strategy. Coffee houses entered a new market in a clustered group. Although this deliberate saturation often cannibalized 30% of one store's sales, any drop in revenue was offset by efficiencies in marketing and distribution costs and the enhanced image of convenience. A typical customer stopped by Starbucks 18 times a month. No US retailer had a higher frequency rate of customer visits. Starbucks' success is often attributed to its high-quality products and services and its relentless commitment to providing consumers the richest possible sensory experience. However, another critical component is its commitment to social responsibility. Community. Starbucks gives back to its community in many ways, starting with employees, called partners. Schultz believed that to exceed customers' expectations, the company must first exceed those of employees. Since 1990, it has provided comprehensive health care to all employees, including part-timers. Health insurance now costs the company more each year than coffee. A stock option plan allows employees to participate in the firm's financial success, and the company has committed to hiring 10,000 veterans and military spouses over the next 5 years. In 2013, Employees donated 630,000 hours of community service. The company hopes to top 1 million hours by the end of 2015. Starbucks created the Starbucks Foundation in 1997 to create hope, discovery, and opportunity in communities, mainly by supporting literacy programs for children and families in the United States and Canada and charities worldwide. In 2013, the foundation gave $8.7 million to 144 non-profit organizations around the world. Starbucks has donated more than $11 million to the Global Fund through its partnership with Product Red, a global initiative to help stop the spread of HIV in Africa. Ethical sourcing. Starbucks collaborates with Conservation International, CI, a non-governmental organization, and follows Coffee and Farmer Equity, CAFE, practices, a comprehensive coffee buy program, to purchase high-quality coffee from farmers who meet social, economic, and environmental standards. Of 396 million pounds of coffee Starbucks purchased in 2013, 95% was ethically sourced. The company also works continuously with farmers to improve responsible methods of farming, such as by planting trees along rivers and using shade-growing techniques to help preserve forests. Over the years, Starbucks has invested more than $70 million in collaborative farmer programs and activities. Environment. Starbucks is considered a leader in green initiatives, building new LED certified green buildings, reducing waste, and improving water conservation. The world's first recycled beverage cup made of 10% post-consumer fiber, 10 years in the making, and a new hot cup paper sleeve that requires fewer materials to make conserve approximately 1 lakh trees a year. Now the team is working to ensure that customers recycle. Jim Hanna, Starbucks Director of Environmental Impact, explained, Starbucks defines a recyclable cup not by what the cup is made out of but by our customers actually having access to recycling services. Starbucks' goal, to make 100% of its cups recycled or reused by 2015. Howard Schultz stepped down as CEO in 2000 but returned as CEO, President, and Chairman in 2008 to help restore growth and excitement to the powerhouse chain. Today, more than 3 billion customers visit Starbucks' 20,000 stores in 65 countries annually. The company has more than 200,000 employees and brought in $14.9 billion in revenue in 2013. To achieve its international growth goals, Schultz believes Starbucks must retain a passion for coffee and a sense of humanity and continue to prove that the company stands for something more than just profitability. Questions. 1. Starbucks makes business decisions that are both ethical and responsible. Has it done a good job communicating its efforts to consumers? Do consumers believe Starbucks is a socially responsible company? Why or why not? 2. Where does a company like Starbucks draw the line on supporting socially responsible programs? How much of its annual budget should go toward these programs? How much time should employees focus on them? Which programs should it support? 3. How do you measure the results of Starbucks' socially responsible programs? Sources: Howard Schultz, Dare to be a Social Entrepreneur, Business 2.0, December 2006, p87, Edward Iwata, owner of small coffee shop takes on Java Titan Starbucks, USA Today, 20th December 2006, Staying Pure, Howard Schultz's Formula for Starbucks, Economist, 25th February 2006, p72, Diane Anderson, Evolution of the Eco Cup, Business 2.0, June 2006, p50, Bruce Horowitz, Starbucks Nation, USA Today, 19th May 2006, Theresa Howard, Starbucks takes up cause for safe drinking water, USA Today, 2nd August 2005, Howard Schultz and Dory Jones Yang, Pour Your Heart Into It, How Starbucks Built a Company One Cup at a Time, New York, Hyperion, 1997, at MIC Starbucks Symposium, Focus on Holistic Approach to Recycling, MIC, www.mit.edu 12 May 2010, Starbucks Global Responsibility Report 2013, Starbucks 2013 Annual Report. Marketing Excellence. Virgin Group. Virgin rode onto the British stage in the 1970s with the innovative Virgin Records, the brainchild of entrepreneur Richard Branson, a high school dropout who signed unknown artists and began a marathon of publicity that continues to this day. The flamboyant Briton sold Virgin Records in 1992 and has gone on to launch more than 400 companies worldwide whose combined revenues exceeded $24 billion in 2012. The Virgin name, the third most respected brand in Britain, and the Branson personality help sell the company's diverse portfolio of branded air travel, railroads, financial services, music, mobile phones, cars, wine, publishing, and medical devices. The Virgin Group looks for new opportunities in markets with underserved, overcharged customers and complacent competition. Branson explained, "Wherever we find them, there is a clear opportunity area for Virgin to do a much better job than the competition. We introduce trust, innovation, and customer friendliness where they don't exist." Some marketing and financial critics have pointed out that Branson dilutes the brand and covers too many businesses. There have been some fumbles. Virgin Cola, Virgin Cosmetics, Virgin Vodka, and Virgin Brides have all but disappeared. But despite the diversity, all Virgin Group's brands stand for quality, innovation, and fun. Branson is a master of the strategic publicity stunt and knows photographers will turn up if he gives them a good reason. When he took on stodgy British Airways in 1984, he wore World War I-era flying gear to announce the formation of Virgin Atlantic. The first Virgin flight took off laden with celebrities, media, a brass band in full swing, waiters from Maxim's dressed in white tie and tails, and free-flowing champagne. The airborne party enjoyed international press coverage and millions of dollars worth of free publicity. When Branson launched Virgin Cola in the United States in 1998, he steered an army tank down New York's Fifth Avenue and blew up a Coca-Cola sign, garnering interviews on network TV news shows the next morning. In 2002, he plunged into Times Square from a crane to announce his new mobile phone business. In 2004, he appeared at a New York City nightclub wearing flesh-colored tights and a strategically placed portable CD player to introduce a line of hip techie gadgets called Virgin Pulse. Branson has attended press conferences dressed in an astronaut's suit and angel's wings, driven across the English Channel in an amphibious car, and even bared his bottom to the press when Virgin Atlantic landed in Canada for the first time. His good-natured humor and flamboyant personality attract media attention and customer admiration around the globe. Reports say Virgin's press coverage equates to $1.6 billion in media value per year. Although Branson avoids traditional market research, he stays in touch through constant customer contact. When he first set up Virgin Atlantic, he called 50 customers every month to chat and get their feedback. He appeared in airports to rub elbows with customers, and if a plane was delayed, he handed out gift certificates to a Virgin megastore or discounts on future travel. Virgin Unite is a non-profit foundation that tackles global, social, and environmental problems with an entrepreneurial approach. A team of scientists, entrepreneurs, and environmental enthusiasts work with Virgin to reinvent the way we live and work to help make people's lives better. Virgin Green Fund is a private equity firm investing in renewable energy and resource efficiency sectors. Virgin established the Earth Challenge in 2007 to award $25 million to any person or group who develops a long-term, commercially viable way to remove greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. Submissions are being reviewed by a team of scientists, professors, and environmental professionals. Now knighted by the Queen of England, Sir Richard never does anything small and quiet. He once said, "Lavish praise on people and people will flourish, criticize and they shrivel up." This philosophy has led him to many successes both in business and in life. Whether Looking for a new business, generating publicity in his characteristic style, or encouraging research to help the planet, Branson does it with a bang. Questions. 1. How is Virgin unique in its quest to be a socially responsible and sustainable company? 2. Discuss the contradiction between Virgin's negative environmental impact, via air and rail, and the green message and communication efforts behind endeavors such as the Earth Challenge. Sources: Peter Elkind, Branson Gets Grounded, Fortune, 5th February 2007, pp. 13-14, Alan Buchman, The Enlightenment of Richard Branson, Fast Company, September 2006, p. 49, and The Server, Do Branson's Profits Equal His Joy Divider, Qamar, Fortune, 17th October 2005, p. 57, Kerry Capel with Wendy Zelenair, Richard Branson's Next Big Adventure, Business Week, 8th March 2004, pp. 44-45, Malani Wells, Red Baron, Forbes, 3rd July 2000, pp. 15160, Sam Hill and Glenn Rifkin, Radical Marketing, New York, Harper Business, 1999, Branson pledges $3 billion to develop cleaner energy, Terra Daily, 21st September 2006, Richard Bachman, Virgin Brands, What Does Richard Branson Really Own? Qamar, The Guardian, 7th January 2012, Carmine Gullo, The Key to a Lasting Relationship in Business and in Marriage, Forbes, 10th April 2014, Virgin, www.virgin.com. Appendix. Tools for Marketing Control. In this appendix, we provide detailed guidelines and insights about how to best conduct several marketing control procedures. Annual plan control. 4 sets of analyses can be useful for annual plan control. Sales analysis. Sales analysis measures and evaluates actual sales in relationship to goals. 2 specific tools make it work. Sales variance analysis measures the relative contribution of different factors to a gap in sales performance. Sold for selling 4,000 widgets in the first quarter at $1 per widget, for total revenue of $4,000. At quarter's end, only 3,000 widgets were sold at 80 cents per widget, for total revenue of $2,400. How much of the sales performance gap is due to the price decline, and how much to the volume decline? This calculation answers the question. Almost 2/3 of the variance is due to failure to achieve the volume target. The company should look closely at why it failed to achieve expected sales volume. Microslice analysis looks at specific products, territories, and so forth, that failed to produce expected sales. Suppose the company sells in 3 territories, and expected sales were 1,500 units, 500 units, and 2,000 units, respectively. Actual volumes were 1,400 units, 525 units, and 1,075 units, respectively. Thus, Territory 1 showed a 7% shortfall in terms of expected sales, Territory 2, a 5% improvement over expectations, and Territory 3, a 46% shortfall. Territory 3 is causing most of the trouble. Maybe the sales rep in Territory 3 is underperforming, a major competitor has entered this territory, or business is in a recession there. Market share analysis. Company sales don't reveal how well the company is performing relative to competitors. For this, management needs to track its market share in one of 3 ways. Overall market share expresses the company's sales as a percentage of total market sales. Served market share is sales as a percentage of the total sales to the market. The served market is all the buyers able and willing to buy the product, and served market share is always larger than overall market share. A company could capture 100% of its served market and yet have a relatively small share of the total market. Relative market share is market share in relationship to the largest competitor. A relative market share of exactly 100% means the company is tied for the lead. More than 100% indicates a market leader. A rise in relative market share means a company is gaining on its leading competitor. Conclusions from market share analysis, however, are subject to qualifications. The assumption that outside forces affect all companies in the same way is often not true. The US Surgeon General's report on the harmful consequences of smoking depressed total cigarette sales, but not equally for all companies. The assumption that a company's performance should be judged against the average performance of all companies is not always valid. A company's performance is best judged against that of its closest competitors. If a new firm enters the industry, every existing firm's market share might fall. A decline in market share might not mean the company is performing any worse than other companies. Share loss depends on the degree to which the new firm hits the company's specific markets. Sometimes a market share decline is deliberately engineered to improve profits. For example, management might drop unprofitable customers or products. Market share can fluctuate for many minor reasons. For example, it can be affected by whether a large sale occurs on the last day of the month or at the beginning of the next month. Not all shifts in market share have marketing significance. 76. A useful way to analyze market share movements is in terms of four components, where customer penetration percentage of all customers who buy from the company, customer loyalty purchases from the company by its customers as a percentage of their total purchases from all suppliers of the same products, customer selectivity size of the average customer purchase from the company as a percentage of the size of the average customer purchase from an average company, price selectivity, average price charged by the company as a percentage of the average price charged by all companies. Now suppose the company's dollar market share falls during the period. The overall market share equation provides four possible explanations. The company lost some customers, lower customer penetration, existing customers are buying less from the company, lower customer loyalty, the company's remaining customers are smaller in size, lower customer selectivity, or the company's price has slipped relative to competition, lower price selectivity. Marketing expense to sales analysis. Annual plan control requires making sure the company isn't overspending to achieve sales goals. The key ratio to watch is marketing expense to sales. In one company, this ratio was 30% and consisted of 5 components. Expense to sales ratios: sales force to sales, 15%, advertising to sales, 5%, sales promotion to sales, 6%, marketing research to sales, 1%, and sales administration to sales, 3%. Fluctuations outside the normal range are cause for concern. Management needs to monitor period-to-period fluctuations in each ratio on a control chart. See figure 23.6. This chart shows the advertising expense to sales ratio normally fluctuates between 8% and 12%, say 99 of 100 times. In the 15th period, however, the ratio exceeded the upper control limit. Either 1. The company still has good expense control and this situation represents a rare chance event, or 2. The company has lost control over this expense and should find the cause. If there is no investigation, the risk is that some real change might have occurred, and the company will fall behind. Managers should make successive observations. Vertical bar fig. 23.6 Vertical bar. The control chart model. Managers should make successive observations even within the upper and lower control limits. Note in figure 23.6 that the level of the expense to sales ratio rose steadily from the 8th period onward. The probability of encountering 6 successive increases in what should be independent events is only 1 in 64. 77. This unusual pattern should have led to an investigation sometime before the 15th observation. Financial analysis. Marketers should analyze the expense to sales ratios in an overall financial framework to determine how and where the company is making its money. They can and are increasingly using financial analysis to find profitable strategies beyond building sales. Management uses financial analysis to identify factors that affect the company's rate of return on net worth. 78. The main factors are shown in figure 23.7. along with illustrative numbers for a large chain store retailer. The retailer is earning a 12.5% return on net worth. The return on net worth is the product of two ratios: the company's return on assets and its financial leverage. To improve its return on net worth, the company must increase its ratio of net profits to assets or increase the ratio of assets to net worth. The company should analyze the composition of its assets, cash, accounts receivable, inventory, and plant and equipment, to see whether it can improve its asset management. The return on assets is the product of two ratios: the profit margin and the asset turnover. The profit margin in figure 23.7 seems low, whereas the asset turnover is more normal for retailing. The marketing executive can seek to improve performance in two ways: 1. Increase the profit margin by increasing sales or cutting costs, and 2. Increase the asset turnover by increasing sales or reducing assets, inventory, receivables, held against a given level of sales. Profitability control. Marketing profitability analysis. We will illustrate the steps in marketing profitability analysis with the following example. The marketing vice president of a lawnmower company wants to determine the profitability of selling through three types of retail channels: hardware stores, garden supply shops, and department stores. The company's profit and loss statement is shown in table 23.10. Step 1. Identifying functional expenses. Assume the expenses listed in table 23.10 are incurred to sell the product, advertise it, pack and deliver it, and bill and collect for it. The first task is to measure how much of each expense was incurred in each activity. Suppose most of the salary expense went to sales representatives and the rest to an advertising manager, pack and delivery help, and an office accountant. Let the breakdown of the $9,300 be $5,100, $1,200, $1,400, and $1,600, respectively. Table 23.11 shows the allocation of the salary expense to these four activities. Table 23.11 also shows the rent account of $3,000 allocated to the four activities. Because the sales reps work away from the office, none of the building's rent expense is assigned to selling. Most of the expenses for floor space and rented equipment are for packing and delivery. The supplies account covers promotional materials, packing materials, fuel purchases for delivery, and home office stationery. The $3,500 in this account is reassigned to functional uses of the supplies. Vertical bar Fig. 23.7 Vertical bar Financial model of return on net worth. Table 23.10 A simplified profit and loss statement. Sales $60,000, cost of goods sold $39,000, gross margin $21,000, expenses $9,300, rent supplies $3,500, $15,800, net profit $5,200. Step 2. Assigning functional expenses to marketing entities. The next task is to measure how much functional expense was associated with selling through each type of channel. Consider the selling effort, indicated by the number of sales in each channel. This number is in the selling column of table 23.12. Altogether, 275 sales calls were made during the period. Because the total selling expense amounted to $5,500, see table 23.12, the selling expense averaged $20 per call. We can allocate advertising expense according to the number of ads addressed to different channels. Because there were 100 ads altogether, the average ad cost $31. The packing and delivery expense is allocated according to the number of orders placed by each type of channel. This same basis was used for allocating billing and collection expense. Step 3. Preparing a profit and loss statement for each marketing entity. We can now prepare a profit and loss statement for each type of channel. See table 23.13. Because hardware stores accounted for half of total sales, $30,000 out of $60,000, charge this channel with half the cost of goods sold, $19,500 out of $39,000. This leaves a gross margin from hardware stores of $10,500. From this we deduct the proportions of functional expenses hardware stores consumed. According to table 23.12, hardware stores received 200 of 275 total sales calls. At an imputed value of $20 a call, hardware stores must bear a $4,000 selling expense. Table 23.12 also shows hardware stores were the target of 50 ads. At $31 an ad, the hardware stores are charged with $1,550 of advertising. The same reasoning applies in computing the share of the other functional expenses. The result is that hardware stores gave rise to $10,050 of the total expenses. Subtracting this from gross margin, we find the profit of selling through hardware stores is only $450. Table 23.11 mapping natural expenses into functional expenses. Natural accounts total selling, advertising, packing and delivery, billing and collecting salaries $9,300, $5,100, $1,200, $1,400, $1,600, rent $3,400, $2,600, supplies $3,500, $400, $1,500, $1,400, $200, $15,800, $5,500, $3,100, $4,800, $2,400. Table 23.12 basis for allocating functional expenses to channels / Channel type: selling, advertising, packing and delivery, billing and collecting. Hardware stores 250 50 50, garden supply shops 65 20 21 21, department stores 10 39 9 200 75 180 80. Functional expense divided by no of units: $5,500, $3,100, $4,800, $2,400, 275 180 80 equals $20 $31 $60 30. Repeat this analysis for the other channels. The company is losing money in selling through garden supply shops and makes virtually all its profits through department stores. Notice that gross sales is not a reliable indicator of the net profits for each channel. Determining corrective action, it would be naive to conclude the company should drop garden supply shops and hardware stores to concentrate on department stores. We need to answer the following questions first. To what extent do buyers buy on the basis of type of retail outlet versus brand? What trends affect the relative importance of these three channels? How good are the company's marketing strategies for the three channels? Using the answers, marketing management can evaluate 5 alternatives. 1. Establish special charge for handling smaller orders. 2. Give more promotional aid to garden supply shops and hardware stores. 3. Reduced sales calls and advertising to garden supply shops and hardware stores. 4. Know the weakest retail units in each channel. 5. Do nothing. Table 23.13 Profit and loss statements for channels. Hardware stores, garden supply shops, depth stores, whole company sales $30,000, $10,000, $20,000, $60,000, cost of goods sold $19,500, $6,500, $13,000, $39,000, gross margin $10,500, $3,500, $7,000, $21,000, expenses selling $20 per call, $4,000, $1,000 and $300, $200, $5,000 and $500, advertising $31 per advertisement, $1,500 and $5,600 and $2,900 and $33,100, packing and delivery $60 per order, $3,000, $1,200 and $6,500 and $44,800, billing $30 per order, $1,500, $600 and $3,200 and $72,400, total expenses $10,000 and $50, $3,800 and $10, $1,900, $40, $15,800, net profit or loss $450, $310, $5,000 and $60, $5,200. Marketing profitability analysis indicates the relative profitability of different channels, products, territories, or other marketing entities. It does not prove the best course of action is to drop unprofitable marketing entities or capture the likely profit improvement of doing so. Direct versus full costing. Like all information tools, marketing profitability analysis can lead or mislead, depending on how well marketers understand its methods and limitations. The lawnmower company chose bases somewhat arbitrarily for allocating the functional expenses to its marketing entities. It used number of sales calls to allocate selling expenses, generating less record keeping and computation, when in principle, number of sales working hours is a more accurate indicator of cost. A far more serious decision is whether to allocate full costs or only direct and traceable costs in evaluating a marketing entity's performance. The lawnmower company sidestepped this problem by assuming only simple costs that fit with marketing activities, but we cannot avoid the question in real-world analysis of profitability. We distinguish three types of costs. 1. Direct costs. We can assign direct costs directly to the proper marketing entities. Sales commissions are a direct cost in a profitability analysis of sales territories, sales representatives, or customers. Advertising expenditures are a direct cost in a profitability analysis of products to the extent that each advertisement promotes only one product. Other direct costs for specific purposes are sales force salary and traveling expenses. 2. Traceable common costs. We can assign traceable common costs only indirectly, but on a plausible basis, to the marketing entities. In the example, we analyzed rent this way. 3. Non-traceable common costs whose allocation to the marketing entities is highly arbitrary are non-traceable common costs. To allocate corporate image expenditures equally to all products would be arbitrary because all products don't benefit equally. To allocate them proportionately to the sales of the various products would be arbitrary because relative product sales reflect many factors besides corporate image making. Other examples are top management salaries, taxes, interest, and other overhead. No one disputes the inclusion of direct costs in marketing cost analysis. There is some controversy about including traceable common costs, which lump together costs that would and would not change with the scale of marketing activity. If the lawnmower company drops garden supply shops, it would probably continue to pay the same rent. Its profits would not rise immediately by the amount of the present loss in selling to garden supply shops, $310. The major controversy is about whether to allocate the non-traceable common costs to the marketing entities. Such allocation is called the full cost approach, and its advocates argue that all costs must ultimately be imputed in order to determine true profitability. However, this argument confuses the use of accounting for financial reporting with its use for managerial decision-making. Full costing has three major weaknesses. 1. The relative profitability of different marketing entities can shift radically when we replace one arbitrary way to allocate non-traceable common costs by another. 2. The arbitrariness demoralizes managers, who feel their performance is judged adversely. 3. The inclusion of non-traceable common costs could weaken efforts at real cost control. Operating management is most effective in controlling direct costs and traceable common costs. Arbitrary assignments of non-traceable common costs can lead managers to spend their time fighting cost allocations instead of managing controllable costs well. Companies show growing interest in using marketing profitability analysis or its broader version, activity-based cost accounting, ABC, to quantify the true profitability of different activities. 79 managers can then reduce the resources required to perform various activities, make the resources more productive, acquire them at lower cost, or raise prices on products that consume heavy amounts of support resources. The contribution of ABC is to refocus management's attention away from using only labor or material standard costs to allocate full cost and toward capturing the actual costs of supporting individual products, customers, and other entities. Appendix: Sonic Marketing Plan and Exercises. The Marketing Plan, an Introduction. As a marketer, you will need a good marketing plan to provide direction and focus for your brand, product, or company. With a detailed plan, any business will be better prepared to launch an innovative new product or increase sales to current customers. Non-profit organizations also use marketing plans to guide their fundraising and outreach efforts. Even government agencies put together marketing plans for initiatives such as building public awareness of proper nutrition and stimulating area tourism. The purpose and content of a marketing plan. A marketing plan has a more limited scope than a business plan, which offers a broad overview of the entire organization's mission, objectives, strategy, and resource allocation. The marketing plan documents how the organization's strategic objectives will be achieved through specific marketing strategies and tactics, with the customer as the starting point. It is also linked to the plans of other organizational departments. Suppose a marketing plan calls for selling 200,000 units annually. The production department must gear up to make that many units. Finance must arrange funding to cover the expenses. Human resources must be ready to hire and train staff, and so on. Without the appropriate level of organizational support and resources, no marketing plan can succeed. Although the exact length and layout vary from company to company, a marketing plan usually contains the sections described in Chapter 2. Smaller businesses may create shorter or less formal marketing plans, whereas corporations generally require highly structured marketing plans. To guide implementation effectively, every part of the plan must be described in considerable detail. Sometimes a company will post its marketing plan on an internal website so managers and employees in different locations can consult specific sections and collaborate on additions or changes. The role of research. To develop innovative products, successful strategies, and action programs, marketers need up-to-date information about the environment, the competition, and the selected market segments. Often, analysis of internal data is the starting point for assessing the current marketing situation, supplemented by marketing intelligence and research investigating the overall market, the competition, key issues, threats, and opportunities. As the plan is put into effect, marketers use research to measure progress toward objectives and to identify areas for improvement if results fall short of projections. Finally, marketing research helps marketers learn more about their customers' requirements, expectations, perceptions, satisfaction, and loyalty. This deeper understanding provides a foundation for building competitive advantage through well-informed segmenting, targeting, and positioning decisions. Thus, the marketing plan should outline what marketing research will be conducted and when, as well as how, the findings will be applied. The role of relationships. Although the marketing plan shows how the company will establish and maintain profitable customer relationships, it also affects both internal and external relationships. First, it influences how marketing personnel work with each other and with other departments to deliver value and satisfy customers. Second, it affects how the company works with suppliers, distributors, and partners to achieve the plan's objectives. Third, it influences the company's dealings with the stakeholders, including government regulators, the media, and the community at large. All these relationships are important to the organization's success and must be considered when developing a marketing plan. From marketing plan to marketing action. Most companies create yearly marketing plans, though some plans cover a longer period. Marketers start planning well in advance of the implementation date to allow time for marketing research, analysis, management review, and coordination between departments. Then, after each action program begins, marketers monitor ongoing results, investigate any deviation from the projected outcome, and take corrective steps as needed. Some marketers also prepare contingency plans for implementation if certain conditions emerge. Because of inevitable and sometimes unpredictable environmental changes, marketers must be ready to update and adapt marketing plans at any time. For effective implementation and control, the marketing plan should define how progress toward objectives will be measured. Managers typically use budgets, schedules, and marketing metrics for monitoring and evaluating results. With budgets, they can compare planned expenditures with actual expenditures for a given period. Schedules allow management to see when tasks were supposed to be completed and when they were actually completed. Marketing metrics track the actual outcomes of marketing programs to see whether the company is moving forward toward its objectives. Sample marketing plan for Sonic. This section takes you inside the sample marketing plan for Sonic, a hypothetical startup company. The company's first product is the Sonic 1000, a state-of-the-art, fully loaded multimedia smartphone. Sonic will be competing with Apple, Samsung, LG, Motorola, HTC, and other well-established rivals in a crowded, fast-changing marketplace where smartphones have many communication and entertainment capabilities. The annotations explain more about what each section of the plan should contain. 1.0 Executive Summary. This section summarizes market opportunities, marketing strategy, and marketing and financial objectives for senior managers who will read and approve the marketing plan. Sonic is preparing to launch a major new state-of-the-art multimedia smartphone, the Sonic 1000, in a mature market. We can effectively compete with many types of smartphones because our product offers a unique combination of advanced features and functionality at a very competitive value-added price. We are targeting specific segments in the consumer and business markets, taking advantage of the growing interest in a single powerful but affordable device with extensive communication, organization, and entertainment benefits. The primary marketing objective is to achieve first-year US market share of 1% with unit sales of 800,000. The primary financial objectives are to achieve first-year sales revenues of $200 million, keep first-year losses to less than $40 million, and break even early in the second year. 2.0 Situation Analysis. The situation analysis describes the market, the company's capability to serve targeted segments, and the competition. Sonic, founded 18 months ago by two well-known entrepreneurs with telecommunications experience, is about to enter the highly competitive smartphone market. Multifunction cell phones are increasingly popular for both personal and professional use, with more than 968 million smartphones sold worldwide in 2013. Competition is increasingly intense even as technology evolves, industry consolidation continues, and pricing pressures squeeze profitability. To gain market share in this dynamic environment, Sonic must carefully target specific segments, valued features, and plan for a next-generation product to keep brand momentum going. 2.1 Market Summary. Sonic's market consists of consumers and business users who prefer to use a powerful but affordable single device for fully functional communication, information storage and exchange, organization, and entertainment on the go. Specific segments being targeted during the first year include professionals, corporations, students, entrepreneurs, and medical users. Exhibit A.1 shows how the Sonic 1000 addresses some of the most basic needs of targeted consumer and business segments in a cost-effective manner. The additional communication and entertainment benefits of the product just enhance its appeal to those segments. Market summary includes size, needs, growth, and trends. Describing the targeted segments in detail provides context for marketing strategies and programs discussed later in the plan. Vertical bar EXH. A.1 Vertical bar needs and corresponding features benefits of Sonic smartphone. Targeted segment customer need corresponding feature benefit. Professionals, consumer market, stay in touch while on the go. Wireless email to conveniently send and receive messages from anywhere. Cell phone capability for voice communication from anywhere. Record information while on the go. Voice recognition for no hands recording. Students consumer market. Perform many functions without carrying multiple gadgets. Compatible with numerous applications and peripherals for convenient, cost-effective functionality. Express style and individuality. Case wardrobe of different colors and patterns allows users to make a fashion statement. Corporate users, Business market, input and access critical data on the go compatible with widely available software. Use for proprietary tasks customizable to fit diverse corporate tasks and networks. Entrepreneurs, business market. Organize and access contacts, schedule details. No hands, wireless access to calendar and address book to easily check appointments and connect with contacts. Medical users, business market. Update, access, and exchange medical records. No hands, wireless coding and exchange of information to reduce paperwork and increase productivity. Smartphone purchasers can choose between models based on several different operating systems. The biggest selling smartphone operating system is Android. Android's smaller rivals include BlackBerry OS, iOS, and the Windows Phone OS. Storage capacity, hard drive or flash drive, is an expected feature, so Sonic is equipping its first product with an ultra-fast 64GB drive that can be supplemented by extra storage. Technology costs are decreasing even as capabilities are increasing, which makes value-priced models more appealing to consumers and to business users with older smartphones who want to trade up to new, high-end multifunction units. 2.2 Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threat analysis. Sonic has several powerful strengths on which to build, but our major weakness is lack of brand awareness and image. The major opportunity is demand for multifunction communication, organization, and entertainment devices that deliver a number of valued benefits at a lower cost. We also face the threat of ever higher competition and downward pricing pressure. Strengths. Sonic can build on three important strengths. Strengths are internal capabilities that can help the company reach its objectives. One innovative product, the Sonic 1000 offers a combination of features that are hard to find in single devices, with extensive telecommunications capabilities and highest quality digital video music TV program storage playback. 2. Security. Our smartphone uses a Linux-based operating system that is less vulnerable to hackers and other security threats that can result in stolen or corrupted data. 3. Pricing. Our product is priced lower than competing smartphones, none of which offer the same bundle of features, which gives us an edge with price-conscious customers. Weaknesses. By waiting to enter the smartphone market until considerable consolidation of competitors has occurred, Sonic has learned from the successes and mistakes of others. Nonetheless, we have two main weaknesses. Weaknesses are internal elements that may interfere with the company's ability to achieve its objectives. 1. Lack of brand awareness. Sonic has no established brand or image, whereas Samsung, Apple, Motorola, and others have strong brand recognition. We will address this issue with aggressive promotion. 2. Heavier and thicker unit. The Sonic 1000 is slightly heavier and thicker than most competing models because it incorporates so many telecommunication and multimedia features. To counteract this weakness, we will emphasize our product's benefits and value-added pricing, two compelling competitive strengths. Opportunities. Sonic can take advantage of two major market opportunities. Opportunities are areas of buyer need or potential interest in which the company might perform profitably. 1. Increasing demand for state-of-the-art multimedia devices with a full array of communication functions. The market for cutting-edge multimedia, multifunction devices is growing rapidly. Smartphones are already commonplace in public, work, and educational settings. In fact, users who bought entry-level models are now trading up. 2. Lower technology costs. Better technology is now available at a lower cost than ever before. Thus, Sonic can incorporate advanced features at a value-added price that allows for reasonable profits. Threats. We faced three main threats at the introduction of the Sonic 1000. Threats are challenges posed by an unfavorable trend or development that could lead to lower sales and profits. 1. Increased competition. More companies are offering devices with some but not all of the features and benefits provided by the Sonic 1000. Therefore, Sonic's marketing communications must stress our clear differentiation and value-added pricing. To downward pressure on pricing, increased competition and market share strategies are pushing smartphone prices down. Still, our objective of breaking even with second-year sales of the original model is realistic, given the lower margins in the smartphone market. 3. Compressed product life cycle. Smartphones are reaching the maturity stage of their life cycle more quickly than earlier technology products. Because of this compressed life cycle, we plan to introduce an even greater enhanced media-oriented second product during the year following the Sonic 1000's launch. 2.3 Competition. The emergence of well-designed multifunction smartphones, including the Apple iPhone, has increased competitive pressure. Competitors are continually adding features and sharpening price points. Key competitors. This section identifies key competitors, describes their market positions, and provides an overview of their strategies. Apple, the leader in smartphone market share. Apple takes pride in being forward-thinking, innovative, and consumer-centric. Its latest iPhone 5s features an impressively thin and lightweight metallic design, fingerprint identity sensor, dual LED flash, and CPU power up to 2 times faster than the previous generation. Samsung, a strong competitor in the smartphone industry, Samsung ranks as a top 10 global brand and has plans to reach $400 billion in revenue by 2020. The Galaxy S5 features a whopping 16-megapixel camera and the first ever built-in heart rate monitor. LG, founded in 1958, LG Electronics strives to be a worldwide leader in the digital market and in 2014 ranked third in total smartphone subscribers, behind Apple and Samsung. Its G2 smartphone features a large 5.2-inch Full HD IPS display and ergonomically positioned rear key control on the back. Motorola pioneered the mobile communications industry and invented the first mobile phone in 1973. Today, the company prides itself on creating value with comfortable, approachable, and powerful devices. The Moto X is first smartphone to be designed, engineered, and assembled entirely in the United States. HTC, founded in 1997, HTC is a relatively new competitor to the industry but still ranks 5th in smartphone market share. HTC built its reputation on providing high-quality products that garnered recommendations and referrals from both retailers and consumers. Its HTC One M8 smartphone comes with a 5.0-inch Full HD 1080p display and is curved to fit in the palm of the hand. Despite strong competition, Sonic can carve out a definitive image and gain recognition among targeted segments. Our appealing combination of state-of-the-art features and low price is a critical point of differentiation for competitive advantage. Our second product will be even more media-oriented to appeal to segments where we will have strong brand recognition. Exhibit A.2 shows a sample of competitive products and prices. 2.4 Product offerings. The Sonic 1000 offers the following standard features. This section summarized the main features of the company's various products. Voice recognition for hands-free operation, full array of apps, complete organization functions, including linked calendar, address book, synchronization. Vertical bar EXH. A.2 Vertical bar selected smartphone products and pricing. Apple iPhone 5s, Samsung Galaxy S5, LG G2, Motorola Moto X, HTC One M8. Built-in storage 64 GB 32 GB, micro SD up to 128 GB 32 GB 16 GB 32 GB, micro SD up to 128 GB. Display 4, IPS LCD 5.1, Super AMOLED 5.2, IPS LCD 4.7, AMOLED 5.0, IPS LCD. Camera 8.0 MP 16 MP 13 MP 10 MP 4 MP. Price $399.99, $199.99, $399.99, $399.99, $199.99. Digital music, video, television recording, wireless downloading, and instant playback wireless web and email, text messaging, instant messaging 4-inch high-quality color touchscreen, a fast 64GB drive and expansion slots, integrated 12-megapixel camera with flash and photo editing sharing tools. First-year sales revenues are projected to be $200 million, based on sales of 800,000 of the Sonic 1000 model at a wholesale price of $250 each. Our second-year product will be the Sonic All Media 2000, stressing enhanced multimedia communication, networking, and entertainment functions. The Sonic All Media 2000 will include Sonic 1000 features plus additional features such as built-in media beaming to share music, video, and television files with other devices, webcam for instant video capture and uploading to popular video websites, voice command access to popular social networking websites. 2.5 distribution. Sonic branded products will be distributed through a network of retailers in the top 50 US markets. Among the most important channel partners being contacted are: distribution explains each channel for the company's products and mentions new developments and trends. Office supply superstores. Office Depot and Staples will all carry Sonic products in stores, in catalogs, and online. Computer stores. Independent computer retailers will carry Sonic products. Electronics specialty stores. Best Buy will feature Sonic smartphones in its stores, online, and in its media advertising. Online retailers. Amazon.com will carry Sonic smartphones and, for a promotional fee, will give Sonic prominent placement on its homepage during the introduction. Distribution will initially be restricted to the United States, with appropriate sales promotion support. Later, we plan to expand into Canada and beyond. 3.0 Marketing strategy. Objectives should be defined in specific terms so management can measure progress and take corrective action to stay on track. 3.1 Objectives. We have set aggressive but achievable objectives for the first and second years of market entry. First year objectives. We are aiming for a 1% share of the US smartphone market through unit sales volume of 800,000. Second year objectives. Our second year objective is to achieve break-even on the Sonic 1000 and launch our second model. 3.2 Target markets. Sonic's strategy is based on a positioning of product differentiation. Our primary consumer target for the Sonic 1000 is middle to upper income professionals who need one full loaded device to coordinate their busy schedules, stay in touch with family and colleagues, and be entertained on the go. Our secondary consumer target is high school, college, and graduate students who want a multimedia, dual-mode device. This segment can be described demographically by age, 16-30, and education status. Our Sonic All Media 2000 would be aimed at teens and 20-somethings who want a device with features to support social networking and heavier, more extensive entertainment media consumption. All marketing strategies start with segmentation, targeting, and positioning. The primary business target for the Sonic 1000 is mid to large-sized corporations that want to help their managers and employees stay in touch and input or access critical data when out of the office. This segment consists of companies with more than $25 million in annual sales and more than 100 employees. A secondary target is entrepreneurs and small business owners. Also, we will target medical users who want to update or access patients' medical records. Each of the marketing mix strategies conveys Sonic's differentiation to these target market segments. 3.3 Positioning. Using product differentiation, we are positioning the Sonic smartphone as the most versatile, convenient, value-added model for personal and professional use. Our marketing will focus on the value-priced multiple communication, entertainment, and information capabilities differentiating the Sonic 1000. Positioning identifies the brand, benefits, points of difference, and points of parity for the product or line. 3.4 Strategies. Product. The Sonic 1000, including all the features described in the earlier product offerings section and more, will be sold with a 1-year warranty. We will introduce the Sonic All Media 2000 during the following year, after we have established our Sonic brand. The brand and logo, Sonic's distinctive yellow thunderbolt, will be displayed on our products and packaging as well as in all marketing campaigns. Product strategy includes decisions about product mix and lines, brands, packaging and labeling, and warranties. Pricing: the Sonic 1000 will be introduced at a $250 wholesale price and $300 estimated retail price per unit. We expect to lower the price of this model when we expand the product line by launching the Sonic All Media 2000, to be priced at $350 wholesale per unit. These prices reflect a strategy of 1. Attracting desirable channel partners and 2. Taking share from established competitors. Pricing strategy covers decisions about setting initial prices and adapting prices in response to opportunities and competitive challenges. Distribution: our channel strategy is to use selective distribution, marketing Sonic smartphones through well-known stores and online retailers. During the first year, we will add channel partners until we have coverage in all major US markets and the product is included in the major electronics catalogs and websites. We will also investigate distribution through cell phone outlets maintained by major carriers such as Verizon Wireless. In support of channel partners, we will provide demonstration products, detailed specification handouts, and full-color photos and displays featuring the product. Finally, we plan to arrange special payment terms for retailers that place volume orders. Distribution strategy includes selection and management of channel relationships to deliver value to customers. Marketing communications: by integrating all messages in all media, we will reinforce the brand name and the main points of product differentiation. Research about media consumption patterns will help our advertising agency choose appropriate media and timing to reach prospects. Before and during product introduction. Thereafter, advertising will appear on a pulsing basis to maintain brand awareness and communicate various differentiation messages. The agency will also coordinate public relations efforts to build the Sonic brand and support the differentiation message. To generate buzz, we will host a user-generated video contest on our website. To attract, retain, and motivate channel partners for a push strategy, we will use trade sales promotions and personal selling. Until the Sonic brand has been established, our communications will encourage purchases through channel partners rather than from our website. Marketing communications strategy covers all efforts to communicate to target audiences and channel members. 3.5 Marketing mix: the Sonic 1000 will be introduced in February. Here are summaries of action programs we will use during the first 6 months to achieve our stated objectives. Marketing mix includes tactics and programs that support product, pricing, distribution, and marketing communications strategy. January. We will launch a $200,000 trade sales promotion campaign and participate in major industry trade shows to educate dealers and generate channel support for the product launch in February. Also, we will create buzz by providing samples to selected product reviewers, opinion leaders, influential bloggers, and celebrities. Our training staff will work with retail sales personnel at major chains to explain the Sonic 1000's features, benefits, and advantages. February. We will start an integrated print, radio, internet, social media campaign targeting professionals and consumers. The campaign will show how many functions a Sonic smartphone can perform and emphasize the convenience of a single, powerful handheld device. This multimedia campaign will be supported by point-of-sale signage as well as online-only ads and video tours. March. As multimedia advertising campaign continues, we will add consumer sales promotions such as a contest in which consumers post videos to our website, showing how they use the Sonic in creative and unusual ways. We will also distribute new point-of-purchase displays to support our retailers. April. We will hold a trade sales contest offering prizes for the salesperson and retail organization that sell the most Sonic smartphones during the 4-week period. May. We plan to roll out a new national advertising campaign this month. The radio ads will feature celebrity voices telling their Sonic smartphones to perform functions such as initiating a phone call, sending an email, playing a song or video, and so on. The stylized print and online ads will feature avatars of these celebrities holding their Sonic smartphones. We plan to repeat this theme for next year's product launch. June. Our radio campaign will add a new voiceover tagline promoting the Sonic 1000 as a graduation gift. We will exhibit at a semi-annual electronics trade show and provide retailers with new competitive comparison handouts as a sales aid. In addition, we will analyze the results of customer satisfaction research for use in future campaigns and product development efforts. Programs should coordinate with the resources and activities of other departments that contribute to customer value for each product. 3.6 Marketing research. Using research, we will identify specific features and benefits. Our target market segments value. Feedback from market tests, surveys, and focus groups will help us develop and fine-tune the Sonic All Media 2000. We are also measuring and analyzing customers' attitudes toward competing brands and products. Brand awareness research will help us determine the effectiveness and efficiency of our messages and media. Finally, we will use customer satisfaction studies to gauge market reaction. This section shows how marketing research will support the development, implementation, and evaluation of marketing strategies and programs. 4.0 Financials. Financials include budgets and forecasts to plan for marketing expenditures, scheduling, and operations. Total first-year sales revenue for the Sonic 1000 is projected at $200 million, with an average wholesale price of $250 per unit and variable cost per unit of $150 for unit sales volume of 800,000. We anticipate a first-year loss of as much as $40 million. Break-even calculations indicate that the Sonic 1000 will become profitable after the sales volume exceeds 267,500 during the product's second year. Our break-even analysis assumes per unit wholesale revenue of $250 per unit, variable cost of $150 per unit, and estimated first-year fixed costs of $26,750,000. With these assumptions, the break-even calculation is 5.0 Controls. Controls help management measure results and identify any problems or performance variations that need corrective action. Controls are being established to cover implementation and the organization of our marketing activities. 5.1 Implementation. We are planning tight control measures to closely monitor quality and customer service satisfaction. This will enable us to react very quickly in correcting any problems that may occur. Other early warning signals that will be monitored for signs of deviation from the plan include monthly sales, by segment and channel, and monthly expenses. 5.2 Marketing Organization. Sonic's Chief Marketing Officer, Jane Melody, holds overall responsibility for all of the company's marketing activities. Exhibit A.3 shows the structure of the 8-person marketing organization. Sonic has hired worldwide marketing to handle national sales campaigns, digital, trade and consumer sales promotions, and public relations efforts. The marketing department may be organized by function, as in this sample, or by geography, product, customer, or some combination of these. Sonic Marketing Plan. Chapter Assignments. Chapter 2, Developing Marketing Strategies and Plans. As an assistant to Jane Melody, Sonic's Chief Marketing Officer, you have been assigned to draft a mission statement for top management's review. 1. This should cover the competitive spheres within which the firm will operate and your recommendation of an appropriate generic competitive strategy. Using your knowledge of marketing, the information you have about Sonic, and library or internet resources, answer the following questions. Vertical bar EXH. A.3 Vertical bar Sonic's marketing organization. What should Sonic's mission be? In what competitive spheres, industry, products and applications, competence, market segment, vertical, and geographic, should Sonic operate? Which of Porter's generic competitive strategies would you recommend Sonic follow in formulating overall strategy? As your instructor directs, enter your answers and supporting information in a written marketing plan to document your ideas. Sonic has decided to focus on total customer satisfaction as a way of encouraging brand loyalty in a highly competitive marketplace. With this in mind, you have been assigned to analyze 3 specific issues as you continue working on Sonic's marketing plan. How, and how often, should Sonic monitor customer satisfaction? Would you recommend that Sonic use the Net Promoter method? Explain your reasoning. Which customer touch points should Sonic pay particularly close attention to, and why? Consider your answers in the context of Sonic's current situation and the objectives it has set. Then enter your latest decisions in the written marketing plan. Chapter 4. Collecting Information and Forecasting Demand. Jane Melody asks you to scan Sonic's external environment for early warning signals of new opportunities and emerging threats that could affect the success of the Sonic 1000 smartphone. Using internet or library sources, or both, locate information to answer 3 questions about key areas of the macro environment. What demographic changes are likely to affect Sonic's targeted segments? What economic trends might influence buyer behavior in Sonic's targeted segments? How might the rapid pace of technological change alter Sonic's competitive situation? Enter your answers about Sonic's environment in the appropriate sections of a written marketing plan to record your comments. Chapter 5. Conducting Market Research. Your next task is to consider how marketing research can help Sonic support its marketing strategy. Jane Melody also asks you how Sonic can measure results after the marketing plan is implemented. She wants to answer the following 3 questions. What surveys, focus groups, observation, behavioral data, or experiments will Sonic need to support its marketing strategy? Be specific about the questions or issues that Sonic needs to resolve using marketing research. Where can you find suitable secondary data about total demand for smartphones over the next 2 years? Identify at least 2 sources, online or offline, describe what you plan to draw from each source, and indicate how the data would be useful for Sonic's marketing planning. Recommend 3 specific marketing metrics for Sonic to apply in determining marketing effectiveness and efficiency. This information in the marketing plan you have been writing to document your responses. Chapter 6. Analyzing Consumer Markets. You are responsible for researching and analyzing the consumer market for Sonic's smartphone product. Look again at the data you have already entered about the company's current situation and macro environment, especially the market being targeted. Now answer these questions about the market and buyer behavior. What cultural, social, and personal factors are likely to most influence consumer purchasing of smartphones? What research tools would help you better understand the effect on buyer attitudes and behavior? Which aspects of consumer behavior should Sonic's marketing plan emphasize, and why? What marketing activity should Sonic plan to coincide with each stage of the consumer buying process? After you have analyzed these aspects of consumer behavior, consider the implications for Sonic's marketing efforts to support the launch of its smartphone. Finally, document your findings and conclusions in the written marketing plan. Chapter 7. Analyzing Business Markets. You have been learning more about the business market for Sonic's smartphone. Jane Melody has defined this market as mid to large-sized corporations that want their employees to stay in touch and be able to input or access data from any location. Respond to the following 3 questions based on your knowledge of Sonic's current situation and business-to-business marketing. What types of businesses appear to fit Melody's market definition? How can you research the number of employees and find other data about these types of businesses? What type of purchase would a Sonic smartphone represent for these businesses? Who would participate in and influence this type of purchase? Would demand for smartphones among corporate buyers tend to be inelastic? What are the implications for Sonic's marketing plan? Your answers to these questions will affect how Sonic plans marketing activities for the business segments to be targeted. Take a few minutes to note your ideas in the written marketing plan. Chapter 8, Tapping into Global Markets. As Jane Melody's assistant, you are researching how to market the Sonic 1000 smartphone product outside the United States within a year. You have been asked to answer the following questions about Sonic's use of global marketing. As a startup company, should Sonic use indirect or direct exporting, licensing, joint ventures, or direct investment to enter the Canadian market next year? To enter other markets? Explain your answers. If Sonic starts marketing its smartphone in other countries, which of the international product strategies is most appropriate? Why? Although some components are made in Asia, Sonic's smartphones will be assembled in Mexico through a contractual arrangement with a local factory. How are country of origin perceptions likely to affect your marketing recommendations? Think about how these global marketing issues fit into Sonic's overall marketing strategy. Now document your ideas in the marketing plan you have been writing. Chapter 9, Identifying Market Segments and Targets. Identifying suitable market segments and selecting targets are critical to the success of any marketing plan. As Jane Melody's assistant, you are responsible for market segmentation and targeting. Look back at the market information, buyer behavior data, and competitive details you previously gathered as you answered the following questions. Which variables should Sonic use to segment its consumer and business markets? How can Sonic evaluate the attractiveness of each identified segment? Should Sonic market to one consumer segment and one business segment or target more than one in each market? Why? Should Sonic pursue full market coverage, market specialization, product specialization, selective specialization, or single segment concentration? Why? Next, consider how your decisions about segmentation and targeting will affect Sonic's marketing efforts. Depending on your instructor's directions, summarize your conclusions in the written marketing plan. As before, you are working with Jane Melody on Sonic's marketing plan for launching a new smartphone. Now you are focusing on Sonic's brand positioning by answering 3 specific questions. In a sentence or two, what is an appropriate brand positioning for the Sonic 1000 smartphone? Create a perceptual map to diagram points of parity and points of difference between Sonic and its competitors. Are there any opportunities based on your findings? How can Sonic create differentiation from competitors using emotional branding? Document your ideas in the written marketing plan. Note any additional research you may need to determine how to proceed after the Sonic 1000 has been launched. Chapter 11, Creating Brand Equity. Sonic is a new brand with no prior brand associations, which presents a number of marketing opportunities and challenges. Jane Melody has given you responsibility for making recommendations about 3 brand equity issues that are important to Sonic's marketing plan. What brand elements would be most useful for differentiating the Sonic brand from competing brands? How can Sonic sum up its brand promise for the new smartphone? Should Sonic add a brand for its second product or retain the Sonic name? Be sure your brand ideas are appropriate in light of what you have learned about your targeted segments and the competition. Then, add this information to your written marketing plan. Chapter 12, Addressing Competition and Driving Growth. Knowing that the smartphone market is likely to remain highly competitive, Jane Melody wants you to look ahead at how Sonic can develop new products outside the smartphone market. Review the competitive situation and the market situation before you continue working on the Sonic marketing plan. List 3 new product ideas that build on Sonic's strengths and the needs of its various target segments. What criteria should Sonic use to screen these ideas? Develop the most promising idea into a product concept, and explain how Sonic can test this concept. What particular dimensions must be tested? Assume that the most promising idea tests well. Now develop a marketing strategy for introducing it, including a description of the target market, the product positioning, the estimated sales, profit, and market share goals for the first year, your channel strategy, and the marketing budget you will recommend for this new product introduction. If possible, Estimate Sonic's costs and conduct a break-even analysis. Document all the details of your new product development ideas in the written marketing plan. Chapter 13, Setting Product Strategy. Introducing a new product entails a variety of decisions about product strategy, including differentiation, ingredient branding, packaging, labeling, warranty, and guarantee. Your next task is to answer the following questions about Sonic's product strategy. Which aspect of product differentiation would be most valuable in setting Sonic apart from its competitors, and why? Should Sonic use ingredient branding to tout the Linux-based operating system that it says makes its smartphone more secure than smartphones based on some other operating systems? How can Sonic use packaging and labeling to support its brand image and help its channel partners sell the smartphone product more effectively? Once you have answered these questions, incorporate your ideas into the marketing plan you have been writing. Chapter 14, Designing and Managing Services. You are planning customer support services for Sonic's new smartphone product. Review what you know about your target market and its needs. Also think about what Sonic's competitors are offering. Then respond to these 3 questions about designing and managing services. What support services are buyers of smartphone products likely to want and need? How can Sonic manage gaps between perceived service and expected service to satisfy customers? What post-sale service arrangements must Sonic make, and how would you expect these to affect customer satisfaction? Consider how your service strategy will support Sonic's overall marketing efforts. Summarize your recommendations in the written marketing plan to document your ideas. Chapter 15, Introducing New Market Offerings. Sonic is a new entrant in an established industry characterized by competitors with relatively high brand identity and strong market positions. Use research and your knowledge of how to deal with competitors to consider 3 issues that will affect the company's ability to successfully introduce its first product. What factors will you use to determine Sonic's strategic group? Should Sonic select a class of competitor to attack on the basis of strength versus weakness, closeness versus distance, or good versus bad? Why is this appropriate in a smartphone market? As a startup company, what competitive strategy would be most effective as Sonic introduces its first product? Take time to analyze how Sonic's competitive strategy will affect its marketing strategy and tactics. Now summarize your ideas in the written marketing plan. Chapter 16, Developing Pricing Strategies and Programs. You're in charge of pricing Sonic's product for its launch early next year. Review the SWOT analysis you previously prepared as well as Sonic's competitive environment, targeting strategy, and product positioning. Now continue working your marketing plan by responding to the following questions. What should Sonic's primary pricing objective be? Explain your reasoning. Are smartphone customers likely to be price sensitive? What are the implications for your pricing decisions? What price adaptations, such as discounts, allowances, and promotional pricing, should Sonic include in its marketing plan? Make notes about your answers to these questions and then document the information in the written marketing plan. Chapter 17, Designing and Managing Integrated Marketing Communications. Jane Melody has assigned you to plan integrated marketing communications for Sonic's new product introduction. Review the data, decisions, and strategies you previously documented in your marketing plan before you answer the next 3 questions. What communications objectives are appropriate for Sonic's initial campaign? How can Sonic use personal communications channels to influence its target audience? Which communication tools would you recommend using after Sonic's initial product has been in the market for 6 months? Why? Confirm that your marketing communications plans make sense in light of Sonic's overall marketing efforts. Now, as your instructor directs, summarize your thoughts in the written marketing plan. Chapter 18, Managing Mass Communications, Advertising, Sales Promotions, Events and Experiences, and Public Relations. Mass communications will play a key role in Sonic's product introduction. After reviewing your earlier decisions and thinking about the current situation, especially your competitive circumstances. Respond to the following questions to continue planning Sonic's marketing communications strategy. Once Sonic begins to use consumer advertising, what goals would be appropriate? Should Sonic continue consumer and trade sales promotion after the new product has been in the market for 6 months? Explain your reasoning. Jane Melody wants you to recommend an event sponsorship possibility that would be appropriate for the new product campaign. What type of event would you suggest, and what objectives would you set for the sponsorship? Record your ideas about mass communications in the marketing plan you have been writing. Chapter 19. Managing digital communications, online, social media, and mobile. Digital communications strategies will be essential to Sonic's marketing plan, as brand awareness can be generated quickly through online channels, social media, and word of mouth. Jane Melody is especially interested in your answers to the following questions. How should Sonic use word of mouth to generate brand awareness and encourage potential buyers to visit retailers to see the new smartphone in person? Which social media platforms and networks should Sonic pursue based on their target audiences? Explain your reasoning. Is mobile marketing a viable strategy for Sonic's smartphone? Why or why not? Consider your overall marketing objectives as you compile your answers. Document your ideas in your marketing plan. Chapter 20. Managing personal communications, direct and database marketing and personal selling. Sonic needs a strategy for managing personal communications during its new product launch. This is the time to look at direct marketing, database marketing, and personal selling. Answer these 3 questions as you consider Sonic's personal communications strategy. Which forms of direct marketing are appropriate for Sonic, given its objectives, mass communications arrangements, and channel decisions? Should Sonic use database marketing to identify and cultivate prospects? What are the opportunities and potential downsides of this approach? Does Sonic need a direct sales force, or can it sell through agents and other outside representatives? Look back at earlier decisions and ideas before you document your moments about personal communications in your written marketing plan. Chapter 21. Designing and managing integrated marketing channels. At Sonic, you have been asked to develop a marketing channel system for the new Sonic 1000 smartphone. Based on what you know about designing and managing integrated marketing channels, answer the 3 questions that follow. Do you agree with Jane Melody's decision to use a push strategy for the new product? Explain your reasoning. How many channel levels are appropriate for Sonic's targeted consumer and business segments? In determining the number of channel members, should you use exclusive, selective, or intensive distribution? Why? Be sure your marketing channel ideas support the product positioning and are consistent with the goals that have been set. Record your recommendations in the written marketing plan. Chapter 21. Managing retailing, wholesaling, and logistics. At this point, you need to make more specific decisions about managing the marketing intermediaries for Sonic's first product. Formulate your ideas by answering the following questions. What types of retailers would be most appropriate for distributing Sonic's smartphone? What are the advantages and disadvantages of selling through these types of retailers? What role should wholesalers play in Sonic's distribution strategy? Why? What market logistics issues must Sonic consider for the launch of its first smartphone? Summarize your decisions about retailing, wholesaling, and logistics in the marketing plan you have been writing. Chapter 23. Managing a holistic marketing organization for the long run. With the rest of the marketing plan in place, you are ready to make recommendations about how to manage Sonic's marketing activities. Here are some specific questions Jane Melody wants you to consider. How can Sonic drive customer-focused marketing and strategic innovation throughout the organization? What role should social responsibility play in Sonic's marketing? How can Sonic evaluate its marketing? Suggest several specific steps the company should take. To complete your written marketing plan, enter your answers to these questions. Finally, Draft the executive summary of the plan's highlights. Glossary. A. Activity-based costing. ABC. Accounting procedures that can quantify the true profitability of different activities by identifying their actual costs. Adoption, an individual's decision to become a regular user of a product. Advertising, any paid form of non-personal presentation and promotion of ideas, goods, or services by an identified sponsor. Advertising objective, a specific communications task and achievement level to be accomplished with a specific audience in a specific period of time. Anchoring and adjustment, heuristic, when consumers arrive at an initial judgment and then make adjustments of their first impressions based on additional information. Arbitration, to resolve a conflict, when two parties agree to present their arguments to one or more arbitrators and accept their decision. Arm's length price, the price charged by other competitors for the same or a similar product. Aspirational groups, groups a person hopes or would like to join. Associative network memory model, a conceptual representation that views memory as consisting of a set of nodes and interconnecting links, where nodes represent stored information or concepts and links represent the strength of association between this information or concepts. Attitude, a person's enduring favorable or unfavorable evaluation, emotional feeling, and action tendencies towards some object or idea. Augmented product, a product that includes features that go beyond consumer expectations and differentiate the product from competitors. Available market, the set of consumers who have interest, income, and access to a particular offer. Availability, heuristic, when consumers base their predictions on the quickness and ease with which a particular example of an outcome comes to mind. Average cost, the cost per unit at a given level of production. It is equal to total costs divided by production. B. Backward invention, reintroducing earlier product forms that can be well adapted to a foreign country's needs. Banner ads, internet, small, rectangular boxes containing text and perhaps a picture to support a brand. Basic product, what specifically the actual product is. Belief, a descriptive thought that a person holds about something. Brand, a name, term, sign, symbol, or design, or a combination of them, intended to identify the goods or services of one seller or group of sellers and to differentiate them from those of competitors. Brand architecture, see branding strategy. Brand asset management team, BAMT, key representatives from functions that affect the brand's performance. Brand associations, all brand-related thoughts, feelings, perceptions, images, experiences, beliefs, attitudes, and so on, that become linked to the brand node. Brand audit, a consumer-focused exercise that involves a series of procedures to assess the health of the brand, uncover its sources of brand equity, and suggest ways to improve and leverage its equity. Brand community, a specialized community of consumers and employees whose identification and activities focus around the brand. Brand contact, any information bearing experience a customer or prospect has with the brand, the product category, or the market that relates to the marketer's product or service. Brand Development Index, BDI, the index of brand sales to category sales. Brand dilution, when consumers no longer associate a brand with a specific product or highly similar products or start thinking less favorable about the brand. Brand elements, those trademarkable devices that serve to identify and differentiate the brand, such as a brand name, logo, or character. Brand equity, the added value endowed to products and services. Brand equity drivers, the three main ways you build brand equity: through choice of brand elements, marketing programs and activities, and leveraging secondary associations. Brand extension, a company's use of an established brand to introduce a new product. Brand knowledge, all the thoughts, feelings, images, experiences, beliefs, and so on, that become associated with the brand. Brand line, all products, original as well as line and category extensions, sold under a particular brand name. Brand mix, the set of all brand lines that a particular seller makes available to buyers. Brand personality, the specific mix of human traits that may be attributed to a particular brand. Brand portfolio, the set of all brands and brand lines a particular firm offers for sale to buyers in a particular category. Brand promise: the marketer's vision of what the brand must be and do for consumers. Brand tracking studies quantitative data collected from consumers over time to provide consistent, baseline information about how brands and marketing program are performing. Brand valuation: an estimate of the total financial value of the brand. Brand value chain: a structured approach to assessing the sources and outcomes of brand equity and the manner in which marketing activities create brand value. Branded variants: specific brand lines uniquely supplied to different retailers or distribution channels. Branding: endowing products and services with the power of a brand. Branding strategy: the number and nature of common and distinctive brand elements applied to the different products sold by the firm. Brick and click: existing companies that have added an online site for information and/or e-commerce. Business database: complete information about business customers' past purchases, past volumes, prices, and profits. Business market: all the organizations that acquire goods and services used in the production of other products or services that are sold, rented, or supplied to others. C. Capital items: long-lasting goods that facilitate developing or managing the finished product. Captive products: products that are necessary to the use of other products, such as razor blades or film. Category extension: using the parent brand to brand a new product outside the product category currently served by the parent brand. Category membership: the products or sets of products with which a brand competes and that function as close substitutes. Cause-related marketing: marketing that links a firm's contributions to a designated cause to customers engaging directly or indirectly in revenue-producing transactions with the firm. Channel conflict: when one channel member's actions prevent the channel from achieving its goal. Channel coordination: when channel members are brought together to advance the goals of the channel as opposed to their own potentially incompatible goals. Channel power: the ability to alter channel members' behaviors so that they take actions they would not have taken otherwise. Club membership programs: programs open to everyone who purchases a product or service or limited to an affinity group of those willing to pay a small fee. Co-branding, also dual branding or brand bundling: two or more well-known brands are combined into a joint product or marketed together in some fashion. Cohorts: groups of individuals born during the same time period who travel through life together. Communication adaptation: changing marketing communications programs for each local market. Communication effect research: determining whether an ad is communicating effectively. Communities of practice often housed on internal websites, when employees from different departments are encouraged to share knowledge and skills with others. Company demand: the company's estimated share of market demand at alternative levels of company marketing effort in a given time period. Company sales forecast: the expected level of company sales based on a chosen marketing plan and an assumed marketing environment. Company sales potential: the sales limit approached by company demand as company marketing effort increases relative to that of competitors. Competitive advantage: a company's ability to perform in one or more ways that competitors cannot or will not match. Competitive frame of reference: closely linked to target market decisions, defines which other brands a brand competes with and which should thus be the focus of competitive analysis. Decisions about the competitive frame of reference are closely linked to target market decisions. Company sales potential: the sales limit approached by company demand as company marketing effort increases relative to that of competitors. Conformance quality: the degree to which all the produced units are identical and meet the promised specifications. Conjoint analysis: the method for deriving the utility values that consumers attach to varying levels of a product's attributes. Conjunctive heuristic: the consumer sets a minimum acceptable cutoff level for each attribute and chooses the first alternative that meets the minimum standard for all attributes. Consumer adoption process: the mental steps through which an individual passes from first hearing about an innovation to final adoption. Consumer behavior: the study of how individuals, groups, and organizations elect, buy, use, and dispose of goods, services, ideas, or experiences to satisfy their needs and wants. Consumer involvement: the level of engagement and active processing undertaken by the consumer in responding to a marketing stimulus. Consumerist movement, an organized movement of citizens and government to strengthen the rights and powers of buyers in relation to sellers. Containerization, putting the goods in boxes or trailers that are easy to transfer between two transportation modes. Contractual sales force, manufacturers' reps, sales agents, and brokers who are paid a commission based on sales. Convenience goods, goods the consumer purchases frequently, immediately, and with the minimum of effort. Conventional marketing channel, an independent producer, wholesaler, S, and retailer, S. Co-optation, an effort by one organization to win the support of the leaders of another by including them in advisory councils, boards of directors, and the like. Core benefit, the service or benefit the customer is really buying. Core competency, attribute that 1. Is a source of competitive advantage in that it makes a significant contribution to perceived customer benefits, 2. Has applications in a wide variety of markets, and 3. Is difficult for competitors to imitate. Core values, the belief systems that underlie consumer attitudes and behavior and that determine people's choices and desires over the long term. Corporate culture, the shared experiences, stories, beliefs, and norms that characterize an organization. Corporate retailing, corporately owned retailing outlets that achieve economies of scale, greater purchasing power, wider brand recognition, and better trained employees. Counter trade, offering other items in payment for purchases. Critical path scheduling, CPS, network planning techniques to coordinate the many tasks in launching a new product. Crowdfunding, individuals or startups fund their projects by using social media and other means to generate interest and contributions from the general public. Crowdsourcing, paid or unpaid outsiders who can offer needed expertise or a different perspective on a task or project, such as with new product development. Cues, stimuli that determine when, where, and how a person responds. Culture, the fundamental determinant of a person's wants and behavior. Customer-based brand equity, the differential effect that brand knowledge has on a consumer response to the marketing of that brand. Customer churn, high customer defection. Customer consulting, data, information systems, and advice services that the seller offers to buyers. Customer database, an organized collection of comprehensive information about individual customers or prospects that is current, accessible, and actionable for marketing purposes. Customer equity, the sum of lifetime values of all customers. Customer lifetime value, CLV, the net present value of the stream of future profits expected over the customer's lifetime purchases. Customer mailing list, a set of names, addresses, and telephone numbers. Customer management organization deals with individual customers rather than the mass market or even market segments. Customer perceived value, CPV, the difference between the prospective customer's evaluation of all the benefits and all the costs of an offering and the perceived alternatives. Customer performance scorecard, how well the company is doing year after year on particular customer-based measures. Customer profitability analysis, CPA, a means of assessing and ranking customer profitability through accounting techniques such as activity-based costing, ABC. Customer relationship management, CRM, the process of carefully managing detailed information about individual customers and all customer touch points to maximize loyalty. Customer training, training the customer's employees to use the vendor's equipment properly and efficiently. Customer value analysis, report of the company's strengths and weaknesses relative to various competitors. Customer value hierarchy, 5 product levels that must be addressed by marketers in planning a market offering. Core benefit, basic product, expected product, augmented product, and potential product. Customer value management, CVM, the analysis of individual data on prospects and customers to develop marketing strategies to acquire and retain customers and drive customer behavior. The data mining, the extracting of useful information about individuals, trends, and segments from the mass of data. Data warehouse, a collection of current data captured, organized, and stored in a company's contact center. Database marketing, the process of building, maintaining, and using customer databases and other databases for the purpose of contacting, transacting, and building customer relationships. Deep metaphors, basic frames or orientations that consumers have toward the world around them. Delivery, how well the product or service is delivered to the customer. Demand chain planning, the process of designing the supply chain based on adopting a target market perspective and working backward. Demand side method, identifying the effect sponsorship has on consumers' brand knowledge. Design, the totality of features that affect how a product looks, feels, and functions to a consumer. Destination categories, product categories that have the greatest impact on where households choose to shop and how they view a particular retailer. Diplomacy, when each side sends a person or group to meet with its counterpart to resolve a conflict. Direct company sales, forceful or part-time paid employees who work exclusively for the company. Direct marketing, the use of consumer direct (CD) channels to reach and deliver goods and services to customers without using marketing middlemen. Direct order marketing, marketing in which direct marketers seek a measurable response, typically a customer order. Direct product profitability, DDP, a way of measuring a product's handling costs from the time it reaches the warehouse until a customer buys it in the retail store. Discrimination, the process of recognizing differences in sets of similar stimuli and adjusting responses accordingly. Display ads, small, rectangular boxes containing text and perhaps a picture to support a brand online. Dissociative groups, those groups whose values or behavior an individual rejects. Distribution programming, building a planned, professionally managed, vertical marketing system that meets the needs of both manufacturer and distributors. Drive, a strong internal stimulus impelling action. Dual adaptation, adapting both the product and the communications to the local market. Dumping, situation in which a company charges either less than its costs or less than it charges in its home market in order to enter or win a market. Durability, a measure of a product's expected operating life under natural or stressful conditions. Durable goods, tangible goods that normally survive many uses by consumers, require more personal selling and service, command a higher margin, and require more seller guarantees. E-commerce, a company or site offers to transact or facilitate the selling of products and services. Online. Elimination by aspects, heuristic, situation in which the consumer compares brands on an attribute selected probabilistically and brands are eliminated if they do not meet minimum acceptable cutoff levels. Environmental threat, a challenge posed by an unfavorable trend or development that would lead to lower sales or profit. Ethnographic research, a particular observational research approach that uses concepts and tools from anthropology and other social science disciplines to provide deep cultural understanding of how people live and work. Everyday low pricing, EDLP, in retailing, a constant low price with few or no price promotions and special sales. Exclusive distribution, severely limiting the number of intermediaries in order to maintain control over the service level and outputs offered by resellers. Expectancy value model, consumers evaluate products and services by combining their brand beliefs, positive and negative, according to their weighted importance. Expected product, a set of attributes and conditions buyers normally expect when they purchase this product. Experience curve, learning curve, a decline in the average cost with accumulated production experience. Experimental research, the most scientifically valid research designed to capture cause and effect relationships by eliminating competing explanations of the observed findings. Fad, a craze that is unpredictable, short-lived, and without social, economic, and political significance. Family brand, situation in which the parent brand is already associated with multiple products through brand extensions. Family of orientation, parents and siblings. Family of procreation, spouse and children. Features, things that enhance the basic function of a product. Fixed costs, overhead, costs that do not vary with production or sales revenue. Flexible market offering. 1. A naked solution containing the product and service elements that all segment members value, and 2. Discretionary options that some segment members value. Focus group, a gathering of 6 to 10 people who are carefully selected based on certain demographic, psychographic, or other considerations and brought together to discuss various topics of interest. Forecasting, the art of anticipating what buyers are likely to do under a given set of conditions. Form, the size, shape, or physical structure of a product. Forward invention, creating a new product to meet a need in another country. Frequency programs, FPs, designed to provide rewards to customers who buy frequently and in substantial amounts. Generics, unbranded, plainly packaged, less expensive versions of common products such as spaghetti, paper towels, and canned peaches. Global firm, a firm that operates in more than one country and captures R&D, production, logistical, marketing, and financial advantages in its costs and reputation that are not available to purely domestic competitors. Global industry, an industry in which the strategic positions of competitors in major geographic or national markets are fundamentally affected by their overall global positions. Goal formulation, the process of developing specific goals for the planning period. Going rate pricing, price based largely on competitors' prices. Grey market, branded products diverted from normal or authorized distribution channels in the country of product origin or across international borders. Hedonic bias, when people have a general tendency to attribute success to themselves and failure to external causes. Heuristics, rules of thumb or mental shortcuts in the decision process. High-low pricing, charging higher prices on an everyday basis but then running frequent promotions and special sales. Holistic marketing, a concept based on the development, design, and implementation of marketing programs, processes, and activities that recognizes their breadth and interdependencies. Horizontal marketing system, two or more unrelated companies put together resources or programs to exploit an emerging market opportunity. Hub and spoke system, product management organization where brand or product manager is figuratively at the center, with spokes leading to various departments representing working relationships. Industry, a group of firms that offer a product or class of products that are close substitutes for one another. Informational appeal elaborates on product or service attributes or benefits. Ingredient branding, a special case of co-branding that involves creating brand equity for materials, components, or parts that are necessarily contained within other branded products. Innovation, any good, service, or idea that is perceived by someone as new. Innovation, diffusion process, the spread of a new idea from its source of invention or creation to its ultimate users or adopters. Installation, the work done to make a product operational in its planned location. Institutional market, schools, hospitals, nursing homes, prisons, and other institutions that must provide goods and services to people in their care. Integrated logistics systems, ILS, materials management, material flow systems, and physical distribution, abetted by information technology, IT. Integrated marketing, mixing and matching marketing activities to maximize their individual and collective efforts. Integrated marketing channel system, the strategies and tactics of selling through one channel reflect the strategies and tactics of selling through one or more other channels. Integrated marketing communications, IMC, a concept of marketing communications. Planning that recognizes the added value of a comprehensive plan. Intensive distribution, the manufacturer placing the goods or services in as many outlets as possible. Internal branding activities and processes that help to inform and inspire employees. Internal marketing, an element of holistic marketing, the task of hiring, training, and motivating employees who want to serve customers well. Interstitials, advertisements, often with video or animation, that pop up between changes on a website. Jobbers, small-scale wholesalers who sell to small retailers. Joint venture, a company in which multiple investors share ownership and control. Lean manufacturing, producing goods with minimal waste of time, materials, and money. Learning changes in an individual's behavior arising from experience. Lexicographic heuristic, a consumer choosing the best brand on the basis of its perceived most important attribute. A licensed product, one whose brand name has been licensed to other manufacturers who actually make the product. Life cycle cost, the product's purchase cost plus the discounted cost of maintenance and repair less the discounted salvage value. Life stage, a person's major concern, such as going through a divorce, going into a second marriage, taking care of an older parent, deciding to cohabit with another person, deciding to buy a new home, and so on. Lifestyle: a person's pattern of living in the world as expressed in activities, interests, and opinions. Line extension: the parent brand is used to brand a new product that targets a new market segment within a product category currently served by the parent brand. Line stretching: a company lengthens its product line beyond its current range. Long-term memory, LTM, a permanent repository of information. Loyalty: a commitment to rebuy or repatronize a preferred product or service. Maintenance and repair: the service program for helping customers keep purchased products in good working order. Market: various groups of customers. Market build method: identifying all the potential buyers in each market and estimating their potential purchases. Market-centered organizations: companies that are organized along market lines. Market demand: the total volume of a product that would be bought by a defined customer group in a defined geographical area in a defined time period in a defined marketing environment under a defined marketing program. Market forecast: the market demand corresponding to a level of industry marketing expenditure. Market logistics: planning the infrastructure to meet demand, then implementing and controlling the physical flows or materials and final goods from points of origin to points of use to meet customer requirements at a profit. Market management organization: a market manager supervising several market development managers, market specialists, or industry specialists and drawing on functional services as needed. Market penetration index: a comparison of the current level of market demand to the potential demand level. Market penetration pricing strategy, where prices start low to drive higher sales volume from price-sensitive customers and produce productivity gains. Market potential: the limit approached by market demand as industry marketing expenditures approach infinity for a given marketing environment. Market share: a higher level of selective demand for a product. Market skimming pricing strategy, where prices start high and are slowly lowered over time to maximize profits from less price-sensitive customers. Marketer: someone who seeks a response, attention, a purchase, a vote, a donation, from another party, called the prospect. Marketing: the activity, set of institutions, and processes for creating, communicating, delivering, and exchanging offerings that have value for customers, clients, partners, and society at large. Marketing audit: a comprehensive, systematic, independent, and periodic examination of a company's or business unit's marketing environment, objectives, strategies, and activities. Marketing channel system: the particular set of marketing channels employed by a firm. Marketing channels: sets of interdependent organizations involved in the process of making a product or service available for use or consumption. Marketing communications: the means by which firms attempt to inform, persuade, and remind consumers, directly or indirectly, about products and brands that they sell. Marketing communications mix advertising, sales promotion, events and experiences, public relations and publicity, direct marketing, and personal selling. Marketing concept holds that the key to achieving organizational goals is being more effective than competitors in creating, delivering, and communicating superior customer value to target markets. Marketing dashboards: a structured way to disseminate the insights gleaned from marketing metrics and marketing mix modeling. Marketing decision support system, MDSS, a coordinated collection of data, systems, tools, and techniques with supporting software and hardware by which an organization gathers and interprets relevant information from business and the environment and turns it into a basis for marketing action. Marketing funnel identifies the percentage of the potential target market at each stage in the decision process, from merely aware to highly loyal. Marketing implementation: the process that turns marketing plans into action assignments and ensures that such assignments are executed in a manner that accomplishes the plan's stated objectives. Marketing information system, MIS: people, equipment, and procedures to gather, sort, analyze, evaluate, and distribute information to marketing decision makers. Marketing insights, diagnostic information about how and why certain effects are observed in the marketplace and what that means to marketers. Marketing intelligence system, a set of procedures and sources managers use to obtain everyday information about developments in the marketing environment. Marketing management, the art and science of choosing target markets and getting, keeping, and growing customers through creating, delivering, and communicating superior customer value. Marketing metrics, the set of measures that helps firms to quantify, compare, and interpret their marketing performance. Marketing network, the company and its supporting stakeholders, with whom it has built mutually profitable business relationships. Marketing opportunity, an area of buyer need and interest in which there is a high probability that a company can profitably satisfy that need. Market opportunity analysis, MOA, system used to determine the attractiveness and probability of success. Market partitioning, the process of investigating the hierarchy of attributes consumers examine in choosing a brand if they use phased decision strategies. Marketing plan, written document that summarizes what the marketer has learned about the marketplace, indicates how the firm plans to reach its marketing objectives, and helps direct and coordinate the marketing effort. Marketing public relations, MPR, publicity and other activities that build corporate or product image to facilitate marketing goals. Markup, pricing an item by adding a standard increase to the product's cost. Mass customization, the ability of a company to meet each customer's requirements. Master brand situation, in which the parent brand is already associated with multiple products through brand extensions. Materials and parts, goods that enter the manufacturer's product completely. Media selection, finding the most cost-effective media to deliver the desired number and type of exposures to the target audience. Mediation, when a neutral third party skilled in conciliating two parties' interests is brought in to resolve a dispute. Megatrend, a large social, economic, political, or technological change that is slow to form and, once in place, has an influence for 7 to 10 years or longer. Membership groups having a direct influence on a person. Memory encoding, how and where information gets into memory. Memory retrieval, how and from where information gets out of memory. Mental accounting, the manner by which consumers code, categorize, and evaluate financial outcomes of choices. Microslice analysis, examination of specific products and territories that fail to produce expected sales. Microsite, a limited area on the web managed and paid for by an external advertiser company. Mission statement, a statement that an organization develops to share with managers, employees, and, in many cases, customers. Mixed bundling, the seller offers goods both individually and in bundles. Mobile apps, bite-sized software programs that can be downloaded to smartphones. Motive, a need aroused to a sufficient level of intensity to drive us to act. Multi-channel marketing, a single firm uses 2 or more marketing channels to reach 1 or more customer segments. Multitasking, doing 2 or more things at the same time. Net price analysis that encompasses company list price, average discount, promotional spending, and co-op advertising to arrive at net price. Neuromarketing, brain research on the effect of marketing stimuli. Non-compensatory models in consumer choice, when consumers do not simultaneously consider all positive and negative attribute considerations in making a decision. Non-durable goods, tangible goods purchased frequently and normally consumed in one or a few uses. Or omnichannel marketing, when multiple channels work seamlessly together and match each target customer's preferred ways of doing business, regardless of whether customers are online, in the store, or on the phone. Opinion leader, the person in informal, product-related communications who offers advice or information about a specific product or product category. Ordering ease, how easy it is for the customer to place an order with the company. Organization, a company's structures, policies, and corporate culture. Organizational buying, the decision-making process by which formal organizations establish the need for purchased products and services and identify, evaluate, and choose among alternative brands and suppliers. Overall market share, the company's sales expressed as a percentage of total market sales. P. Packaging all the activities of designing and producing the container for a product. Paid search marketers bid on search terms. When a consumer searches for those words using Google, Yahoo, or Bing, the marketer's ad will appear on the results page, and advertisers pay only if people click on links. Parent brand, existing brand that gives birth to a brand extension. Partner relationship management, PRM, activities the firm undertakes to build mutually satisfying long-term relations with key partners such as suppliers, distributors, ad agencies, and marketing research suppliers. Pay-per-click ads, see paid search. Penetrated market, the set of consumers who are buying a company's product. Perceived value, the value promised by the company's value proposition and perceived by the customer. Perception, the process by which an individual selects, organizes, and interprets information inputs to create a meaningful picture of the world. Performance, quality, the level at which the product's prime characteristics operate. Personal communications, channels, two or more persons communicating directly face to face, person to audience, over the telephone, or through email. Personal influence, the effect one person has on another's attitude or purchase probability. Personality, a set of distinguishing human psychological traits that lead to relatively consistent responses to environmental stimuli. Place, advertising, also out-of-home advertising, ads that appear outside of home and where consumers work and play. Point of purchase, POP, the location where a purchase is made, typically thought of in terms of a retail setting. Points of difference, PODs, attributes or benefits that consumers strongly associate with the brand, positively evaluate, and believe they could not find to the same extent with a competitive brand. Points of parity, POPs, attribute or benefit associations that are not necessarily unique to the brand but may in fact be shared with other brands. Positioning, the act of designing a company's offering and image to occupy a distinctive place in the minds of the target market. Potential market, the set of consumers who profess a sufficient level of interest in a market offer. Potential product, the possible augmentations and transformations the product or offering might undergo in the future. Price discrimination, a company sells a product or service at two or more prices that do not reflect a proportional difference in costs. Price escalation, an increase in the price of a product due to added costs of selling it in different countries. Primary groups, groups with which a person interacts continuously and informally, such as family, friends, neighbors, and co-workers. Principle of congruency, psychological mechanism that states that consumers like to see seemingly related objects as being as similar as possible in their favorability. Private label, brand that retailers and wholesalers develop and market. Product, anything that can be offered to a market to satisfy a want or need, including physical goods, services, experiences, events, person, places, properties, organizations, information, and ideas. Product adaptation, altering the product to meet local conditions or preferences. Product assortment, the set of all products and items a particular seller offers for sale. Product concept proposes that consumers favor products offering the most quality, performance, or innovative features. Product invention, creating something new via product development or other means. Product map, competitors' items that are competing against company X's items. Product mix, see product assortment. Product mix pricing, firm searches for a set of prices that maximizes profits on the total mix. Product penetration percentage, the percentage of ownership or use of a product or service in a population. Product system, a group of diverse but related items that function in a compatible manner. Production concept holds that consumers prefer products that are widely available and inexpensive. Profitable customer, a person, household, or company that over time yields a revenue stream that exceeds by an acceptable amount the company's cost stream of attracting, selling, and servicing that customer. Prospect, a purchase, a vote, or a donation by a prospective client. Prospect theory, when consumers frame decision alternatives in terms of gains and losses according to a value function. Psychographics, the science of using psychology and demographics to better understand consumers. Public, any group that has an actual or potential interest in or impact on a company's ability to achieve its objectives. Public relations, PR, a variety of programs designed to promote or protect a company's image or its individual products. Publicity, the task of securing editorial space, as opposed to paid space, in print and broadcast media to promote something. Pull strategy, when the manufacturer uses advertising and promotion to persuade consumers to ask intermediaries for the product, thus inducing the intermediaries to order it. Purchase probability scale, a scale to measure the probability of a buyer making a particular purchase. Pure bundling, a firm only offers its products as a bundle. Pure click, companies that have launched a website without any previous existence as a firm. Push strategy, when the manufacturer uses its sales force and trade promotion money to induce intermediaries to carry, promote, and sell the product to end users. Q quality, the totality of features and characteristics of a product or service that bear on its ability to satisfy stated or implied needs. Questionnaire, a set of questions presented to respondents. R. Reference groups, all the groups that have a direct or indirect influence on a person's attitudes or behavior. Reference prices, pricing information a consumer retains in memory that is used to interpret and evaluate a new price. Relative market share in relation to a company's largest competitor. Reliability, a measure of the probability that a product will not malfunction or fail within a specified time period. Repairability, a measure of the ease of fixing a product when it malfunctions or fails. Representativeness, heuristic, when consumers base their predictions on how representative or similar an outcome is to other examples. Retailer, or retail store, any business enterprise whose sales volume comes primarily from retailing. Retailing, all the activities in selling goods or services directly to final consumers for personal, non-business use. Risk analysis, a method by which possible rates of returns and their probabilities are calculated. By obtaining estimates for uncertain variables affecting profitability. Role, the activities a person is expected to perform. Sales analysis, measuring and evaluating actual sales in relation to goals. Sales budget, a conservative estimate of the expected volume of sales, used for making current purchasing, production, and cash flow decisions. Sales promotion, a collection of incentive tools, mostly short-term, designed to stimulate quicker or greater purchase of particular products or services by consumers or the trade. Sales quota, the sales goal set for a product line, company division, or sales representative. Sales variance analysis, a measure of the relative contribution of different factors to a gap in sales performance. Satisfaction, a person's feelings of pleasure or disappointment resulting from comparing a product's perceived performance or outcome in relation to his or her expectations. Scenario analysis, developing plausible representations of a firm's possible future that make different assumptions about forces driving the market and include different uncertainties. Secondary groups, groups that tend to be more formal and require less interaction than primary groups, such as religious, professional, and trade union groups. Selective attention, the mental process of screening out certain stimuli while noticing others. Selective distortion, the tendency to interpret product information in a way that fits consumer perceptions. Selective distribution, the use of more than a few but less than all of the intermediaries who are willing to carry a particular product. Selective retention, good points about a product that consumers like are remembered and good points about competing products are forgotten. Selling concept holds that consumers and businesses, if left alone, won't buy enough of the organization's products. Served market, all the buyers who are able and willing to buy a company's product. Served market share, a company's sales expressed as a percentage of the total sales to its served market. Service, any act or performance that one party can offer to another that is essentially intangible and does not result in the ownership of anything. Share penetration index, a comparison of a company's current market share to its potential market share. Sharing economy, when consumers share bikes, cars, clothes, couches, apartment, tools, and skills and extract more value from what they already own. Shopper marketing: the way manufacturers and retailers use stocking, displays, and promotions to affect consumers actively shopping for a product. Shopping goods that the consumer, in the process of selection and purchase, characteristically compares on such basis as suitability, quality, price, and style. Short-term memory, STM, a temporary repository of information. Showrooming: when consumers physically examine a product and collect information in a store, but make their actual purchase from the retailer later online, or from a different retailer. Altogether, typically to secure a lower price. Skunkworks: informal workplaces, sometimes garages, where intrapreneurial teams work to develop new products. Social classes: homogeneous and enduring divisions in a society, which are hierarchically ordered and whose members share similar values, interests, and behavior. Social marketing: marketing done by a non-profit or government organization to further a cause, such as, say no to drugs. Social media: a means for consumers to share text, images, audio, and video information with each other and with companies and vice versa. Specialty goods: goods with unique characteristics or brand identification for which enough buyers are willing to make a special purchasing effort. Stakeholder performance scorecard: a measure to track the satisfaction of various constituencies who have a critical interest in and impact on the company's performance. Status: one's position within his or her own hierarchy or culture. Straight extension: introducing a product in a foreign market without any change in the product. Strategic business units, SBUs, a single business or collection of related businesses that can be planned separately from the rest of the company, with its own set of competitors and a manager who is responsible for strategic planning and profit performance. Strategic group: firms pursuing the same strategy directed to the same target market. Strategic marketing plan: laying out the target markets and the value proposition that will be offered, based on analysis of the best market opportunities. Strategy: a company's game plan for achieving its goals. Style: a product's look and feel to the buyer. Sub-brand: a new brand combined with an existing brand. Subcultures: groups with shared values, beliefs, preferences, and behaviors emerging from their special life experiences or circumstances, such as with nationalities, religions, racial groups, and geographical regions. Subliminal perception: receiving and processing subconscious messages that affect behavior. Supersegment: a set of segments sharing some exploitable similarity. Supplies and business services: short-term goods and services that facilitate developing or managing the finished product. Supply chain management, SCM, procuring the right inputs, raw materials, components, and capital equipment, converting them efficiently into finished products, and dispatching them to the final destinations. Supply-side methods: approximating the amount of time or space devoted to media coverage of an event, for example, the number of seconds the brand is clearly visible on a television screen or the column inches of press clippings that mention it. Tactical marketing plan: marketing tactics, including product features, promotion, merchandising, pricing, sales channels, and service. Target costing: deducting the desired profit margin from the price at which a product will sell, given its appeal and competitors' prices. Target market: the part of the qualified available market the company decides to pursue. Target return pricing: determining the price that would yield the firm's target rate of return on investment, ROI. Telemarketing: the use of telephone and call centers to attract prospects, sell to existing customers, and provide service by taking orders and answering questions. Total costs: the sum of the fixed and variable costs for any given level of production. Total customer benefit: the perceived monetary value of the bundle of economic, functional, and psychological benefits customers expect from a given market offering because of the product, service, people, and image. Total customer cost: the bundle of costs customers expect to incur in evaluating, obtaining, using, and disposing of the given market offering, including monetary, time, energy, and psychic costs. Total market potential: the maximum sales available to all firms in an industry during a given period. under a given level of industry marketing effort and environmental conditions. Transfer price: the price the company charges another unit in the company for goods ships to foreign subsidiaries. Transformational appeal: elaborates on a non-product related benefit or image. Trend: a direction or sequence of events that some momentum and durability. Two-part pricing: a fixed fee plus a variable usage fee. Tying agreements: agreement in which producers of straws sell their products to dealers only if dealers purchase related products or services, such as other products in the brand line. Unsought goods: those the consumer does not know about or does not normally think of buying, like smoke detectors. Value chain: a tool for identifying ways to create more customer value. Value delivery network: supply chain, a company's supply chain and how it partners with specific suppliers and distributors to make products and bring them to markets. Value delivery system: all the expectancies the customer will have on the way to obtaining and using the offering. Value network: a system of partnerships and alliances that a firm creates to source, augment, and deliver its offerings. Value pricing: winning loyal customers by charging a fairly low price for a high-quality offering. Value proposition: the whole cluster of benefits the company promises to deliver customers. Variable costs: costs that vary directly with the level of production. Venture team: a cross-functional group charged with developing a specific product or business. Vertical marketing system: VMS, producer, wholesaler, S, and retailer, S, acting as a unified system. Viral marketing: using the internet to create word-of-mouth effects to support marketing efforts and goals. Warranties: formal statements of expected product performance by the manufacturer. Wholesaling: all the activities in selling goods or services to those who buy for resale or business use. Yield pricing: situation in which companies offer 1. discounted but limited early purchases, 2. higher priced late purchases, and 3. the lowest rates on unsold inventory just before it expires. Zero-level channel: direct marketing channel, a manufacturer selling directly to the final customer. About Pearson. Pearson is the world's learning company, with presence across 70 countries worldwide. Our unique insights and world-class expertise comes from a long history of working closely with renowned teachers, authors and thought leaders, as a result of which, we have emerged as the preferred choice for millions of teachers and learners across the world. We believe learning opens up opportunities, creates fulfilling careers and hence better lives. We hence collaborate with the best of minds to deliver you club-leading products, spread across the higher education and K-12 spectrum. Superior learning experience and improved outcomes are at the heart of everything we do. This product is the result of one such effort. Your feedback plays a critical role in the evolution of our products and you can contact us. Reach us at pearson.com. Reach us at pearson.com. We look forward to it. Marketing management, Indian cases. Marketing management, Indian cases. About the contributors. Prachi Gupta serves as the head of Department of Marketing at the ITM Business School, Khaga, Navi Mumbai. She has more than 16 years of work experience in academics and corporate. She is a brand enthusiast and involves herself in continuous development and sharing of knowledge in this field by engaging in research, live projects, lectures and workshops. Continuous development of innovative teaching pedagogies which are relevant, contemporary and engaging, make her unique and highly successful as a faculty. She is leading various initiatives in her current role, have led to strong brand building of the organization. She is currently pursuing her PhD in the stream of branding. Contributed, Case 2, Case 3, Case 6, and Case 12. Dr. Ashita Agarwal serves as an associate professor and head of the Department of Marketing at SPGIM, Mumbai. She has more than 17 years of corporate and academic experience. Her research interests focus on the study of consumer brand relationships. She is an organizational consultant in various sectors including retail, education, hospitality, consumer products and automobiles. She has specialized knowledge on branding, consumer behavior and marketing communications. Contributed, Case 9, Case 10, and Case 11. Dr. Hufrish Madra serves as an assistant professor of marketing at the School of Business Management, Nursi Monji Institute of Management Studies, NMIMS, Mumbai, India, where she received her Doctor of Science degree in management. She teaches marketing management, market planning, integrated marketing communication and international marketing at the postgraduate and executive MBA level. She has received widespread recognition, publications in the area of customer experience and technology adoption in services. She has 17 years of corporate and academic work experience. Contributed, Case 13. Isaac Jacob is Professor and Area Chairperson Marketing and International Business at KJ Somaiya Institute of Management Studies, Research, SIMS, Mumbai. Additionally, he heads the PGDM Communications, Integrated Marketing Communications, PGDM International Business and PGDM Executive Programs. He began his career with MA in Economics from Mumbai University. He earned an MBA from Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies, JBIMS, University of Mumbai. In his industry career spanning over 30 years, Professor Jacob has held posts from a salesperson to a CEO ranging across responsibilities in sales, brand management, marketing and general management. He has worked on brands such as Barbie dolls, Hot Heels, Mercedes Benz, Tata Safari, Exit Force, winner of India's first Cannes Gold Medal in print advertising, 1995, Parachute Coconut Oil, Hindustan Unilever's Niha Coconut Oil, Puma Shoes, Smirnoff, Lux, Citibank, Tata Mutual Fund, Strepsils, Bonol, Tata Housing etc. A passionate teacher, Professor Jacob has over 27 years of management teaching experience at the postgraduate level. He is a visiting faculty in marketing at JBIMS and has also taken marketing courses at IIT SOM, Mumbai, IIM Trichy and SIMS where he is full-time faculty in marketing since 2007. He is a visiting faculty at the DHBW University, Stuttgart, Germany on global marketing. His article, Building a Higher Education Brand, has appeared in the Journal of Marketing for Higher Education. He is on the editorial review board of the Journal of Marketing Communications, UK, International Journal of Emerging Markets, Hong Kong, and reviews research papers for the European Marketing Academy, EMAC. He is the co-author of Strategic Brand Management, 4th edition, Pearson Education, with Kevin Lane Keller. Link, Google Scholar Profile https://www.somaiya.edu. Dr. Varsha Jain is an Associate Professor of Integrated Marketing Communications and the Chair, Dissertation, Co-Chair, Research at the MICA, India. Dr. Jain has authored 85 publications in international, national and trade journals, book chapters and case study collections, including the Journal of Product and Brand Management, the Journal of Marketing Communication, LT Marketing Quarterly, IV and the Emerald Emerging Markets Case Studies Collection. She has also won gold medals in the categories of not only Outstanding Management Researcher Award, 2016, Young Outstanding Management Researcher 2013, but also Outstanding Woman Management Researcher 2012, awarded by AIMS, the Association of Indian Management Scholars, International. In her research and teaching career, she was visiting guest and scholar at Goa Zueta Business School EMI University in April 2017, the Medill School, Northwestern University, USA in May 2013 and April 2015, and visiting Professor at the Indian Institute of Management, IIM, Indore in July 2013 and IIM, Trichy in December 2014. Her research specialties lie in mobile and digital marketing, luxury branding, and digital natives. Dr. J's current work entails writing books on Indian consumer behavior in an interactive marketplace and customer relationship management with Professor Don Schultz. Northwestern University, USA, with Professor Jagdish Sheikh, Emory University, USA, Professor G. Shanesh, IIM, Bangalore, India. Contributed, Case 4, Case 5, and Case 8. Dr. Gajalapalli Radhakrishna is a PhD in management. He has 27 years of rich work experience in marketing with a focus on advertising and consumer behavior, and 22 years in teaching and research with 5 years in industry as marketing manager. He served for various nationally and internationally reputed institutions such as BITS, Pilani and TAPI Management Institute as faculty member. Before joining MIMS, Hyderabad in 2013, he rendered his experience as area coordinator in Marketing Strategy Department and associate professor at IBS Hyderabad for 12 years. Contributed, Case 1 and Case 22. Dr. Mrs. Ritu Narang was the former director MBA, Retail Management, and co-OSD Institute of Management Sciences. She is a distinguished academician with more than 2 decades of meritorious teaching experience in the Department of Business Administration, University of Lucknow. She is well known for her contribution in the field of marketing, advertising management, retail management and organizational behavior. She has received D.Lit. degree in business administration focusing on developing and managing rural healthcare systems, and her PhD thesis is based on the Indian rural market. Twice, she has been serving as a senior distinguished fellow at the Hankein School of Economics, Finland, and at the Tianjin Normal University, Republic of China. Contributed, Case 21. Dr. Shanti is the chairperson of the Center for Ethics and Governance at LIBA. She is a gold medalist in economics from the University of Madras with over 7 years of corporate experience as a marketing professional and over 12 years of experience in teaching students at the postgraduate level. She is known for her immaculate organizational skills for several major events held at LIBA. She has specialized knowledge in the areas of marketing analytics, digital marketing, destination branding and impulse buying behavior. Contributed, Case 15, Case 19, and Case 20. Dr. Suresh Paul Antony is a fellow of the Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow. He took up his appointment as an associate professor of IIM, Trichy in April 2012 in the field of marketing. He previously held various academic and administrative positions at the XLRI School of Business and Human Resources, Jamshedpur, Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode, and Tyagaraja School of Management, Madurai, in addition to visiting academic appointments at the Asian Institute of Management, Manila, and the Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow. Besides, he has about 14 years of hands-on customer interface experience in the automotive, financial services, direct selling, and music retailing industries, and across both business and consumer markets. Contributed, Case 16. Professor Dr. Susoban Goswami is a distinguished academician with more than 3 decades of experience in teaching and 3 years in corporate sector. In his academic stint, he has taught in reputed institutes in India like IMT, Ghaziabad, Amity University, Noida. He graduated in economics from Calcutta University, Masters in Marketing from Pondicherry University, and has received PhD from Allahabad. He is well known for his contribution in the field of strategy and marketing. Contributed, Case 23. Case 1. MTR Foods, a marketing marvel. Introduction. MTR Foods is a successful company due to continuous marketing activities by focusing on the customer's requirements and creating products satisfying the customer's needs, wants, and demands. In past, MTR Foods, erstwhile MTR Tiffins, was doing marketing activity in emergency situations by introducing new and different products as MTR masala powders. It shows that the legacy of the MTR company as marketing orientation by catering to needs of customers and providing products matching with their needs. It's a reality that any company or business entity doesn't operate in isolation but driven by environment parameters known as PESTL or SLEPT factors. S social, legal, E economical, P political, T technological. MTR Foods operated in the food industry environment with quality as a product or USP to attract and retain customer. To any company or business unit is successful in strategy when it is able to map its internal resources with external environment and create value for customers in the process revenue to the company. In this context, MTR company has legacy of marketing strategy thinking in the food industry for 7.5 decades. Here is an illustration of the MTR company's ability to identify opportunity from the dynamic external environment, SLEPT, and providing a gamut of successful business reorientations as by evolutions from MTR tiffins MTR Foods by creating products like ready-to-make, RTM, masala ingredients, ready-to-cook, RTC, like upma, idli, dosa, etc. We can say that MTR is a marketing marvel because of its ability to understand the industry environment demand drivers that dominates food industry I.e. food habits and food consumption of consumer, and based on that, was able to create appropriate the marketing mix, to elements -4 P's product, price, place, and promotion. 3. We explore and understand the MTR as a marketing marvel case in the above context. The Indian food industry environment, a snapshot. The Indian food industry growth is increasing every year. Data provided in Annex 3, an opportunity for immense potential for value addition, particularly within the food processing industry. The food sector has emerged as a high growth and high profit sector. The food industry, which is currently valued at $39.71 billion, is expected to grow at a compounded annual growth rate, CAGR, of 11% to $65.4 billion by 2018. Food and grocery account for around 31% of India's consumption basket. Accounting for about 32% of the country's total food market, the government of India has been instrumental in the growth and development of the food processing industry. The government through the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, MoFPI, is making all efforts to encourage investments in the business. It has approved proposals for joint ventures, JV, foreign collaborations, and industrial. The Indian food processing industry accounts for 32% of the country's total food market, one of the largest industries in India, and is ranked 5th in terms of production, consumption, export, and expected growth. It contributes around 14% of manufacturing gross domestic product, GDP, 13% of India's exports and 6% of total industrial investment. Indian food service industry is expected to reach $78 billion by 2018. The Indian gourmet food market is currently valued at $1.3 billion and is growing at a compound annual growth rate, CAGR, of 20%. India's organic food market is expected to increase by 3 times by 2020. 4. Food industry and trends. The online food ordering business in India is in its nascent stage, but witnessing exponential growth. The organized food business in India is worth $48 billion, of which food delivery is valued at $15 billion. With online food delivery players like Foodpanda, Zomato, Tiny Owl, and Swiggy building scale through partnerships, the organized food business has a huge potential and a promising future. The online food delivery industry grew at 150% year-on-year with an estimated gross merchandise value, GMV, of $300 million in 2016. According to the data provided by the Department of Industrial Policies and Promotion, DIP, the food processing sector in India has received around $7.47 billion worth of foreign direct investment, FDI, during the period April 2000–December 2016. The Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, estimates that the food processing sectors have the potential to attract as much as $33 billion of investment over the next 10 years and also to generate employment of 9 million person days. Mr. Tomasz Lukaszczuk, the ambassador of the Republic of Poland, had also highlighted the keen interest shown by Polish companies looking for opportunities in India to expand collaboration and invest food processing. We, and Nexo 1. Government initiatives. Food sector. There are various government initiatives taken to support Indian food industry in recent budgets so that an economic fillip given to this industry. The gamut of operations areas covered are from quality control, regulations to promotional board of investment from FDI, and encouraging entrepreneurs in this industry. This government initiative gives a direction to industry to sustain in long term with particulars quality standards. Refer and Nexo 4 for details. Company evolution. MTR Foods Mavali, Tiffin Rooms with 2 MTR Foods. The Mavali Tiffin Rooms, commonly known as MTR, is the brand name of a food-related enterprise located in India. Having its origin in the city of Bangalore, it has a restaurant located on the Lal Bagh Road in Bangalore and 6 other branches in the city, as well as one each in Singapore, Dubai, and Muscat. MTR also claims to be the inventor of the popular South Indian breakfast item, Rava Idli. MTR was founded as a restaurant by Yagnanayana Meyer and his others in 1924. In the mid-1970s, when India was under emergency, a Food Control Act was introduced which mandated that food was to be sold at very low prices. This move made it difficult for MTR to maintain high standards in its restaurant business and forced it to diversify into the instant food business, selling ready-to-eat snacks such chutneys and rasams. Since the 1970s, MTR has expanded and diversified, with MTR department stores opened next to the restaurant, and an outlet opened in Chennai. Currently the MTR brand represents 2 separate entities, the MTR restaurant business and MTR Foods, the prepackaged food business. MTR Restaurant is a vegetarian restaurant located in Bangalore, India. It was founded in 1924. It has also been featured on television in the global travel-related series, Globe Trekker. The food served at the MTR is a regular, wholesome Karnataka Brahman fare and has its origins in the Udupi Brahman cuisine of the coastal region of Karnataka. The decor is outdated, as more attention is paid to cleanliness and food quality than ambience. For many years, the customers entered the restaurant through the kitchen so that they would be able to satisfy themselves about the restaurant's cleanliness before they ate there. During World War II, MTR found it difficult to make idlis since rice was in short supply. According to MTR, they experimented with semolina instead of rice and thus invented the very popular breakfast item of Rava Idli. MTR also holds a record of being the first fast food restaurant in the world to serve 21,000 customers in 7 hours. MTR restaurant is currently headed by Hema Malini Meyer, Vikram Meyer, and Arvind Meyer, grandchildren of Yajnanayana Meyer. One uniqueness of this restaurant is that silver tumblers are used to serve beverages. This restaurant was closed in the period of Indian emergency, mid-1970s, when the Food Control Act made it non-profitable to serve food items until it was reopened in 1984. To save the jobs during the time it was closed, MTR started selling spices and roasted flour mixes. That was the beginning of its entry into the convenience and instant food business, and in a sense, a turning point. MTR Foods was headed by Sadanand Meyer, son of Yajnanayana Meyer, until it was sold to Orkla, a Norwegian company for $80 million in March 2007. It produces packaged foods in different ranges: spices, instant mixes, ready-to-eat foods, vermicelli, ready-to-cook gravies, range of frozen products, papads, pickles, chips, snacks, and ice creams. It bought the packaging technology from the Defense Food Research Laboratory in Mysore, and there are no preservatives added to the food while packaging. MTR is also the first Indian processed foods company to be certified with the Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point (HAC) certification, which is a rigorous standard of food safety and hygiene. It has also been sponsoring magic shows and theatre performances, a means of giving live demonstrations of their products and to hand out free samples to the audience. MTR Foods is also the first company in the world to have created a frozen dosa, which can be heated and eaten right away. MTR food products are exported to the countries in the Persian Gulf, United States, and United Kingdom. It is believed that MTR is the one who brought the first ice cream vending machine to India. Marketing mix perspectivity of MTR Foods. MTR Foods, a product dominant company. MTR Foods is a food product company offering a diversified range of packaged food products. It uses authentic recipes, high-quality oil, and best ingredients to retain and ensure homemade aroma, taste, and flavor. Products are prepared in the strict hygienic atmosphere so that packs retain crispiness and freshness. It includes items for breakfast, meals, and in-between meals like frozen foods. The above company backdrop shows MTR as a company that continuously innovates and produces product with match of consumer needs, wants, and demands. Product efforts are quality as strength to attract and retain customers. The framework of customer versus product matching of this company can be understood as marketing marvel company. Refer Annexo B for framework. To enable has product company MTR focused on product and quality certifications by different food quality regulators. FSI this company has concentrated on single product line. 8 products based on different features, benefits, quality, variety items, and assortments. In this process of product assortment of the company, it is able to create value to the customer. This is done with a strong quality assurance system and certification. Product mix of the company is able to generate sufficient revenues for the business of the product. Product profile 9. Place in the marketing mix of MTR Foods. Place in marketing mix means distribution or channel for selling the products. Here for MTR Foods they used its own MTR tiffin centers to sell the products, then started selling through other retail shops. MTR is spread its business in different parts of the world, starting from Bengaluru as its headquarters in Karnataka. Its products are exported to several countries in world market like Singapore, Malaysia, Mauritius, Japan, Middle East, New Zealand, Australia, Germany, United Kingdom, Canada, and the United States. MTR has also opened its fast food restaurants on franchisee concept called MTR Super Shops, and these are located in most cities and towns of India. It has 7 facilities to conduct manufacturing process. It has a strong and extensive distribution network that includes services of distributors and retailers. Its products are easily available to consumers through its own stores and in supermarkets, hypermarkets, discount stores, convenience stores, and grocery stores. MTR Foods has launched its e-commerce platform from Bangalore as a venture to move with changing times. Online selling is e-commerce platform for company and it comes under place in marketing mix elements. Promotion in the marketing mix of MTR Foods. Promotion is a tool in marketing to make customer aware, inform, and create a positive attitude towards company and products. The tools of promotion that includes advertising, personal selling, sales promotions, and publicity are given in Annexo 2. MTR Foods is pursuing an aggressive and intensive marketing strategy at regional, national, and international levels. It has organized sampling activities at popular places and launched several ad campaigns via television, magazines, newspapers, and social media platforms to garner maximum coverage. It has collaborated with Jigs Kalra, celebrity chef, to increase its brand visibility. MTR Foods in the year 2002 was awarded ISO 9002 certification as it successfully met the food hygiene and safety standards in the international arena. It was the first company in India to receive an award for technology absorption by PX. Price in the marketing mix of MTR Foods. Price is the last one marketer discusses, but it's critical one when compared all other marketing mix elements. As all other elements are cost inculcating factors, price is the revenue generators. Price with together product creates value for customer. MTR follows the differential pricing for each benefits, features it adds. Refer Annex 2 for various price methods. MTR Foods is estimated as rupees 700 crore company with a growth rate at 18% CAGR. Its exports account for nearly 20% and sales in southern states to 60% of its total revenues. MTR Foods has adopted a market penetration pricing policy and has implemented reasonable rates for its products. Pocket-friendly and affordable rates will help the company in reaching further markets. MTR Foods has launched its web portal as a much-needed initiative to garner larger profits, as it will be able to cut down on its distribution costs. It has also implemented promotional policies and offers incentives like 20% extra product with the original. 11. The fifth P of marketing mix is packaging is dominant by this MTR company as its product-based firm and food-based industry. Road ahead going forward. The adoption of food safety and quality assurance mechanisms such as total quality management, TQM, including ISO 9000, ISO 22000, hazard analysis and critical control points, HACP, good manufacturing practices, GMP, and good hygienic practices, GHP, by the food processing industry offers several benefits. It would enable adherence to stringent quality and hygiene norms and thereby protect consumer health, prepare the industry to face global competition, enhance product acceptance by overseas buyers, and keep the industry technologically abreast of international best practices. As Peter Drucker, the father of management, says that the main aim of marketing is to make selling redundant. MTR is able to provide products matching overshooting the expectations, needs, wants, and demands of customers as per framework, and able to create the customer delight and customer loyalty through its philosophy of quality as USP. We hope MTR sustains its marketing marvel even in new regime of globalization in digital world. Annex I asterisk. Industry trends and investments. UAE's best food company Cargill Inc. aims to double its branded consumer business in India by 2020, by doubling its retail reach to about 800,000 outlets and increase market share to become national leader in the sunflower oil category, which will help the company be among the top 3 leading brands in India. Mad over Donuts, Mod, outlined plans of expanding its operations in India by opening 9 new Mod stores by March 2017. Danansa plans to focus on nutrition business in India, its fastest growing market in South Asia, by launching 10 new products in 2017, and aiming to double its revenue in India by 2020. Uber Technologies Inc. plans to launch Uber Eats, its food delivery service to India, with investments made across multiple cities and regions. De Billa, the Australia-based coffee chain, plans to invest 67 rupees crore, as $10 million, for setting up around 20 new outlets in Mumbai, besides entering Delhi and Bangalore by 2017. KKR & Co. LP, the UAE's best private equity firm, plans to invest about 520 rupees crore, as $77.38 million, in dairy company Quality Ltd, which will be used to strengthen its milk procurement infrastructure and increase processing capacity. Henry Ford Health Systems, FS, a UAE's best health and wellness group, plans to enter India by signing a franchise partnership with Chandigarh-based hospitality and food services firm Kewal's Hospitality, and set up culinary wellness branded stores across the country. Mondelez International, the UAE's best confectionery, food, and beverage major, inaugurated its new manufacturing plant in Andhra Pradesh, set up for 1,265 rupees crore, as $190 million, with an annual production capacity of 250,000 tons. Pure Circle, a Malaysia-based natural sweetener producer, plans to invest around 1,300 rupees crore, as $200 million, in India to set up a manufacturing plant and make the country its regional production and export hub in the next 5 years. Swiggy, a food delivery startup owned by Bundle Technologies Private Limited, has raised 230 rupees and 34 paise crore, as $33.80 million in a Series C funding round, with its existing investors SAF Partners, Accel Partners, Norwest Venture Partners, and Apoleto Asia Ltd contributing 79% of the new funds raised. Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, GCMF, popularly known as AMUL, plans to invest 5,000 rupees crore, as $733.6 million, to establish 10 new processing plants as well as expand the current capacity to touch 32 million liters per day, MLPD, capacity by 2020. Private equity, PE, firm India Value Fund Advisors, IVFA, plans to invest around $150 million in the food business in India over the next 2 years. Zomato, a restaurant search and discovery platform, has raised $60 million from Singapore government-owned investment company Temasek, along with existing investor VY Capital, in order to explore new business verticals. ITC Limited plans to invest 800 rupees crore, $117.4 million, to set up a world-class food processing facility in Medak, a district located in Telangana. The company has also formulated plans to enter the dairy market. Source: https://www.ibef.org. Source: Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, APEDA, GSIS, Texi Research. Notes: FY Indian Financial Year, April-March, FY17. Asterisk data for April 2016. April 2016. Annexo 4. Government Initiatives Food Industry Asterisk. Some of the major initiatives taken by the Government of India to improve the food processing sector in India are as follows. In Union Budget 2017-18, the Government of India has set up a dairy processing infra fund worth 8,000 rupees crore, as $1.2 billion. Union Budget 2016-17 proposed 100% FDI through FIPB, Foreign Investment Promotion Board, route in marketing of food products produced and manufactured in India. The Government of India has relaxed foreign direct investment, FDI, norms for the sector, allowing up to 100% FDI in food product e-commerce through automatic route. Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSAI, plans to invest around 482 rupees crore, as $72.3 million, to strengthen the food testing infrastructure in India, by upgrading 59 existing food testing laboratories and setting up 62 new mobile testing labs across the country. The Indian Council for Fertilizer and Nutrient Research, IFR, will adopt international best practices for research in fertilizer sector, which will enable farmers to get good quality fertilizers at affordable rates and thereby achieve food security for the common man. The Government of India allocated 1,500 rupees crore, as $225.7 million, and announced various measures under the Merchandise Exports from India scheme, MAIS, including setting up of agencies for aquaculture and fisheries in coastal states and export incentives for marine products. Government of India plans to allow 2 Indian dairy companies, Parag Milk Foods and Shariba Dynamics Dairies, to export milk products to Russia for 6 months, after these companies got approval for their products by Russian inspection authorities. Ms. Harsimrat Kaur Badal, Union Minister for Food Processing Industries, Government of India inaugurated the first of its kind 136 rupees crore, as $20 million, Mega International Food Park at Dabwala Kalan, Punjab. She has also expressed confidence that the decision to allow 100% foreign direct investment, FDI, in multi-brand retail with 100% local sourcing condition, will act as a catalyst for the food processing sector, thereby controlling inflation, uplifting the condition of farmers, and creating more jobs in the country. FSAI has issued new rules for importing products, to address concerns over the entry of substandard items and simplify the process by setting shelf life norms and relaxing labeling guidelines. The Ministry of Food Processing Industries announced a scheme for human resource development, HRD, in the food processing sector. The HRD scheme is being implemented through state governments under the National Mission on Food Processing. The scheme has the following 4 components. Creation of infrastructure facilities for degree diploma courses in food processing sector, entrepreneurship development program, EDP, food processing training centers, FPTC, training at recognized institutions at state national level. FSI under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has issued the Food Safety and Standards, Food Product Standards and Food Additives, Regulations, 2011 and the Food Safety and Standards, Contaminants, Toxins and Residues, Regulations, 2011 which prescribe the quality and safety standards, respectively for food products. Spices Board, set up by the Ministry of Commerce to develop and promote Indian spices worldwide, aims spice exports of $3 billion by 2017. The Government of India has approved the setting up of 5 numbers of mega food parks in the states of Bihar, Maharashtra, Himachal Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. The government plans to set up 42 such mega food parks across the country in next 3 to 4 years. Source of information: Ministry of Food Processing Industries, MoFPI, Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, APIDA, Media Reports and Press Releases, Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, DIP, Press Information Bureau, PIB, Confederation of Indian Industries, CII, Union Budget 2016-17, Union Budget 2017-18. Annexo V. Customer Expectations Remarks. Product means or enables. Annexo 6. Vada with sambar and chutney, idli with sambar and chutney, Mysore masala dosa with sambar and chutney, pickles, lime pickle, mango sliced pickle, sweets, gulab jamun, rasgolla, masala pastes, biryani paste, lemon rice paste, puliogar paste, meal mixes, sambar mix, rasam mix, snack mixes, muruku bhaji and bonda gobi Manchurian, pure spices, haldi powder, chili powder, jeera powder, vermicelli savin, vermicelli beetroot, vermicelli carrot, vermicelli ready to cook, methi matar, chana masala, veg kadai drinks, chocolate drink, badam drink, single serves, rasogolla, basundi, rasmalai ready to, sambar rice, dal makhni, palak paneer, breakfast mixes, khaman dokla, spinach idli poha, sweet mixes, mango kulfi, gulab jamun, basundi, rabri, masala powders, curry powder, rasam powder, sambar powder, MTR snack up, pepper, banana chips, spicy banana chips, huli, dangols, beverages, badam drink mix. Case 2. Customer value explored, created, communicated and delivered related to India's e-commerce market. Innovation is whatever brings value to the consumer. It takes many forms. Sometimes it's a breakthrough in technology and sometimes it's just about thinking different in the way we approach problems, says Andrew Garahi, Chief Marketing Officer for Western Europe at YE. India's e-commerce space today is mainly dominated and defined by 2 players, Flipkart and Amazon. Flipkart is the fashion leader. After acquisition of Myntra and Jabon, Flipkart commands more than 2/3 of India's fast-growing online fashion retail market. Amazon is the tech power. Over 20 years of learnings in technology and online retail business has resulted in faster execution and fewer mistakes. Amazon excels in providing powerful search and recommendation engines to users. India's apparel and lifestyle market is worth $70 billion, and currently only 2% of that is online. According to a recent Google report, the sector is expected to scale up to $35 billion by 2020, growing at 4 times in the coming years. The report also states that fashion will outstrip consumer electronics as the largest online retail category, accounting for about 35% of consumers' total online spending by 2020. The growth story of Flipkart and e-commerce in India. For a vast multilingual nation like India, building an e-commerce company was indeed a tough task for Flipkart. Some of the factors like weak infrastructure, myopic bureaucracy, and above all, an ingrained distrust of the merchant class made the task even more challenging. The Bansals, the founders of Flipkart, were confident on one thing: that India was ready for e-commerce. The country's highly fragmented retail sector, mostly ruled by mom-and-pop stores with poor services, were the major problems identified by Bansals, which had the potential to get converted into opportunities for building up a new business in 2007. Flipkart found the right gaps in the market and offered relevant products and services that fitted those areas perfectly. Finding that few Indians use credit cards, Flipkart pioneered cash on delivery. In Mumbai, it deployed the BLAS, the famed lunch delivery network, to get packages to customers. Its pledge to take back unwanted goods for a full refund was a big propeller. Two of its strongest ethos of customer friendliness and genuineness of its products connected very well with the Indian consumers. The company added third-party sellers to its platform and set up its own logistics company, Acart, in 2009, with warehouse and an army of delivery personnel. By 2011, sales had reached $100 million, and very soon Flipkart was seen in different categories: sports equipment, electronics, baby goods and more. In 2012, sales in the Indian e-commerce market were estimated at $1.6 billion. Flipkart, Jabun and Myntra, all homegrown players, were leading the Indian e-commerce market at that time. Some of the major tactics which helped these players to gain market share in the Indian market were cash-on-delivery payments, liberal return policies, free or subsidized shipping and in-house logistics. Since its founding 9 years, Flipkart has become the nation's most valuable startup which introduced online shopping to the Indian masses. Amazon launched its Indian website on June 5, 2013 with the third-party marketplace model, instead of selling directly. This forced consolidation in Indian market, and Flipkart acquired the online clothing retailer Myntra in 2015, followed by Jabun in 2016. This deal further strengthened its number one position in the fashion and lifestyle e-commerce category with an estimated market share of 60 to 70%. In this hyper-competitive market, consumer is having last laugh and is being pampered with choice, service and experience. Each player is continuously forced to innovate and take steps that add value to its consumers in a real and meaningful way. Stuart Eames, Operational Improvement Manager at Waitrose, put it very well: if you don't evolve, if you don't do something better or different to the competition, you end up not being around. Changing models of business, enhancing value. The online stores from the inventory model moved to third-party marketplace model, where independent merchants in their network sell products directly to shoppers. It turned out to be a viable way to work in order to overcome the problems posed due to poor logistics and high costs of inventory. Further movement has come in when many online commerce companies have now started venturing into the hybrid model of running online stores with selective physical presence. Global e-commerce giant Amazon in 2016 opened a brick-and-mortar store in New York. In India, players like furniture retailer Pepperfry and eyewear seller Lenskart have explored the offline route as well. E-tailers are under pressure to grow profitably, and hence, fashion e-tailer Myntra has created top-selling outdoor lifestyle brand Roadster, which has a current sales of 600 crore, contributing 8% to the overall revenue and expected to reach sales of 1,000 crores by 2019. Seeing this kind of growth potential of this brand, Myntra, in association with one of its franchise partners, has in March 2017 launched the first retail store for its private label Roadster in Bangalore. Cost efficiencies on value chain. New companies indulge in market expansion activity and have high spend in the initial period, hoping for future gains resulting in negative cash flow, known as burn rate. In a bid to acquire maximum customers, Flipkart indulged in aggressive spend on marketing and discounts, biggest being in October 2016, big sale, resulting in its burn rate at its highest 2 years ago. As of 2017, its burn rate is said to be $40-50 million per month, according to industry estimates. Flipkart successfully lowered its burn rate by 5 to 10% every quarter in 2016 and wants to sharply accelerate this process. The board has asked Flipkart to bring down the burn rate to 1/4 by March 2017 and is forcing Flipkart management to think differently to grow and to streamline its operations. The company also decided to slash the budget of Myntra by about 10% and reallocate these funds to itself to fight the ongoing war against Amazon. To ease its cash crunch situation, Flipkart plans to save $150-200 million by December 2017 and is also in talks with Walmart stores for investment of $1 billion. At the same time, Amazon's chief executive officer Jeff Bezos pledged in June 2016 to invest another $3 billion in his company's Indian operations, bringing the total to $5 billion, which definitely sounds a big threat to Flipkart, the homegrown e-tailer. To bring in sharper focus on its core business model and make it nimbler, Flipkart is consolidating the operations of its logistics and supply chain arm. Delivery to customers' doorstep even in the remotest location, popularly termed as last-mile connectivity, plays a vital role in the online business, and A-Cart, the in-house logistics arm, has been able to provide this service efficiently and forms the backbone of its business. Flipkart has also started monetizing E-Cart and offers warehousing solutions and end-to-end logistics and supply chain capabilities to other clients. The two fashion verticals, Myntra and Jaban, owned by Flipkart, commands a 45% market share in this vertical. They are bringing together their back-end operations and supply chain for stronger integration. They are also integrating their private brand portfolios in order to give a push to the trifling private label business at Jaban. Despite such integrations, the consumer-facing platforms continue to run independently as the consumer segments and geographies targeted by each of them differ widely. While Jaban's main revenue source is North and East, Myntra is big in South and West. Similarly, Jaban's consumer base mainly consists of women and first-time shoppers, while Myntra targets more towards men and affluent consumers. Market share vs profits in a country like India, where affordability means value for the masses across various categories, Flipkart took different initiatives on this front as a big bet to revive sales. Initiatives like low-interest monthly payments clearly attended to affordability issue. Under Flipkart Assured, stringent quality checks were provided. There were exclusive partnerships, exchange program on smartphones, and sales of its own brands or products. The Seattle-based Amazon has also experienced success with private label offerings across categories as diversified as electronics, accessories, and baby care. Amazon has built a robust private label unit. It launched Amazon Basics in September 2015 in the consumer electronics category, home and kitchen brand Solimo in early 2016, followed by fashion offerings MAX and Symbol in the latter half of the year. Private brands play a role in providing great value to the customer by reducing costs from the value chain. Optimized design for e-commerce, says an Amazon India spokesperson. The private brands developed in-house help e-commerce firms squeeze out additional margins, 15-20% more than competing third-party brands, from this business. Private brands offering reliable products at an attractive price point are backed by high intent to purchase. At a time when discounting and deep discounting had become a norm in the highly competitive e-commerce space, its then Myntra announced the launch of its biannual sale event, Big Fashion Gig, from April 8 to 10, 2017. Unlike other previously run sale events, this one claimed to be different in terms of being a low-discount event with a sharp focus on exclusive brands. The event also saw the launch of a new line and style by celebrities on the platform. Unique propositions were built for the customers, such as guaranteed never on discount brands and other features to gain competitive advantage. 35 new brands were launched, including international names such as Dorothy Perkins, Next, Aeropostale, Forever 21 Men, Clinique, Bobbi Brown, Corel, and Howard's. Myntra's efforts to spice up its premium fashion brand positioning with an exclusive lineup of brands is definitely to strengthen its dominance in online fashion sales and boost profits through higher margins. Premiumization of line is expected to bring in new users and also attract existing ones looking for new benefits and experience. Customer experience and engagement, a new value tap to differentiate itself and enhance the shopping experience of its customers. Flipkart has given a new, vibrant and glamorous look to its fashion section. Data derived from extensive research suggests that customers searching for fashion are mainly influenced by celebrities, Bollywood, Hollywood, Friends, and other influential brands. Thus, Flipkart has tied up with such brands, celebrities, TV channels and Bollywood movies and has completely revamped its fashion section where selections will be seen presented in line with consumer liking. The country's e-commerce major has relaunched its core fashion category by putting in place a team of 100 style consultants, who will help curate outfits based on searches made by customers. Myntra has started to open physical stores for its private brands like Roadster, All About You and HRX, is converting these stores into experience zones and the stores are loaded with technology at every step and promises a great brand experience. The Roadster store has highly engaging elements which include a video wall controlled by shoppers through a futuristic, multifunction touch interface. This wall showcases to them the intricate details of Roadster products and provides an update on key international trends and communicates the brand story. Data on key looks and the Roadster catalog can be accessed by the interested shoppers through multiple touchscreen displays around the store. Then there is this unique, scan and go, purchase mechanism which allows shoppers to add their favorites to their shopping cart on the Myntra, doing away with shopping bags, checkout counters or billing queues. Global loyalty marketing agency ICLP, a Collinson Group company, released a research report recently whose findings on personalization and customer recognition by e-commerce top rivals say that 70% of Amazon and 67% of Flipkart customers felt that they were provided with relevant recommendations for products and services that were of interest to them. On customer recognition front, 63% of Amazon and 58% of Flipkart shoppers expressed that their chosen retailer had taken the time to really get to know them and understand what they want. Into the new age of artificial intelligence, voice is a big part of the computer interface of future, said Gene Moonster, a veteran equity analyst and now head of research at Loop Ventures. Whoever owns voice will be the gateway of commerce. Amazon is all set to make a headway in developing voice assistants or chatbots to decode speech. In April 2017, technology powering voice assistant Alexa was rolled out to developers so that they can build chat features into their own apps. Alexa is said to compete with Apple Inc.'s Siri. Amazon will take the text and recordings people send to apps to train Alexa to understand more queries. On the similar stand is Flipkart, working on Project Mira, an artificial intelligence-focused effort. It will lead the search experience of the customers to be guided with relevant questions, conversational filters, shopping ideas, offers, and trending collections. Not just quenching the customer's needs, but Mira will also help streamline the backend processes, including accurate classification of products, accurate product descriptions, and avoiding duplications. Once streamlined, this will later be used in issues such as product returns and quicker delivery. Globally, Amazon and eBay have invested exhaustively in artificial intelligence to improve their marketplaces. In India, it is still in its infancy with a lot of ground to cover as Indian shoppers are still coming to grips with buying online. Sellers experience various measures are being taken by the e-commerce marketers to expand their network of sellers, to keep them satisfied and add to their experience. Amazon is doubling its investment in the year 2017 on seller infrastructure, spending on warehouse, fulfillment services, service provider network, in-person support, and other services like seller cafes and instant registration to attract the potential investments. All these initiatives have made Amazon a seller-friendly marketplace, offering a frictionless experience to the sellers. As of March, there has been 160% year-on-year growth in the seller network on Amazon India, with more than 1.75 lakh sellers. This has ensured that on an average, there are 1.8 lakh products for sale in the marketplace at any given time, compared with about 15,000 to 20,000 products in a brick-and-mortar supermarket, said Gopal Pillai, Amazon India Director and General Manager, Seller Services. Flipkart, in order to make itself the most low-cost marketplace for sellers, has altered seller fees for certain categories and price ranges. When we used rate cards, we reduced fixed fee, shipping fee and collection fee, and also offered a 10 to 20% discount for gold and silver, tier I and II category sellers, said Nishant Gupta, Director of Marketplace, Flipkart. The fee reductions and discounts so offered are passed on by 60 to 65% sellers across categories to consumers in the form of reduced prices, resulting in at least a 25% jump in sales. Both platforms are seen by the sellers as fairly even now on the cost front. Difference between the two is only while Amazon has brought global technology experience, Flipkart has compensated by giving localized features and inventory management relevance factor well attended to gain an edge over its rival, Amazon. Certain value additions in its services were brought in by Flipkart, such as introduction of 7 a.m. deliveries which reached customers in Mumbai and 43 other cities reliably. Smartphones, being the biggest revenue generating category of Flipkart, was proactively attended to by adding a unique service primarily to reduce the number of returns on them. A team of technicians was created who were sent by Flipkart to fix minor glitches before customers returns them, and hence providing experience similar to nearby electronics store. Amazon has rolled out its global Prime membership service in India, which gives customers access to unlimited free 1-day and 2-day delivery on lakhs of products. Membership further extends to include Prime Video service, which gives its members access to movies and TV shows from Indian and global content providers. With developments in the market taking panther pace, Flipkart, in order to keep itself armed strongly, is setting sight on new businesses. With its biggest round of funding of 9,000 rupees crore from Tencent, eBay Inc. and Microsoft in this year 2017, it aims to grow its payments arm PhonePe, expand its portfolio of private labels, and relaunch categories with high potential such as furniture and grocery. Competitive intensity is being seen at its peak, with new entrants in this space, newer benefits for all stakeholders, business models turning more efficient and flexible, and technology setting a revolution engulfing all. Most recent development being the launch of Petma Mall, a pure-play marketplace, which does not stock any inventory. It has tied up extensively with brands, distributors, and multi-brand stores, thus offering same-day delivery and installation of large appliances across 20 cities to make the most of the high margins and prices that this segment offers. For fulfillment, Petma Mall has also created a massive network of 40+ service partners like Blue Dart, Delhivery, and Express Bees to handle logistics with specialized services on correct handling and shorter delivery time. Sensing the looming threat, Flipkart and Amazon India are following suit. They have also announced their investments for installations of large appliances ordered on their platforms, creating a chain of specialized warehouse and distribution centers. Image benefit as a crucial element to value after investing big in India, offering tailor-made features, and providing benefits filling the right gaps. One setback that Amazon faces time and again is of it being tagged as non-Indian. Especially in contrast to the homegrown leader, Flipkart, who claims to understand the needs of its countrymen much better than any foreign player. Amazon, in order to raise its brand equity further in the Indian market, had to work on changing its perception in the minds of Indian consumers. Amit Agrawal, head of Amazon India, once responding to the foreign tag, said his company was very much Indian. I just want to reiterate that Amazon India is a company incorporated in India, domiciled here. It follows all mandated laws, such as two-factor authentication, and pays service tax as well. Efforts made by Amazon to emotionally connect with Indians include the airing of TV spots that talk about Indians' love for asli, original, 100% original products and their desire to browse through innumerable options. Then there are series of ads where Amazon is referred by Indians as Apni Dukan, or our own store. Amazon sponsors a Kabaddi league to connect with grassroots Indian consumers. The company is shunning many of its global practices as well and is banking on a host of locally tried and tested methods. To further add the value of Indianness to its image, in December 2016, Amazon.in launched a program called Amazon Launchpad, a dedicated web store that enabled Indian startups to launch, market and distribute their products to customers. Not just in India but globally. The company very aptly linked it with the Indian government's Startup India initiative. As Bezos of Amazon had done 13 years earlier, Binny and Sachin Bansal of Flipkart also started out with selling books. From then to now, these two behemoths of the e-commerce segment, along with so many others, have continually been developing unique plans and creating superior value for the consumer. Maybe time has arrived for the e-commerce giants to abandon their obsession with GMV, gross merchandise volume, and develop new barometers to measure their success. Questions. 1. Customers always seek to maximize value from every purchase. They will buy from the firm that they perceive to offer the highest customer delivered value, difference between total customer benefits and total customer cost. Explained with reference to the given case. 2. Explain the value delivery process which involves the exploration, creation, communication and delivery of superior value to the customer. With the help of any example covered in the case. 3. Market-oriented strategic planning by Flipkart enabled it in staying in sync and relevant to the changing market opportunities. Explain. 4. In the light of the case, explain the porter's value chain and its key activities and how it has helped Flipkart to bring cost efficiencies and create value in a specific business. 5. Continuous value enhancement for the customer is the new goal of every marketer to differentiate and stay ahead on the curve. Lay down in detail the various value-enhancing initiatives being taken by different players in the e-commerce segment. Case 3. Customer loyalty, the ultimate objective of every marketer. As we speak, consumers in India are going through a transformation. They have become empowered, quite experimental, highly quality conscious and are buying intelligently. It is reflecting in their buying behavior. They are more vocal, expressing their views and demanding better experience. A huge change in consumer dynamics is being witnessed, with a large-scale shift from offline to online consumption of goods and services. Also, rapid movement is being witnessed in new and unconventional categories like furniture, health and beauty care, apparel and groceries, as opposed to traditional online categories of books and consumer electronics. In today's world where loyalty is becoming a rare phenomenon, be it your friend or a job, brand loyalty also seems to be fading. Brands operating in mature markets face intense competition, making it difficult to sustain. Therefore, it is important for companies to know how to retain their existing customers. Repurchases, most commonly linked to loyalty brand, has come to play a very important role in today's global and intensely competitive world. Brand loyalty is the consumer's conscious or unconscious decision, expressed through intention or behavior, to repurchase the brand continually. In common parlance, customer loyalty refers to the repeated behavior of purchasing a specific product brand over time. This behavior can be self-induced by a satisfied customer and also many a times induced by the marketer to drive sales. Amazon India launched its flagship membership program, Amazon Prime, in 2016 to boost repeat transactions on its platform, and this effort is already paying off. Amazon Prime membership provides free and priority delivery, additional quality check for the consumer, creating higher customer confidence for a small fee. As per latest declaration by Amazon, 2 out of 3 daily essentials transaction on Amazon Pantry, and 1 in every 3 orders in the second highest selling fashion category, is from a Prime member. Overall, Prime members already account for 1/3 of all the orders placed on Amazon India. This success can be attributed to typical behavior of consumers who, after committing once, tend to first visit Amazon before exploring other options. Thus, Prime will make an impact in the long run in making people stick to a single online marketplace. Major impact will be seen in the FMCG category, which offers a selection of about 1.9 million products from 9,000 sellers on the platform, and frequency of buying in this category is higher and will drive sales in other segments also. Amazon is also waiving off the box fee of 20 rupees for every 15 kg box for Prime customers. Very recently in May 2017, Amazon had a 4-day Great Indian Sale, where Prime members accounted for 35% of the orders, and purchases made by them grew 100% over a similar sale in January. Customer Acquisition and Loyalty Innovation and Brand Consultant, Anisha Motwani, believes that free trials or sampling as a strategy is mostly prevalent and successful in categories that have deep-seated habits and have high frequency of consumption. Brand switching in this category require attitude and behavior changes, and free sampling influences customer to try new brands and thus increasing the probability of purchase. Such categories could include newspapers, food products, etc. Free trials also be found in case of expensive offerings where consumers prefer sampling before making a final commitment. In March 2017, a unique trial-driven marketing experiment in the unusual category of apparel was done by women's denim brand, Jealous 21. It offered free jeans to its customers in Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, and Chennai. The process to avail the offer involved registration by interested women on the company's website, get a unique code to visit its store, uploading a selfie in a Jealous 21 garment at store, and tagging at Jealous 21 and #FreeJensDay on Instagram or on Facebook to walk away with a free pair of jeans. The brand made sure that there were no hidden terms and conditions, which made it a very enjoyable experience for its customers. Total 30,000 people registered for participation and 5,000 free jeans were claimed. Though jeans as a category does not quite fit into this kind of trial-driven marketing, but this brand achieved spread of positive word of mouth leading to referrals. The real impact of this is the viralization of such an activity. The brand is earning this buzz, rather than paying for advertising, and is being talked about, says Motwani. Trial-driven marketing is based on the assumption that once the prospective customers experience the product service, they might get ready to make a lifetime commitment to the brand. A consumer is more likely to buy a product after trying it. Typically, food products have tried sampling stations while cars invite you to go on a test drive, says Alpana Parita, managing director at brand strategy firm, DY Works. Success of Reliance Jio in the intensely competitive Indian telecom market brings forth the strength of trial marketing strategy, even in the service industry. Reliance Jio Infocom Ltd offered free sampling of Jio's voice calling, text messaging, and data services, and acquired stupendous 100 million subscribers, of which it continued to retain 72 million even after the free trial period ended. Conventional wisdom suggests that brands that indulge in trials and discounts erode brand value. Here is the reality though. People value brands. But people also seek value for money. They prefer to buy brands, especially when they are offered at the best price or that have been experienced firsthand and generate a positive word of mouth, Motwani says. Trust and commitment requisites for building true loyalty. The concept of true brand loyalty is not just limited to consistent purchase but is broader in including all kinds of positive attitudinal elements. Commitment is a necessary condition for true brand loyalty to occur. Working with Professor Roge of the University of Rochester, ICLP, Global Loyalty Marketing Agency, applied Sternberg's triangular theory of love to the relationship between shoppers and brands, and defined the ideal, or devoted, relationship as one where shoppers feel passion, intimacy, and commitment towards the brand. ICLP research on shoppers' relationship with particular brands and their associated loyalty programs throws light on lot of areas which can be used to build loyalties. Some of the findings are: Indian shoppers easily feel attached to the brands they shop, but only 21% are currently in a devoted relationship, especially in respect to the retail brands, which indicates that marketers need to find ways to raise the emotions of Indian customers to the highest level of bonding with brands. Another finding revealed that just 44% of Indian shoppers feel sufficiently rewarded for making a personal recommendation to their friends, and only 47% said that the rewards received are tailored to their individual needs, which gives direction to the kind of reward programs which marketers need to develop. In the current data-driven world, personal data of shoppers, so collected through all different channels, is not capitalized to its maximum potential, as only 56% of Indian shoppers said that their chosen brand made relevant recommendations for products and services that interest them. Even as online retailers like Amazon and Flipkart build loyalties through the tools of customer recognition and personalization, multi-brand physical retailers like Big Bazaar and Shoppers Stop are getting consumer trust through consistent quality, value for money and respect for customers. Thus, different retail sectors in India can learn from one another as they look to build loyalty and closer relationships with their customers. Customer Experience and Connect Sustains Relationship. Iglesias et al., 2010, in their research studied that loyalty is achieved by brands capable of delivering a unique and distinctive experience by managing both functional and emotional elements. Experience adds memories and great value to the relationship. Giving customers unique experiences as rewards strengthen the emotional bond customers have with the brand, ensuring the relationship continues long after the experience itself. OnePlus phones, which are sold only online, do carry offline plans as well. They are experimenting with different types of offline selling modes, like recently, they opened 4 exclusive service centers which also serve as experience centers for prospective buyers. They also came up with pop-up stores which remain for a short period. One such store in Mumbai drove in huge traffic. Pop-ups are a way to make users meet and experience OnePlus brand and meet some of their staff. Company also uses this as a way of feeling the pulse of the market. Consumer loyalty is boosting our organic growth, says OnePlus co-founder Carl Pei. Connect with the customers is the key to developing loyalty. A conversation-driven sale that is high on empathy and knowledge, low on price and discounts, has long been a staple of loyalty. It focuses on understanding the needs of consumers and delivering an exceptional experience. We are living in the age of conversational commerce, a term coined by Chris Messina, the inventor of the hashtag, which refers to the ability of a digital tool to interact and engage with the consumer using natural language. And multicultural millennials, constituting nearly half of the demographic, are the new set of consumers to interact with, who know what they like, and are not shy about sharing that information with their friends and contacts. According to Forbes magazine, a good word-of-mouth marketing (WIM) campaign generates thousands of conversations, recommendations and triple sales in just a year, even for the boring products. When it comes to loyalty, multicultural millennials give as much as they get, said Bus Marketing Group CEO and founder Tina Wells. In India, one kind of retail channel on which a large part of population, especially the lower rung of society, depend upon is the ration shop. This traditional, government-controlled retail provides basic everyday consumed commodities like sugar, oil, etc., at subsidized rates. Due to lack of proper management and leakages, the network of ration shops has come under a lot of criticism. However, their wide network and strong connection with daily lives has caught the attention of Kishore Biani of Future Group. He took up a mammoth project of giving a complete makeover to 5,000 traditional ration shops in Rajasthan. This public-private experiment is not just to revive and rebrand this channel, but Biani plans to supply FMCG products to them, train the manpower, and computerize the outlets. Other states of Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh are also being explored for the similar initiative. This seems to be a great way for Future Group to make inroads into the remote areas of these states which are devoid of modern retail facilities. This is creating early customer familiarity with the brand, which can get converted to loyal customer base as and when Future Group's modern retail stores make their entry in those areas. years.I, one of the store of Future Retail Limited, launched its very first loyalty program in September 2016 called a Maheen Bonus, which offers free bonuses and vouchers worth ₹300 to every shopper who buys goods worth 1000 rupees. years.I is a supermarket chain of 330 stores and has this loyalty program running across segments. On the importance of customer connect, Manish Subnis, CEO years.I, Future Retail Limited, puts in very beautifully, success of supermarkets lies in becoming the store of the community. At years.I, we take multiple initiatives every month to become the preferred Pados Ki Dukaan. Her Maheen Bonus is a program launched to incentivize loyal shoppers and at the same time attract new customers to our stores. In today's world where consumers have wide choices available in all categories, loyalties have weakened. India's retailing giant, the Future Group, is all set to pioneer into setting up loyalty-driven convenience stores. There are two basic ideas which go behind these stores. 1. To provide member shoppers with higher discounts than those offered by brick-and-mortar chains, such as D-Mart, or online rivals like Amazon and Flipkart, and 2. To stock each store with merchandise suited for that locality and consumer base. The concept is a hybrid between the Kirana, neighborhood, store, connected commerce, and large supermarket. It targets to have 5 lakh members in the fiscal 2017-18, and has plans of opening 10,000 of such stores in next 4 years. A strong groundwork has already been done by Future Group to ensure success of this new format. The entire ecosystem such as logistics, partnership with FMCG companies, and customer database around the stores has been built. Big competitive advantages have been created by Biyane. While rivals have been focusing on big box formats, he took the acquisition route and in past 5 years acquired almost all convenience store format brands that existed in India. As a result now, the new smaller stores, loyalty driven, planned by him will have 3 badges: Easy-Day, Heritage Retail, and Nilgiris. Also, while rivals are pure play retailers, Future Group itself owns FMCG and logistics company, thus having advantage through integration in the chain. To make it more attractive, it has tied up with mobile payments and commerce platform Petma to enable the wide base of Petma users to shop Big Bazaar goods on the online marketplace. Continuous innovations, a sure way to retain customers. Innovations give life and new energy to the brands. In order to retain the best of the customers and to influence all of its stakeholders, brands have to innovate continuously. Technology and digital media has opened up innumerable opportunities for brands to innovate. Future Group, which has many new initiatives to its credit, has launched a digital wallet, Future Pay, to integrate its loyalty programs across different Future Group outlets, Big Bazaar, Azone and Hometown. Best experience coupled with lowest prices is what Future Pay offers its customers. Price match is its one important feature, which matches items from the customer's bill with the advertised prices of any competitor retail store. If it finds a lower price elsewhere, it credits the difference to a buyer's wallet. Another feature is its oxygen services, which enables customers to make transactions at any of its retail outlets, or through credit and debit cards, and net banking. These technology-based innovations are definitely creating impact on everyone, especially on digital millennials. The company states that they already have 60,000 downloads for Future Pay so far, by October 2016, and are targeting 1 crore downloads in the next 18 months. There is also a flip side to the use of technology. Customer loyalty can get completely jeopardized over an unsatisfied digital experience. Indian Digital Experience Report by SAP, unveiled in April 2017, stated that only 8% of customers unsatisfied with their digital experience would continue to remain loyal to the brand. In order that the brand remains relevant for its customers, a strong digital infrastructure is imperative. There are many brands in other sectors, too, which are experimenting with different ideas, and the success largely depends on the relevancy factor that those experiments attend to. Like McDonald's is planning to lure consumers through a new breakfast menu that will include culinary delights suiting Indian palates, ranging from masala dosa burgers with mulga pote sauce, to the familiar anda bhoji. As part of a brand transformation, McDonald's is moving towards a healthier menu over the past few years, offering lower sodium in fries and nuggets, lower calorie sauces, and preservative-free patties. The restaurant is also launching soups and salads. All initiatives going in line with the current consumer trend towards choosing healthy food options. McDonald's India is also launching a series of concept restaurants called Experience of the Future, ETF, with features of self-ordering kiosks, table service, and healthy menu. The first one of this kind has already opened in Mumbai in March 2017, with enhanced digital capabilities to improve customer experience. It plans to open 5-10 more outlets in the city in the next 18 months. Another big brand that is walking the health route is Nestle. This world's largest packaged food group has made a scientific breakthrough by discovering a completely new way to use the traditional, natural sugar so that it gets reduced in its candy products by up to 40% with no difference to taste. Critical factors for the success of loyalty programs. Rajesh Raghavan, Vice President, Payback India, in one of his interviews has emphasized on factors like transparency, convenience, relevance, engagement and ease of use for the effectiveness and success of a loyalty program. A clear and transparent communication while providing offerings and benefits to the customers goes a long way in developing their loyalty. In the online world, personalization of experiences is the key to purchasing consideration, while segmentation with locational considerations is critical to offline retailers. Consistent delivery on the promises is what turns customers into loyal ones. Brand advocates cannot be made overnight. Building an effective loyalty program and pool of brand advocates can stand brands in good stead in times of crisis. The future. In the current environment, loyalty to the brand has become crucial from the marketing strategy perspective, where the very survival and continuity of the organization relies on loyal customers, who may be willing to pay more for a brand. Brand loyalty generates greater market share and brings in new customers with word-of-mouth publicity. Brand loyalty is not just a marketing instrument, but its strength goes beyond and influences the goal and vision of the organization. In India, loyalty transactions have been growing consistently over the past few years due to more real-time and personalized experience being delivered to the customers. Loyalty programs are omnipresent in business and have evolved and grown beyond the discounts and coupons game. The demographics are changing and big spends are being made in different categories, from fuel, apparels, entertainment, travel, financial services and daily needs. In such a dynamic scenario, coalition loyalty program would be game changer, as it offers a diverse portfolio of partner brands with options to earn and spend points and avail rewards. Loyalty programs which consolidate the rewards across partner brands will go a long way in ensuring customer long-term retention. Questions. 1. Trust, commitment and customer satisfaction are the pillars to building customer loyalty. Enumerate through different examples, keeping the case in context. 2. Delivering customer value has a strong linkage generating long-term customer loyalty. Provide arguments from diverse sectors supporting the statement. 3. Relevance, experience, engagement, personalization are some terms gaining importance in the current age for customer acquisition and retention. Explain how these have added new dynamics to the game of building brand loyalties. 4. Customer relationship management, CRM, process aims at enhancing customer loyalty. What are the various initiatives on the establishment of customer connect, management of data, investment in technology, and people development being taken by organizations today for an effective CRM strategy? Case 4. Starbucks India, the human coffee experience. a wonderful moment is created when the consumer is willing to grab a cup of coffee. This moment becomes more wonderful and enlarged when it is connected to Starbucks. Thus, the company ensures that this connection is strengthened and grows in strength at every touch point. In line with this, Starbucks enhances these connections with the consumers by offering world-class coffee and by increasing consumers' communities. To do so, Starbucks first buys the roasted coffee. Subsequently, the excellence in quality of the selected coffee beans is enhanced by systematic data collection and information systems. Though superb coffee is the only core business, Starbucks does as it is a part of the story. About Starbucks coffee houses are the favorite of coffee lovers. Consumers come to Starbucks as they are aware that the service will be superb. Further, they will also be assured of an enticing ambience, an excellent cup of highly roasted and amply brewed coffee. To enhance this experience, Starbucks also offers tea, exceptional pastries and other delightful treats to stimulate the taste buds of the consumers. Additionally, the music that is played at the Starbucks further enhances the coffee experience. This experience is magnificent. This appeals to all coffee lovers. Thus, consumers visit Starbucks for chatting, talking, discussing, meeting at personal and professional levels. Starbucks is a gathering place, which is part of the daily activity of the consumers, which can make them happy and blissful. Consumers become stress-free in this pleasing environment. Thus, Starbucks is more than brewing a cup of coffee. This is due to the fact that the company focuses on enhancing the coffee house experience with all the possibilities. The main mission of Starbucks India is to aspire and develop the human spirit with every individual, every cup, and every neighborhood simultaneously. Starbucks India is 50/50 joint venture of Tata Global Beverages and Starbucks. They have 75 outlets in the 7 cities in India. Their headquarters and first store are in Mumbai. Here, the coffee offered is always of top quality. Further, the exquisite coffee beans are roasted and brewed with the enhancement in the life of people who grow and develop with the company. Starbucks calls themselves as partners as these tasks are not restricted to their jobs. It comes from their passion. Thus, they embrace diversity as every individual is provided the space and freedom to be themselves. All the individuals are treated with respect and dignity at Starbucks while celebrating different cultures. The company offers services in the culturally relevant way. Consumers are always connected and involved with Starbucks as they laugh, crack jokes and celebrate their life with this memorable moment. These moments start with an excellent cup of coffee and goes until strong human connections are developed. Thus, consumers have a sense of belongingness at the stores, forget their worries as they meet their friends and embellish the life with some slow and fast moments with humanity. Starbucks Coffee Company, 2017. Business philosophy: every store belongs to a part of the community and the connection among the company, consumers, and communities is tied strongly with Starbucks by strategic partnership. There is a high sense of responsibility and has high potential. To ensure the same, Starbucks has set up high standards for this task. In line with the same, Starbucks also deals with environmental issues, creates creative and flexible solutions, environmentally friendly products, establishes environmentally friendly corporate values, and monitors all the projects with the mission. All of this are accomplished by doing business ethically. These ethics are reflected in their services and all communication channels. Further, the partners become employees who engage with different consumers and serve various communities. Additionally, the suppliers of Starbucks have programs that can enhance their business relationship. Thus, each partner at Starbucks integrates talent, expertise, and knowledge and enhances the humanity and connections with the customers with these elements. Starbucks, 2017. These philosophies, approaches and practices are very close to Indian consumers as they aim for enhanced human connection. Thus, Starbucks is totally in sync with their mindset and thinking. Thus, coffee lovers in India adore Starbucks and can see and feel the connect. Starbucks also connects with the consumers with the different kinds of coffee they offer in India, such as whole bean, roasted, blonde, medium, dark, flavored, unflavored, and so on. They also have Indian tastes blends such as chocolate, herbal, Kenya which is juicy and complex, Italian roast, Sumatra which is earthy, and herbal Colombia, which is balanced and nutty, and so on. These flavors signify that there is a blend of Indian and international taste. This is because consumers prefer this kind of flavor as they like the local combination of global and local concept, business ethics and compliance. Vertical bar. Starbucks Coffee Company, 2017. Starbucks and information system. In line with the same, Starbucks uploads all the policy documents on the website and other online sources that are accessible in the public domain. This is because the company works ethically and likes to be transparent with all the partners, consumer, employees, suppliers, and so on. Additionally, they also provide the information of Starbucks India mobile app, as consumers are extensively using these platforms. Consumers can access the information about the Starbucks through all the sources including stores. Starbucks, 2014. Data collection. To be updated with these policies and remain connected with our partners, Starbucks collects data from multiple sources. 1. Customer or consumer level data collection. A personal information. The company gathers data from all the customers and consumers along with their personal information. This information include name, surname, email, mobile number, birthdays, demographics, and any other data that the individual would like to share with the company. B. Financial information. Data include details about the bank, account details, credit card detail, and payment options. C. Purchase information. Data may include details on products bought from the company, timing, location, and frequency. D. Digital information. Data are extracted through the Starbucks India mobile app about the device ID, location, stores that are close to the consumer, and places that the consumer has visited. E. Other information. Additional data that the consumers can provide about other areas that are of their interest. Outcome. Starbucks card and My Starbucks reward account provides massive data to the company and helps in retention of the consumers, community analytics, and development of the community, which are the key aims of Starbucks. 2. Digital level data collections. Starbucks collects the data from the websites, online sites visited by the customers and consumer, and through mobile app. Digital data provide information about the internet service provider, operating system, browser type, IP address, access time, web pages that have been browsed, and so on. This information is used by the company to provide the appropriate cookies and web beacons that are on relevant time and would be acceptable and informative to the consumers. A. Cookies. These are small data files that are saved in the hard drive of the various websites. These cookies are used by the company to enhance the overall web experiences by providing relevant and contextual data and information to the consumers. These cookies help the company to understand areas, features, and visits by the consumers on various websites. B. Web beacons. These are electronic images and visuals used on the websites are visited by the consumers. These images are used for delivering cookies, making counts of the visit and the usage pattern of the consumers. These images are further supplemented by the flash cookies, which are known as local shared objects, as they can easily get adjusted in the digital screens in accordance with the consumer's usage. Thus, data are gathered by the company about the consumer with the good web experience. 3. Company level data. The company also collects data about the consumers anonymously, as the focus is not on a particular person or individual. The aim is to primarily understand the consumer's perspectives and insights about the company. Data are collected by the third party about the consumers of the company. Based on this, Starbucks understands what their consumers feel, think, and experience about the brand. They also like to understand the expectation and suggestions that the consumers would like to offer to the company. This is very important for the company as they consider consumers to be their partners. Subsequently, they also aim for developing strong human connection, which embellishes the coffee house experience at Starbucks. BAM, 2016. Information usage by Starbucks. Starbucks uses the information in the various ways. 1. Managing the consumer purchase. Starbucks uses the information to process and manage the purchases and products and services used by the consumers. This includes accounts and program participation of consumers who can aid them in getting personalized experience from Starbucks. A quick response. This information provides the company with consumer inquiries and Starbucks responds quickly with the relevant data and information. This is essentially managed by the customer care services of the company. Additionally, comments and suggestions posted on the blog and other online websites are also considered by the company. Thus, they can quickly take appropriate actions. B. Customized promotion. Starbucks uses the information and provides customized and personalized promotions to the consumers, personal and non-personal information. This information includes type of purchases, amount sent and the benefits that can be derived by the consumers through this personalized promotion. C. Strong communications with company. Starbucks strengthen their communication with this data as order, purchases, services and program data facilitates the company to link the consumers with the relevant contest and sweepstakes that could further help the consumers. D. Better communication with other partners. Consumers data help the company to connect its consumers with other co-brand programs and partners. This further facilitates consumer and the company strengthens their relationship. Bolton, 2016. Data sharing. Starbucks also shares the consumer's data with credit card processors, mailing houses, HR, CRM departments, site managers, primarily for the online data, and data managers who are the partners of Starbucks. These departments help the company to market the product, add consumers to the appropriate mailing list and develop loyalty program systems. However, they use information by following the proper legal processes and comply all the laws and legal approaches. Based on the same line, Starbucks never shares any information based on the personal data without the prior permission of their consumers. Thus, they take the written permission from the consumers if they are publishing any of their information in the public domain. Data safety and security. Starbucks provides all the opportunities to consumers to update, modify and edit the data as the rights are with the consumers. Data are very safe as the company would never make the changes in the personal data. More specifically, the promotional messages will not be sent to the consumer if they would like to opt out of the process. Consumers can also remove and reject the cookies if they want. If the consumers withdraw the consent about any information, company would not take further processing. Based on the same, they can develop approaches based on the consumers. More importantly, the company can also take care of all the information pertaining to loss, misuse of the personal information. However, there is full guarantee by the company for 100% security of data as the data transmission is very quick and fast through the various online sources and websites which cannot be monitored or tracked by the company easily. Privacy Statement. Vertical bars. Starbucks Coffee Company, 2017. Information processing and storing. The company processes and stores the information of only adults as minor details cannot be saved by the companies, according to the Indian law. However, if the parents and guardians share the minor's information, they become the caretakers along with the company. Starbucks uses safeguards for the data such as firewalls, physical access, data encryption and other administrative and control systems. Further, highly sensitive information such as details about the credit cards is transmitted either through the company website or company's mobile apps that uses secure sockets layers, SSL, protocol. In addition, there are security technologies that safeguard the personal information about the consumers. In line with the same, if there are changes in the processing and storing of information or privacy policies, the company mentions it on the website and other digital platforms so that the consumer is aware about the change. Finally, the company also stores the consent form for the consumers. where they provide the authority to the company to retrieve, store, process and share the personal information, MIS Starbucks, 2015. Further, data are used for analytics. Thus, the big data so collected facilitates the company to manage their loyalty programs. Due to this, Starbucks is also able to track and monitor their customers very closely. This helps them to develop the human connection and strengthen their relationship with the consumers and to develop the rich coffee experience. This is done as Starbucks makes the segments of the consumers based on the data and set up the rule which is in sync with their purchase behavior. This is usually carried on their smartphones of the consumers. This monitoring of the consumer habits helps the companies personalize the offers as well. For example, with the data, which were collected and processed in India, Starbucks grabbed an opportunity to serve tea brand, Teavana, in the country. The company also developed the best class in social media, which was again derived from the data the company collects from the various sources, Atkins, 2015. Way ahead, the chairman of the company also thinks that Starbucks is the research-driven organization and excellent in collecting and gathering consumer data. He strongly holds that the reputation of the company has to be earned. Starbucks has successful in making significant presence in India by adhering to the retail model of the country. Starbucks has taken care of the local requirement, which is relevant to the local culture in India. This was achieved as Starbucks believes in employee-centric organization. Thus, they invest heavily on their employees, who are their partners. With these policies, Starbucks opened 50 outlets in the first year of their operation and successfully increased their stores. One of the reasons for the same is the middle class, which is increasing exponentially in India and increasing the business opportunities for Starbucks. Thus, India is the fastest potential market for Starbucks. The company wants to explore further opportunity to sell Starbucks coffee at Vistara, Totas Airlines in India. They are also focusing on the merchandising, which includes books and music. Anand, 2017. Case 5. The techie Amazon Insight. Amazon India began its operation as a powerhouse of retailing in the US. They entered the Indian e-commerce market with their user-friendly website. They added many titles and widened their product portfolios. They also created the ecosystem that was related to wholesale purchase of the products. Further, they tactically fixed the centers and contracts so that these goods can be easily shipped into and across the country. Amazon realized that more than 1 billion people in this country have not been exposed to the e-commerce markets. The Indian market bore good as well as bad news for the company. The good news was that more than 65% of the consumers were under the age of 35 years with a high percentage of disposable income, owned smartphones, and widely used the internet. The bad news was that 67% of Indian population still lived in the rural setup and had underdeveloped infrastructure. Further, only 35% of the Indian population had access to the internet. Customers preferred cash transactions to digital payments. FDI rules also restricted a foreign multi-brand retailer to sell the products and goods directly to the consumers through the digital channels. Thus, Amazon would need a third-party seller for the Indian market. To do all these tasks and deal with complexities, Amazon had to understand strategic market research, Udarian, 2016. Business issues and approaches. Amazon needed the innovative business model to finalize ways to sell the products and goods in India. There was no shortage of the products that were manufactured and produced in India, but our vendors were small in scale. In this situation, a few e-retailers tried to seek the products online in India, but a cash-based economy model did not succeed in their businesses. To address these issues, Amazon launched their Indian website in 2013, and recruited suppliers as their partners to conduct business in India. They launched Amazon Chai Cart. These mobile tea carts navigated on the streets of the cities, served refreshments, and educated the small business owners about the way e-commerce is used. This cart traveled 9,400 miles across 31 cities and involved 10,000 sellers. Subsequently, they launched Amazon.Co, which was the studio on wheels, and provided various services such as registration, imaging, cataloging, and training. They also used the centralized shipping platforms and developed around 24 warehouse in India in Telangana. Amazon further introduced Easy Ship and Seller Flex. Through these systems, Amazon couriers picked the products from the seller's place and delivered to the consumers. Subsequently, warehouses were designated for the courier and Amazon fully coordinated the delivery systems and logistics. This system was expedited by the neighborhood approaches where it was easy for the seller to expedite the product delivery. The major delivery systems were contacted such as India Post and Blue Dart. The company also developed the Amazon transportation services where bikes and bicycles were used to deliver products in the urban and rural areas of India. However, there were challenges with the rural areas due to lower literacy rate and limited infrastructure. Interestingly, there were many Indians who were not ready to rely on online services and considered mom and pop stores to be more convenient. There were issues related to internet services and basic infrastructure. However, all these concerns were addressed, and Amazon India achieved business to the level of $3 billion. This was due to the fact that there is very high potential in India, and the company was even ahead of the competitors, including Flipkart and Snapdeal, Sane, 2014. Processes of research. These wonderful results were achieved by using effective approaches such as usage of appropriate keywords for their brand, which was commonly used by the consumers. This approach helped the company to reach out to consumers who were actually looking for online retailer or products. There were many upselling and cross-selling carried out by the company with the help of the cookies and web icons. The cookies provided the company with the customized data about the purchase history and other behavior patterns. Amazon provided these users very personalized offers based on their past history. This relevant information was approved of by the users. Additionally, they also worked on the presentation and packaging of the products. When consumers sent the products as gifts to another person, it was amazingly packaged and personalized. Further, Amazon also tracked the computers using the software. They used Chrome extension to track the history and received product details, which helped them develop the subsequent competitive advantage strategy. More specifically, all the challenges and issues were addressed by the company by conducting proper research. This research had many problems, as we have seen. Thus, data was collected from various sources, including offline and online platforms, and analysis was carried and these approaches were developed. This research was in sync with the vision of a company which aims at providing customers with a satisfying experience. In line with this, they offered low prices and more alternatives and easy merchandising. Thus, all the approaches of the company were customer-centric. Subsequently, the marketing messages have to be offline and online channels with the aim of maximizing customer value proposition. Amazon provided easy-to-use functionality, quick and credible customer service with a variety of content and trust in every transaction. Chaffee, 2014, Ray et al., 2013. Data collection methods. The company's website has customer reviews and product information that were in sync with the customer requirements. There were buying guidelines and free shipping offers offered by the company to increase the customer spend. In line with these, the company offered the latest inventory records and estimates of delivery dates with fast-track delivery options. Further, the company used many techniques such as business intelligence, machine object coaching, queuing systems, neural networks, and so on to understand the consumers and make customer-oriented strategies and approaches. The data from these methods were used at the boot camps that were organized for the top-level management. In these camps, the focus was on understanding human behavior and its complexities. Subsequently, with this robust research and findings, they worked on the revenue per review. Additionally, they tried to understand how the approaches affect their business. This also meant that the data is king in the company. Amazon managed the details of all the transactions at various stages online and displayed the status to the consumers. These data also helped the company bid for paid search advertising. Amazon also worked on the review conversion power by ensuring that each review was paid. Further search optimization and review count were also undertaken by the company. They realized that high review is great, but if it is in proportion to the review count, it is outstanding. Amazon realized that clicks do not work in their business. Thus, they had to go deeper and work on untapped markets. They modified the search and used to reach a stage of completion. This meant that when the users typed something, it was filled by Amazon. Madden, 2012. Initial benefits by research. They also used research that helped the company to sell the products in the niche markets. Further, sellers can even work on saturated markets to earn high profits. Thus, Amazon worked on the in-depth reviews and more scientific market research that facilitated the company to track the products that were in demand. For this research, Amazon used Jungle Scout. This software provided data about the revenue a company achieved on various products. Amazon essentially worked on data analytics and market research. In line with this, Jungle Scout was used as a research tool for the Amazon sellers, and it is a software product. This software collects data from different data points and facilitates the sellers. Additionally, the company educated them with regards to the purchasing decisions. Therefore, they could identify excellent products that could be sold via Amazon. This software also worked on sales estimates as many users provided the data while making the purchase. It works on the best sellers rank, for which the algorithm is developed to track and monitors at least 100,000 products. The best sellers rank also correlates the unit sales on a monthly basis. Additional algorithm is created to get this update every month, which provides the sales estimates to Amazon and how they are performing on their business metrics. Same, 2016. Extended TECHY methods for research. More importantly, Amazon used Splitly and ReviewKick, which acquired the reviews and manages them on the platforms. Thus, if the user would like to receive the reviews about the Amazon product, they could get this information from the review option. Here, several coupons are being provided to the real buyers for the review that they have carried out for Amazon. Thus, Amazon received reviews that were really effective and legitimate. This tool was initially a product research tool, which has moved to a suite tool for the Amazon sellers. Subsequently, there is the Amazon selling machine that provided tremendous information about the products, which was the initial thought of the company. They have moved from offline products to products online on Amazon. It means that Amazon has changed the way data needs to be looked at and considered for the business decision. This new business perspective changed the entire plethora of the products that Amazon offers. They offered products from gloves, yoga mat and so on. The company also looked at those products that enjoyed heavy demands by the consumers. The products are not too competitive and have multiple reviews. If the products are statured, it is very challenging for the company to get into that market. However, products such as barbecue gloves or garlic paste would be easier for the company to get into the market. These products are considered as cool and user-friendly by the consumers. They are less competitive and have more and better business opportunities. To ensure this, there is keyword search on Google. This platform is connected to the revenue and Jungle Scout, as it monitors the demand and the sales. For example, if a user is searching for a water bottle, this software will provide the data which could state that 3 sellers are in the top 10 results category and have 50 reviews. More importantly, Amazon encapsulates the overall listing, which may include private labels. Amazon focuses a lot on keyword research as it is significantly connected to the number of units sold. To strengthen the search, Amazon uses merchant words, the algorithm which relates the Google keywords to the sales. Conventionally, Amazon related the search with the products. but it was not making any sense in terms of the business decision. The integrated search, which is associated with Google of the search, is important for the company. This resulted in increasing the bottom line of the company. However, the most challenging part for Amazon is to sell the non-differentiated products as white labeling, rebranding and marketing the products by the company to ensure that they are their own in spite of the fact that they manufactured and developed by the other company, do not work for the consumers anymore. Products have to be exclusive and of excellent quality. Busin, 2017. RACE framework. In line with the same, Amazon works on the RACE framework, which means 1. Reach. It is derived from the AdWords and keywords. 2. Act. Develop simple and transparent experiences by thorough testing. 3. Convert. Customize and provide relevant recommendations. 4. Engage. Involve and engage with the users. This approach leads to customer obsession and is always evaluated and monitored thoroughly by the company. To do so, Amazon conducts many experiments. They developed internal experimentation platforms, which are known as Webland. This platform was used by the company to assist the improvements in the company's website and products. They also added a feature known as Ask an Owner, where the user can ask the questions related to the products, and Amazon can route these queries to the relevant sellers or owners. Further, real-time experiments were also conducted. Page design, features, ranking, relevance of ranking and so on were studied. However, the research was conducted for a few days or a week. This was because the company wanted to understand the pulse of the business in terms of session time, length, and so on. The overall online experience was also assessed with the statistical methods. In line with the same, Amazon uses the data derived from this research for 1. Enhancing the website traffic. 2. Increasing awareness about the products. 3. Creating incremental products and opportunities for increasing revenue for the services. 4. Strongly developing the Amazon brand. These approaches were used by the company because they believed that significant marketing campaigns and communication also enhanced the customer experience, which is the core objective for their business. These communications helped the company develop word-of-mouth and word-of-mouth promotions, which help allure new customers and getting repeat purchases from the existing customers. Further, the company also connected with the customer based on their interest areas and helped them selecting the products that were in sync with their needs and requirements. More specifically, they conducted online advertising, which included paid search marketing, search optimization, mails campaigns and interactive ads. The data also helped Amazon to create leaflets for the non-competing websites such as Expedia, Make My Trip and so on. Interestingly, Amazon found that a significant number of customers have downloaded their app and visited their site did so mainly through their smartphones in India. This change in the user behavior encouraged the company to develop mobile-oriented user experience, as the screen was small. They made their interface more user-oriented. Thus, this orientation could be easily used on their phones. Consumers were easily able to track their products via these apps. This resulted in a 5-fold increase in their sales as compared to their competitor, i.e. Flipkart. They also launched the grocery service with a delivery time of 2 hours. This further enhanced the shopping experience of the consumers in India. Chaffee, 2016. Data and findings usage. This consumer-oriented data were used by the company in 3 different ways. 1. Relationship marketing driven by data. This was undertaken by Amazon with the big data and web search for all the customer transactions. The data was shared with the call center. Based on this, they understood the customer relevance and context. Thus, they interacted specifically based on what the customer was interested in. Additionally, there is the facility of opt-in and out for the customer for the promotional messages from Amazon. These approaches helped Amazon enhance the relationship with the customers. 2. High ease of shopping. The comprehensive data helped the company increase the ease and convenience of the online shopping for the customers. There were many technological platforms by which customers were able to access the information very quickly. There were one-click ordering. Dash buttons were installed at home where the push of button can result in shopping. Further, the Amazon Prime facility was provided to the customers to receive the coupon based on their location and time of the day or event. 3. Exquisite experience. The data helped the company to enhance the social and online experience of the customers. The social element was taken care of by the relationship marketing team of Amazon, as they were free to share their opinions and experience with their family and friends easily. Amazon also encouraged a continuous feedback process to improve their performance. More specifically, the research data also facilitated the company in increasing their B2B business, apart from enhancing the B2C category. They signed up with Aditya Birla Group's online retail fashion store. This collaboration helped the company to enhance their offerings in the fashion category, and better options were provided to the customers. There was more margin for the business in this category. Warrillow, 2015, Relationship Marketing for Amazon.com, O2I, 2017. Way ahead. India is very nascent in e-commerce, video streaming, and cloud computing. Yet, there are multiple opportunities in this country. This is because there are 1.3 billion people, which is 4 times the US population. The country is growing at an annual rate of 5%, 10%. Indians are conversant in English. Further, there is a high penetration of smartphones in the country, and shipping is cheaper in India as compared to the US. There is a prediction that by 2020, there will be 175 million shoppers in the online retailing space. This means the business would be extended by $100 billion. Mobile wallet and credit cards would increase further business. However, India needs more investment not only in currency but also in patience and perseverance in dealing with the infrastructure, coupled with the long-term perspective. The complexities of culture, preference, lying, and consumer behavior are really complex and dynamic. Thus, this country needs constant and continuous research to understand and provide excellent customer experience to all its consumers across the country. Shah, 2016. Case 6. Consumer behavior, its wide facets and deep implications. Customer connect, customer loyalty, consumer relationships, changing society, transforming buying behaviors, etc., are the buzzwords today around which strategies are being framed by the marketers. We see lot of acceptance and also a lot of intolerance coexisting in the present society. Numerous structural and social barriers that have long existed are breaking down, leading to a major cultural shift. The younger generation is openly expressing its voice. The attitude of people to different issues is changing. Hence, brands are continually trying to cope with all these changes. Brand strategist Harish Bijuru very well says that there will come a time when habits and attitude will count more. Consumer attitudes are a combination of beliefs, feelings, and intentions related to a particular object or concept. Like in the present milieu, issues related to environment, society, finances, health, and well-being are gaining importance, and attitudes, both positive and negative, are being developed towards them. It is becoming imperative for the marketers to understand consumer attitudes in order to understand the customers better, and also to know how they can influence or respond to those attitudes. New parameters in the consumer purchase decision journey. The internet is evolving, and so the consumers are changing and engaging differently with brands. The evolution of consumer buying decision process is bringing in new marketing mantra. Below is the conventional consumer purchase decision journey. Exhibit 1. Conventional consumer purchase decision journey. Source: Harvard Business Review, December 2010. In the conventional process, after the purchase, the relationship with the brand is focused mainly on the use of the product. Since the time of internet evolution, this process has changed radically. Now consumers want to share their experience online after buying the product, and it has created new parameters of brand advocacy and brand bonding. Below is the consumer purchase decision journey process post-internet evolution. Exhibit 2. New consumer purchase decision journey process post-internet evolution. Source: Harvard Business Review, December 2010. Thus, it is clear that brand advocacy and brand bonding play a vital role in today's consumer purchase decision process. Emerging trends in multi-platform shopping in the new connected customer journey, the tech trend and consumer habits are completely transforming how, where, and why we buy. An international survey conducted by a global marketing and technology agency, years.I, in 2016, revealed that the use of smartphones and other connecting devices, including laptops, tablets, and wearables to shop online has increased. The study found that whereas the global average was 5 devices, India and UAE used 6 devices on an average. These trends may be in their infancy today, but Indians are known to leapfrog in the adoption of technology. A new phenomenon of huge consumer data explosion and immense content generation has arisen due to the penetration of smartphones and proliferation of screens. Brands definitely need to understand and leverage these in order to succeed in the future. Personalized and special offers by retailers recorded greater sales as admitted by 87% of online shoppers in the survey by years.I. Mobile payment is another phenomenon that is gaining traction, though data security and privacy has emerged as a major concern. Customer service is becoming an increasingly important factor for consumers to choose a brand. According to the findings of the American Express 2017 Global Customer Service Barometer, 30% of the consumers in India are ready to use messaging tools such as live chats and SMS for interaction with companies. This percentage is higher when compared with countries like Hong Kong and Italy, with 26% each, and Mexico at 25%. Hence, companies in India are also increasingly using social media as a way of conveying the company's intent on service. But definitely a need to balance digital channels with physical ones is the key to success. Traditionally, festivals were strongly connected to shopping intent. But now with e-commerce penetration and frequent discount sales, purchases have become affordable enough to make shopping a regular activity. Diwali, India's biggest festival, is no longer the sole occasion to get consumers to shop. People are fashion savvy today, and shopping for fashion is turning out to be a high involvement activity. These days, for many customers, every weekend is a buying day, apart from the festivals. Convergence of categories and channels and easy accessibility of fashion are bringing in such changes in consumer behavior. IPG Media Lab, NY, has launched Outlook 2017, highlighting 3 defining tech trends of consumer behavior: advanced interfaces, global culture, and augmented intelligence that all brands should be cognizant of. Touch and voice are some of the interfaces already being experimented by brands to create engaging experiences for the customers. On the global front, the appeal of sports, music, and entertainment is transcending boundaries and finding wide target base amongst the Indian consumers. Sharp-edged differentiators in the form of chatbots are being created by e-commerce players, which will enable powerful and personalized interactions with the customers. Artificial intelligence, truly augmented. New influencers in town. Micro-influencers are the new breed of influencers swelling on social media today. Neither movie stars nor celebrities. These are just regular consumers who, after being active on different social media platforms, could see the potential of these and get experimental on harnessing content to influence other fellow consumers. Thus, they have assumed the role of campaign managers, especially active on product categories as diverse as fashion, food, fitness, beauty, and music. One such big-time social media influencer with more than 1 lakh followers on Instagram is former fashion stylist Shireen Sika Bhavani, who has to her credential brands like Maybelline, Dove, Jet Airways, who have signed her on for the London Fashion Week. Giants like Audi, Jaguar, and Burberry have also solicited her presence. Another global brand, L'Oreal, works with about 200 key Instagram influencers. its makeup. Artistry brand, NYX, was the first in the category to be launched online in India in 2016, and the company relied heavily on influencers for its promotion. It's the wide reach and cost efficiency of micro-influencers which is making more and more brands turn to it in order to capitalize on this medium. Micro-influencers are now being used by about 50% of the brands for their new product launches through Facebook Live, Instagram Stories and YouTube videos, as stated by Aditya Gupta, co-founder of iGenero. On one hand, brands are benefiting from the digitally literate and active denizens of the social media world. On the other, realizing the wide-scale impact that influencers can create, brands like Google and Tata Trust are running Internet Sati program, spreading digital literacy among rural women who in turn are roping other womenfolk to this new world of internet, thus gaining power and influence. Currently, over 2.5 million women in 60,000 villages across 10 states have been trained by 18,000 Sathis traveling the countryside on their branded bicycles. A sense of identity and status is instilled along with mobility through newly acquired skill of internet usage and additional knowledge. Social impact beyond measure can be seen through various instances like Sathis using and helping other women use the internet to find information about health, government programs, and agriculture. In one instance, a Sathi used pictures of formed fetus to raise awareness and empathy, which has helped reduce the number of female feticide in her village. Role and status of women. Michael Silverstein, senior partner and managing director, Boston Consulting Group, once said in an interview that the female economy will have a global economic impact greater than Brazil, Russia, India, and China. In India, a new power consumer group, that of rural women, is getting highlighted and tapped extensively by brands. Accenture's survey, Masters of Rural Market series, Women Consumers in Rural India, brings forth some very subtle and apparent changes taking place in small towns and villages of India. With literacy levels rising and increasing number of women getting employed in rural India, the family income is seeing a surge. This, coupled with greater exposure and usage of mobile devices and internet, is bringing transformation in rural consumer behavior and landscape. Data presented by Accenture survey unearths some very startling facts and shuns many myths on the consumer purchase process related to rural India. Need recognition is triggered by the practical concern over currently used products getting obsolete. 46% of the respondents surveyed cited this as the prime reason for indulging in new purchases. Also, the basic necessity and influence of family and friends work as additional triggers. This gives a clear-cut direction to the marketers to design their marketing campaigns which can tap into the opportunity to replace consumers' existing goods. While gathering information about products, 53% of rural women depend on word of mouth, while 32% depend on local mom and pop stores. This kind of survey finding can be a guiding factor for marketers in identifying right influencers in the local community and in developing an effective media strategy. Nature of influence is changing in many parts of rural India, moving from traditional, such as Sarpacha, to newer ones, such as educated youth, friends, and individuals with specific expertise, like electricians who can advise women on consumer durables. While evaluating various parameters of a product before making a purchase, as against popular notion, price does not account to be a primary evaluative criterion for rural women. Survey found that just 34% of the working women and 35% of the non-working women cited price. This is indicative of the big change where the requirements and aspirations of rural women are evolving fast, and marketers, in order to cope, have to come up with new differentiations to appeal to this segment. They have to go beyond pricing and talk a different language, communicating emotional and functional benefits like value for money, quality, social status, increased convenience, comfort, and freedom. While making the final purchase, branded products are being increasingly preferred by the rural female consumers. Survey states that of the total respondents, 60% of the working women, and 67% of the non-working women cited trustworthiness and reliability as the main reasons for their being conscious about brands. Many of the rural females indulge in impulse buying as well. They even go to nearby villages and cities to make such purchases. Survey reports that they have started ordering such products over the internet also, but the trend is slow to pick up due to less awareness and confidence towards online purchasing. Post-purchase, major reason for dissatisfaction which came forth from 84% of the women consumers was poor performance and low quality of the products. As rural women are not educated enough to go through the process of logging formal complaints, they tend to remain dissatisfied, and hence, lose trust on the companies. One repercussion which immediately stems out of this situation is the spread of negative word of mouth, highly prevalent in closely knitted rural society. So, companies have to strategize accordingly to train customers, to streamline a swift feedback and complaints handling mechanism which may build trust and ease anxiety amongst rural consumers. Highly proactive and powerful strategy to reach out to customers can help differentiate and win. Through the survey, more of the mythbusters got revealed which throw different light on rural consumers and need to be tended carefully by marketers. 35% of rural women as against 21% of the urban hold-paying jobs. Women in rural India take greater advantage of social security schemes. As far as the rural woman's role in the household purchase decisions is concerned, out of those interviewed, 37% of the non-working and 40% of the working women said that they make purchases on their own. Majority of rural female consumers buy high-value products as against the popular belief of rural consumers attached to low-value goods. The key elements of the purchase journey of rural consumers have undergone a vast change, and marketers need to master the critical imperatives associated with each stage of that journey. Not just in rural, but changes of different kind and magnitude are being observed in urban setting too. A major shift in the conservative Indian mindset can be highlighted through the example of Tinder, which recently launched its India operations, but within no time has become highly popular dating app. In a country like India, where dating as a concept is not only perceived as a male prerogative but is also seen as taboo, a huge change is being witnessed as women are seen to be more active and engaged on Tinder than men, as revealed by India head of Tinder, Tharu Kapoor. Today women in India are more mobile, independent, self-confident, and keen to develop their own self-identity than ever before. According to a survey, 1 in every 4 scooter buyers is a woman, and an overwhelming majority of these women customers are young. Yet another survey states that, when it comes to buying high-end bags, most of the women shoppers go for luxury products because of their social circle. All these changes should appear as gateway of opportunities for marketers of different brands. Roots of culture and its influence. Brands' place of origin plays an important role in consumers' choices. A 2016 Nielsen study shows different global and local brand preferences in a consumer's shopping journey. Indian respondents ranked personal beauty care as the top category where consumers look for global brands. As this category is considered to be modern and trendy, so culturally they are considered to belong to the Western world, and accordingly lies the preferences for brands. While in other categories such as food items, local giants take a lead, as equity to the food brands come from their being rooted to one's own culture. Now seeing the profits emerging from the growing personal beauty segment, marketers are trying to attach the element of culture to it in order to hook in more customers. Research firm Euromonitor in its survey reported that it is words such as natural, organic, botanical, free from chemicals, and even religious compliance drives purchases of personal care products like shampoo, hair color, skin creams, and lotions. 71% of consumers surveyed said that they would pick up a face cream or lotion if it claimed to be natural. 38% said they would buy a shampoo or hair oil if it was made with botanical ingredients. In a market like India, where herbal and Ayurvedic hair and skincare has a legacy of usage, for example, henna, ringraj or brahmi oil, or herbal face packs, Awareness and benefits of herbal or botanical ingredients is high, Euromonitor international survey analyst Priyanka Bagde remarked. Data received both from supermarkets and online stores have recorded 20-25% year-on-year growth in natural products versus 10% for regular ones. Millennial consumers are leading the trend as they are becoming savvier about green choices. Hence, a marked shift is happening in favor of natural products, said Praveen Jaipuria, marketing head personal care of Dabur, maker of Vatika shampoo and Femme bleach. Now international brands are also speaking the organic and natural language. French cosmetics giant L'Oreal has rolled out Ayurvedic shampoo, conditioner, oil, and cream under its Garnier Ultra Blends brand. Hindustan Unilever relaunched Ayush and acquired hair oil brand Indulekha. Advertising reflects society for a better connect. Brands communicate with its customers through plethora of activities and channels. Advertising is one of the most potent of them all. Advertising is changing now from the cliched and conformist approach to becoming socially inclusive, more realistic, human, and all-encompassing. Marketers are realizing that with the buying experience moving online, emotional touch points are reducing. Hence, if brands have to talk to millennials and build affinity with them, then they have to touch upon the issues that are important to them. In today's world of digital media, customers are bombarded with different stories with a continued hunger for more. Brands have realized that only the most unusual and best stories will survive. So, they have to excite or completely touch somebody deeply or nudge the society in a particular direction, says Swati Bhattacharya, Chief Creative Officer, FCB India. Today in society there are more conversations around subjects like gender equality, transgender rights, differently abled people, and other relevant social concerns which are getting portrayed through advertising to build the right connect with the target audience. Tea brand Brooke Bond Red Label from Hindustan Unilever Ltd recently came out with an advertisement featuring an elderly woman who suffers from Alzheimer's. Then came another ad from cough and cold brand Vicks, from Procter & Gamble, which touched upon the sensitive subject of transgender rights in India, as it focused on a transgender mother and her young daughter within the theme of Touch of Care. Another one raising a pertinent issue comes from Tata Tea's Jagori series, which says, Alarm bajne se pehle Jagori. This campaign identifies with the growing issue of student depression and suicide, and urges parents to do their bit to avoid any tragedies, even if it's just saying hush, it's okay. The idea behind more inclusive advertising is to be top of mind, be a better storyteller and get the best recall, says Santosh Padhi, Chief Creative Officer and co-founder at Taproot Dentsu. India struggles with a lot of issues, and brands taking up these issues is not a bad thing. Advertising influences people. It can help change behavior, even if it has a subtle impact, says Padhi. Certain unusual insights and stories big online retailers like Amazon, Flipkart depend extensively on data collected from multiple sources, such as behavior tracking and demographic profiling, to help them identify potential customers and approach them in the best way possible. This wealth of information thus collected is deciphered to enable retailers to strategize on all fronts for optimum results while dealing with customers. Their data mining efforts have revealed that young working mothers in their 30s are looking for products across categories such as toys, diapers, kids wear, beauty, and are more likely to purchase high-end lingerie from online marketplace. This becomes a fine touch point for the retailers to detail out their communication in the way that would reach out the best to them. Similarly, brick-and-mortar retailer Walmart found out through data mining that beer sales would go up on a Friday afternoon. This data pattern surfaced the fact that it was young males coming to store to pick up diapers for their newborns who were responsible for the surge. And behind the data and the fact was the insight that the fathers, who had to stay home to take care of the baby, could not go out to meet friends, and hence, bought beer to drink at home. Strategy that followed was, Walmart moved beers next to the diapers section, resulting in rise in sales. A unique startup, attending to a social and behavioral issue facing young generation, was launched recently, known as experienc.Com by its founder Tux Gupta. It is a matchmaking site which is on an unusual idea, as it matches degrees, not kundalis, horoscopes, of the prospective couples. Increasing rate of divorces among young couples led to this venture, as its founder believes that major cause of marital breakups is differences in opinions and behaviors, which arise among people who have dissimilar educational backgrounds and are thus not able to understand each other's work and living styles. Mental compatibility is equally or even more significant than the ones based on caste, religion, or any other factor, says Tux Gupta. Education to an extent is a new caste system in place, says brand strategist Harish Bijur. The more educated you are, with premier pedigree institutions as your alma mater, the more of Brahmana you become, he adds. Future trends. With over 460 million internet users, India is the second largest online market, ranked only behind China. By 2021, there will be about 635.8 million internet users in India. Internet penetration rate in India stood at about 10% in 2011, which reached to 26% in 2015. Furthermore, men dominated internet usage in India with 71% as compared to women at 29%.